Tonight we explore the life and ideas of Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz, the German polymath whose contributions to mathematics, philosophy, and science helped shape the Enlightenment. From co-inventing calculus to his visionary thinking on logic and reason, Leibniz's legacy continues to influence modern thought and innovation. So before you get comfortable, as always, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel only if you enjoy our content. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Sometimes our stories are too interesting, and we are working on some boring ones, haha. It's time now to dim the lights, turn on a fan for some noise, and let's cover what we have for tonight, together. Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz was born on July 1st, 1646, in Leipzig, a city reeling from the aftermath of the 30 Years' War. In that era of upheaval, few would have predicted that this sickly, inquisitive child would mature into one of the most versatile minds of the 17th century. His father, Friedrich Leibniz, served as a moral philosophy professor, and though he died when Gottfried was only 6, his library lingered as a silent mentor. The boy, solitary and introspective, roamed among musty volumes, absorbing knowledge both classical and contemporary. Leibniz's early education diverged from the strict rote memorization typical of his age. Largely self-taught, he devoured texts on ancient history, geometry, theology, and logic. He cultivated a fascination with how systems of thought fit together, a prelude to the encyclopedic breadth he would later display. Adolescence found him rummaging in obscure Latin works and assembling his compendium of philosophical snippets. By 14, he had embarked on advanced studies at Leipzig University, an anomaly for someone barely in his teens. This precocious youth carried a restless energy. While classmates regurgitated standard lectures, Leibniz pressed forward with questions of his own. Could there be a universal language of thought, bridging all disciplines? How did geometry and logic intertwine? Professors were both dazzled and unsettled by his challenges to established dogma. Although he soon completed the Bachelor of Philosophy, the faculty, wary of his age and ambition, resisted granting him a doctorate. Undeterred, he shifted to Altdorf University near Nuremberg. There, at 20, he secured a doctorate in law, focusing on how jurisprudence and moral philosophy overlapped. Yet formal degrees were merely stepping stones. Leibniz believed in forging connections among multiple fields. He developed friendships with mathematicians and theologians alike. Already, he envisioned a unifying project, a characteristica universalis, a symbolic logic language that might allow all knowledge to be combined and analysed systematically. His inclination towards systems thinking was not purely academic. The Europe of his youth was torn by religious strife, Catholics and Protestants locked in mutual distrust, and he hoped that reason, carefully deployed, might foster reconciliation. Despite his youth, Leibniz found himself welcomed into aristocratic circles. In 1667, he journeyed to Mainz, securing a position with Johann Philipp von Schönborn, the Elector of Mainz, who recognised the young scholar's potential in legal and diplomatic matters. Leibniz's tasks ranged from drafting political treatises to advising on administrative reforms. He approached them with the same fervour he once poured into library texts. Yet this environment offered more than mere bureaucratic chores. Mainz was a hub of ecclesiastical politics, and Leibniz honed his diplomatic instincts while pondering grand visions of European peace. Around this time he produced one of his first major works, a treatise proposing that France should redirect its territorial ambitions toward Egypt rather than wage war in Europe. Though far-fetched to modern ears, Leibniz framed it as a strategic pivot to reduce Christian infighting. Louis XV never embraced the scheme, but the episode illuminated Leibniz's readiness to merge intellectual creativity with real-world problem-solving. As the 1670s unfolded, his reputation grew. He dabbled in technology, reflecting a curiosity that extended to mechanical inventions. Hearing of Blaise Pascal's arithmetic machine, he designed a more advanced calculating device capable of multiplication and division. This mechanical contraption foreshadowed modern computing, though few recognised its significance at the time. For Leibniz, the device symbolised how logic and calculation might be harnessed to handle practical tasks, transcending philosophical speculation. Throughout these years, he remained an outsider in many respects. He was neither fully ensconced in any single university post, nor fixated on one discipline. Instead, he hopped between courts and libraries, from Mainz to Paris to London, forging correspondences with leading minds. He was simultaneously enthralled by mathematics, legal philosophy, cryptography, theology, and science. By 1672, he ventured to Paris on a diplomatic mission, fueling his love for mathematics as he encountered leading French thinkers. This trip would alter his trajectory, setting the stage for both collaboration and rivalry. Observing new approaches to geometry and analytical methods, he sensed that the realm of numbers held keys to universal truths. Yet the biggest breakthroughs and controversies were still to come. In the swirl of intellectual excitement, Leibniz's distinctive brand of curiosity was primed to reshape the foundations of mathematics and beyond. Leibniz's sojourn in Paris, beginning in 1672, proved transformative. He had expected to negotiate political matters for his employer, the Elector of Mainz, but soon immersed himself in the city's thriving intellectual scene, tutored by the Dutch mathematician Christiaan Huygens. He refined his analytical skills, poring over geometry, astronomy, and new algebraic methods. Paris at the time buzzed with the philosophical daring, hosting salons where Descartes' ideas were dissected alongside gossip on royal intrigues. Leibniz relished this mingling of worldly conversation and scientific debate. He quickly grasped that mathematics was undergoing a profound shift. Huygens introduced him to methods for calculating areas under curves, a fledgling precursor to what would become integral calculus. Fascinated, Leibniz built upon these kernels, striving to formalize a consistent system. The notion of infinitesimals intrigued him, quantities smaller than any finite amount yet larger than nothing. Could these elusive entities become the building blocks of a new calculus? Simultaneously, he grappled with deeper philosophical questions. The mechanistic worldview advanced by Descartes suggested a universe running like clockwork under divine laws. Leibniz wondered if behind these mechanical motions lay a tapestry of living forces, what he later called monads. Though he had not yet articulated this concept in detail, seeds of his future metaphysics were sprouting, fertilized by the cross-currents of scientific progress. Yet his Paris stay was not just about theoretical ruminations. He found himself in the orbit of diplomatic tensions. The Franco-Dutch War flared, rearranging alliances. Leibniz wrote treatises advising how the Holy Roman Empire might respond, and he debated theologians on reconciling Catholic-Protestant divides. These parallel pursuits, mathematics by day, statecraft by night, reflected his conviction that knowledge was a seamless web. Solving a geometry problem or proposing a peace plan drew on the same faculties of reason. In 1673, he journeyed briefly to London, carrying drafts of his nascent calculus. There he met members of the Royal Society, including the polymath Robert Hooke and the rising figure Isaac Newton. Although their direct interaction was minimal, Leibniz demonstrated his stepped reckoner, the mechanical calculator he had designed. The Royal Society was impressed by its ability to multiply, yet perhaps more telling was the curiosity his manuscripts stirred. Among them were hints of a new method for tangents and areas, skeletal notes on differential and integral calculus. Some society members recognized these as significant strides, though details were still sketchy. Returning to Paris, Leibniz refined his techniques, systematically introducing symbols to represent differential operations. He introduced the notation d/dx for derivatives, a brilliant move that simplified complex concepts into easily manipulable symbols. Where geometry had spoken of conic sections and tangents in geometric language, Leibniz's approach turned them into algebraic manipulations. Yet as he worked feverishly, rumours circulated that Newton had already discovered similar methods. Indeed, Newton's private manuscripts from the mid-1660s indicated a deep mastery of calculus-like concepts, though he guarded them closely. This parallel discovery remained embryonic, with Newton hesitant to publish. Leibniz, in contrast, believed knowledge advanced through open dialogue and swiftly prepared some of his results for print. He published a brief account of his differential calculus in 1684, followed by integral calculus in 1686, beating Newton to public dissemination. In the meantime, diplomatic events forced him to leave Paris. His employer demanded he return north, eventually taking a position at the court of the Duke of Brunswick-Lüneburg in Hanover. Though reluctant to depart the Parisian salons, he accepted. By 1676 he was on the move again, stopping by London en route, where he glimpsed more of Newton's manuscripts, a fateful moment later invoked in accusations of plagiarism. The stage was set for a bitter calculus priority dispute, one that would dog him for decades. Back in Germany, Leibniz continued polishing his calculus. Letters flew across Europe, carrying his ideas to mathematicians intrigued by the new symbolic method. Yet beyond the realm of curves and tangents, he took on broader tasks, reorganising ducal libraries, penning genealogies, and planning scientific academies. This polymathic spree, though draining, illustrated his belief that reason could unify everything from princely succession to infinite series. He had no inkling how the Newton-Leibniz rivalry would erupt, overshadowing many of his achievements. For now, he focused on perfecting a language of infinitesimals, convinced that the future of mathematics hinged upon it. Leibniz transitioned from historiographer to political advisor at the ducal court in Hanover in 1676, a significant departure from the dynamic intellectual environment of Paris. Yet he embraced these responsibilities with typical zeal. Charged with writing a genealogical history of the House of Brunswick, he embarked on travels through archives and libraries across Germany and Italy, collecting reams of obscure documents. For him, rummaging in medieval charters or deciphering faded manuscripts echoed the same analytical spirit he applied to geometry. This historical research yielded surprises. Leibniz unearthed ancient claims that could bolster the prestige of his patron's lineage, fueling alliances with neighbouring courts. But the project took much longer than anticipated, partly because he approached it with scholarly rigour. He envisioned writing a sweeping, methodical history that linked genealogies to broader philosophical insights about human societies. Years would pass before his culminating volume, yet these forays shaped his sense of how knowledge intertwined. Mathematics, law, theology, and history were threads in the same grand tapestry. Meanwhile, he pressed forward with mathematical correspondence. In particular, the Bernoulli brothers, Jacob and Johann, became key collaborators. The Bernoullis recognized the power of Leibniz's differential notation, applying it to solve complex problems in fluid dynamics and infinite series. Encouraged, Leibniz refined his calculus further. He delighted in seeing how these intangible infinitesimals produced tangible results. Mechanical curves, ballistic trajectories, planetary motions, everything seemed ripe for re-expression in the language of die and dx. However, the shadow of Newton was always present. By the 1680s, rumours circulated that Newton's supporters believed Leibniz had plagiarised from the English mathematician's earlier, unpublished papers. Some pointed to Leibniz's 1676 visit to London, where he had briefly seen Newton's manuscripts, but many in Europe regarded Leibniz's publication as independent and methodically elegant. Newton himself remained silent publicly but nurtured private grudges, uneasy about sharing credit. During these years, Leibniz also delved into philosophy. He corresponded with thinkers like Antoine Arnauld, a prominent Cartesian theologian, debating the nature of substance and free will. Gradually, he formulated a conceptual framework that would culminate in works like The Discourse on Metaphysics, 1686. This text advanced the idea that reality consisted of an infinite array of monads, each a self-contained mirror of the universe. Though intangible, monads formed the true building blocks of existence, orchestrated by a divine harmony ensuring a best of all possible worlds. This optimism, later caricatured by Voltaire, was in fact deeply nuanced. Leibniz never claimed the world was free of evil, but insisted that creation represented a divine calculus, balancing maximum good with minimal necessary suffering. His theology and mathematics converged in a quest for universal harmony. He proposed a characteristica universalis, a symbolic system uniting logic, arithmetic, and linguistic patterns, allowing complex thoughts to be calculated like sums. If realized, he believed, it would settle philosophical disputes through precise computation rather than rhetorical flourish. Though the project remained unfinished, it presaged modern symbolic logic and computer science. Indeed, centuries later, mathematicians would marvel at how his sketches anticipated Boolean algebra and Turing's machines. By the late 1680s, Leibniz had expanded his network of correspondence to include statesmen, Jesuit missionaries, and scholars in Asia. He was intrigued by the Chinese civilization, particularly its symbolic writing system. Could Chinese characters hint at a universal script? Could Europe learn moral lessons from Confucian teachings? These reflections typified his boundary-crossing curiosity. He championed the idea that East and West might find unity through shared rational principles, a stance radical in a Europe often dismissive of non-Christian cultures. Of course, everyday life intruded. The Duke demanded results on that grand genealogical history, but Leibniz's drafts ballooned, collecting dust in crates. He proposed projects like draining local marshes, improving mining operations, and founding scientific societies. Not all found traction. Some courtiers dismissed him as a scatterbrained savant, overloaded with half-finished undertakings. However, others appreciated his seamless transition from engineering proposals to theology. In 1689, a shift occurred. The House of Brunswick-Lüneburg ascended in prominence as its lineage was poised to inherit the British throne, a possibility that gradually materialised. This development would entwine Leibniz's fate with the future King George I of Great Britain, complicating his position. Meanwhile, Newton rose to direct the Royal Mint in London and garnered even greater influence in English scientific circles. The stage was set for a transnational rivalry, both personal and intellectual, overshadowing the latter part of Leibniz's life. For now, he pressed on, weaving mathematics, diplomacy, and philosophical speculation into a single tapestry. The 1690s saw Leibniz at the height of his productivity, yet storms loomed on multiple horizons. He served the ducal court of Hanover, which grew more powerful as the lineage neared succession to the British crown. Meanwhile, Newton's circle in England simmered, with suspicion over Leibniz's calculus. Whispers turned into murmurs. Had he lifted key insights from Newton's unpublished notes? Unbeknownst to Leibniz, these tensions would soon erupt into a full-scale controversy. Amid court responsibilities, Leibniz penned works on jurisprudence, economics, and even a treatise on geological theories of the Earth's formation, Protogaea. He systematically observed mineral formations, hypothesizing that the planet's layers recorded a hidden chronology. Although overshadowed by his mathematics, this interdisciplinary foray showed how he combined empirical observation with theoretical speculation. He insisted that theology, natural science, and history formed a continuum, each illuminating the others. One of his boldest philosophical statements emerged in Theodicy, published 1710, but conceived much earlier. There, he wrestled with the classic problem of evil. If God was all-powerful and all-good, why did suffering exist? Leibniz's resolution posited that ours was still the best possible world, shaped by the divine wisdom, balancing countless variables. Critics retorted that they minimized real horrors, but he believed human perception was too limited to grasp the cosmic calculus at play. This stance, while devout, also underscored his faith in rational analysis. Evil, in some measure, was necessary for the grand design. In mathematics, he advanced the discussion of series, engaging with the Bernoullis on infinite sums. The Basel problem, finding the sum of the reciprocals of squares, sparked fervent exchanges. Leibniz didn't solve it fully, that honour would go to Euler later, yet he contributed critical insights. Each letter to the Bernoullis was a miniature treatise, replete with breakthroughs like the series expansion for arctangent, which let him approximate P with surprising accuracy. He recognised that infinite processes, once purely philosophical puzzles, could be harnessed for real computations. His public life in Hanover took new turns. As personal secretary to Duke Ernst August and later his son Georg Ludwig, the future King George I of Great Britain, he orchestrated court ceremonials, crafted manifestos, and negotiated alliances. His dream of unifying European states under reason never fully vanished. He wrote proposals for a pan-European scientific league, hoping to quell religious strife through shared pursuit of knowledge. Realpolitik being what it was, these visions seldom materialised, overshadowed by power struggles. By the late 1690s, English mathematicians pressed Newton to reveal his calculus findings in print. Newton's Principia, 1687, had revolutionised physics but only hinted at his deeper fluxional methods. Sensing Leibniz's rising influence, they urged Newton to claim priority. Meanwhile, Leibniz had published widely, showcasing differential and integral calculus. The stage was set for a priority dispute that would soon overshadow both men's other achievements. The The disagreement heated after 1700, particularly as the Royal Society became a hotbed of national pride. Leibniz found himself ridiculed in certain English pamphlets, which alleged he had spied on Newton's manuscripts. Leibniz retorted that his discoveries were independent, pointing to his meticulously dated notes. Polite private letters turned into acrimonious public statements. The irony was that both men respected each other's intellect, but were ensnared by partisans and patriotic zeal. Meanwhile, an unexpected complication. When King Charles II of Spain died in 1700, without an heir, European politics lurched into crisis. Hanover sought to position itself favourably in the shifting alliances. Leibniz juggled dispatches about the Spanish succession, while also defending his calculus in scholarly journals. The intensity wore on him. He lamented that petty national rivalries threatened the shared enterprise of science. However, he wasn't a passive observer. Occasionally, he wrote incisive responses that intensified the conflict. In quieter intervals, he nurtured his grand philosophical system. The notion of monad solidified. He penned letters to Nicolas Ramon, a French diplomat, explaining that monads were windowless, reflecting the cosmos from within. Everything was connected by pre-established harmony, orchestrated by a divine planner. Some saw the concept as too abstract, but to Leibniz, it meshed seamlessly with his faith in universal rational structure. Even as controversies flared, he anchored himself in the belief that reason would outlast squabbles. At the century's turn, Leibniz exuded a paradox, revered across Europe for his sweeping intellect, yet increasingly isolated by conflict. He hoped to finalize monumental projects, his universal language, the genealogical history, and a systematic metaphysics, but faced finite time and resources. Approaching his mid-50s, he pressed on, certain that posterity would vindicate his endeavours even if immediate circumstances proved fraught. In the early 1700s, Leibniz's personal fortunes wavered. The Duke of Hanover, Georg Ludwig, was poised to inherit the British throne, which he did in 1714 as King George I. The occasion should have spelled triumph for Leibniz, who had long served the House of Brunswick-Lüneburg. Yet ironically, it led to estrangement. Eager to secure British goodwill, Georg Ludwig relocated to London, leaving Leibniz behind in Hanover with an unfulfilled directive: finish that massive genealogical history. The royal court in England barred him from joining until he completed his massive genealogical history. This snub stung. Leibniz had spent decades in loyal service, orchestrating everything from diplomatic memos to scientific reforms. Now, overshadowed by rising British courtiers, he found himself effectively grounded. The genealogical project, begun years earlier, lay in sprawling disarray. Volume after volume of research existed, but it was nowhere near a neat conclusion. Recognizing the changing trends, Leibniz intensified his efforts by delving into dusty archives once more. Yet the scale was daunting. Each day, he uncovered more documents. Each discovered clue hinted at new angles to explore. Meanwhile, calculus controversy festered. In 1712, the Royal Society formed a committee, dominated by Newton's allies, to investigate the Newton-Leibniz priority question. Predictably, it concluded that Newton had discovered calculus first and strongly implied that Leibniz was less than honest. The subsequent report, known as the Commercium Epistolicum, read like an indictment. Leibniz protested vigorously, labelling the inquiry biased. He pointed to dated manuscripts from 1675 showing his own independent progress. Newton's supporters dismissed his protestations as a cunning interloper. Outside England, many mathematicians still sided with Leibniz, or at least viewed the matter as a parallel discovery. However, his reputation suffered significant damage. Despite the challenges, he persevered. The Academy of Sciences in Berlin, which he had helped establish in 1700, provided a platform for his scientific ambitions. With the support of Sophie Charlotte of Hanover, mother of Georg Ludwig and a kindred intellectual spirit, he had co-founded this academy to nurture scientific collaboration in the German states. Even after Sophie Charlotte's death, Leibniz remained its figurehead, though financial struggles dogged the institution. He offered lectures on logic, mathematics, and moral philosophy, hoping to attract brilliant minds and forge a European network of savants. Results were mixed, but the dream persisted. Despite controversies, he found pockets of solace among younger mathematicians. In 1708, for instance, a Swiss genius named Leonhard Euler was born. Though still a child, Euler would one day become a champion of Leibniz's notation. The seeds of future vindication were quietly planted. Meanwhile, the Bernoulli family continued to produce advanced results using Leibnizian methods. Johann Bernoulli and his pupils solved differential equations that shaped mechanics, all under the conceptual umbrella Leibniz had fashioned. Philosophically, he refined his monadology, culminating in a short treatise known simply as the Monadology around 1714. Written in French, it outlined how each monade was a windowless centre of perception, synchronized by a divine plan. While abstract, it explained everything from the illusions of causality to the unity of the cosmos. To some, it read like mystical speculation, to others, it was a rigorous extension of his rational theology. Either way, it showcased an astonishing range, weaving metaphysics, logic, and mathematics into a cohesive worldview. All the while, his health declined. He suffered from gout and other ailments, exacerbated by long hours hunched over manuscripts. His residence in Hanover was lined with notes, prototypes of mechanical devices, half-written manuscripts on code-making, plus stacks of philosophical correspondences. Observers sometimes thought him a hoarder of ideas, forever on the brink of finalizing a grand synthesis, but never quite concluding. Indeed, his insatiable curiosity served as both a boon and a burden. Socially, he was increasingly lonely. Many of his closest patrons had died or drifted away. Georg Ludwig, now George I, rarely consulted him. Newton's circle spread rumours that cast him as discredited. The younger generation in the German courts found him eccentric, yet a small cadre of devotees recognised his brilliance. They offered quiet encouragement, urging him to publish more systematically. He tried, but the burdens of the genealogical history kept him tethered, and his myriad side projects swallowed time. Approaching 70, Leibniz felt the weight of unfulfilled plans. He yearned to see a universal science bridging all disciplines. He hoped to unify Christian denominations through reason, to build mechanical calculating machines for everyday tasks, and to see his beloved academies flourish. Yet life had whittled away many illusions. He pressed on, determined that if the present age misunderstood him, future centuries might unravel and appreciate the kaleidoscopic tapestry he had woven. By 1716, Leibniz's health was in a rapid downward spiral. Gout attacks became frequent, confining him to his chambers. He corresponded relentlessly from his sickbed, dictating letters that ranged from theological queries to advanced calculus problems. The genealogical project, still incomplete, weighed upon him like a perpetual storm cloud. He fretted that his inability to deliver it kept him alienated from the court he once served so faithfully. Despite physical torment, his mind remained agile. In these final months, he drafted addenda to his philosophical works, clarifying the nature of God's interaction with monads and reaffirming his concept of pre-established harmony. He toyed with expansions to his universal logical calculus, though few around him grasped the depth of this notion. Occasionally, local visitors found him immersed in code-like symbols scrawled in the margins of pages, attempting to refine the universal language he had long championed. The watchful eye of the world, however, was directed elsewhere. In England, Newton's star shone bright. The Royal Society bustled with new discoveries in physics and astronomy, lionising Newton as the era's supreme intellect. Among continental mathematicians, Leibniz still had defenders, but many avoided the priority debate, seeking to maintain favourable relations with English patrons. The calm acceptance that both men had discovered calculus independently was overshadowed by patriotic fervour. It pained Leibniz to see scientific enterprise tainted by a nationalistic rivalry, but he was too frail to launch new campaigns for reconciliation. Meanwhile, in Hanover, the genealogical archives remained a labyrinth. Leibniz's assistant, Johann Georg von Eckhart, struggled to impose order. The scale of the research dwarfed any realistic timeline. Leibniz's critics within the court whispered that he was stalling or incompetent. He tried to explain that thorough scholarship couldn't be rushed, but such arguments fell flat. Even benevolent courtiers held the belief that his diverse interests had dispersed his efforts, condemning him to incomplete masterpieces. In a poignant twist, King George I visited Hanover briefly in 1716, but made no effort to see his once esteemed advisor. Official records note the king's arrival, lavish entertainment, and dinners with local officials. Leibniz, laid up in his house, received no summons. The slight cut was deep. After decades of loyal service, he was all but invisible to the monarch he had helped ascend. Gossip circulated that Leibniz had become an eccentric footnote to Hanoverian power, useful once, but now overshadowed by more straightforward administrators. Amid this gloom, a flicker of hope arrived. Mathematicians in Basel and Paris wrote politely to say they still used his notation. Younger scholars credited his differential approach for clarifying certain series expansions. Certain French savants expressed admiration for his philosophical breadth, even if they found some ideas cryptic. This acknowledgement cheered him, affirming that seeds planted in earlier decades still bore fruit. Yet the toll on his body was irreversible. In November 1716, he succumbed to illness. His passing was quiet, nearly unnoticed by local dignitaries. Legend holds that only his personal secretary accompanied the coffin, no state funeral, no grand eulogy. That a man of such towering intellect could depart so unceremoniously underscored how ephemeral court favour could be. Letters announcing his death trickled across Europe, prompting scattered obituaries. Newton is said to have responded with indifference. Others, like the Bernoullis, penned tributes praising Leibniz's brilliance while lamenting the bitterness of the calculus feud. For a time, his memory lingered in pockets of the continent, but was overshadowed by the mighty Newtonian edifice in England. The 18th century marched on, enthralled by Newton's physics as Leibniz's contributions simmered quietly in the domain of pure math and logic. Only later, particularly with the rise of symbolic logic in the 19th and 20th centuries, would historians revisit his manuscripts to discover how visionary his attempts at a universal logical framework had been. In death, as in life, he remained a figure of paradox, near forgotten by the princely family he served, overshadowed by Mohammed Newton in the public eye, yet revered in specialised circles that recognised the depth of his innovations, over centuries. As his letters and papers were studied more thoroughly, the full scope of his genius emerged. He was not simply the other inventor of calculus, but a pioneering philosopher, logician, historian and diplomat. The universal tapestry he strove to weave would continue unfolding long after his solitary funeral. Long after Leibniz's quiet burial in Hanover, the intellectual world gradually rediscovered his legacy. Throughout the 18th century, the dominance of Newtonian physics eclipsed any hint of continental mathematics. But behind the scenes, mathematicians in Basel, Berlin, and Paris refined Leibnizian calculus. The Bernoullis, along with Leonhard Euler, integrated Leibniz's notation into an edifice that made advanced differential equations tractable. By the mid-1700s, a new generation scarcely questioned which style of calculus they used. Leibniz's notation had prevailed for its clarity. Still, the philosophical side of his work awaited fuller appreciation. His monadology circulated in limited circles, mystifying many. Enlightenment thinkers like Voltaire ridiculed the best of all possible worlds as naive optimism. In his satire Candide, Voltaire lampooned a thinly disguised Leibniz as Dr. Pangloss, forever rationalising horrors. Consequently, for decades, the Leibnizian worldview was misread as a Pollyannish refusal to face reality. Yet other thinkers sensed deeper currents. Immanuel Kant, though forging his path, engaged with Leibniz's rationalist ideas. The tension between empirical data and innate concepts found echoes in Leibniz's attempt to unify logic and experience. In Catholic theological circles, his quest to reconcile Protestant and Catholic doctrines sparked renewed interest, even if his grand ecumenical project never reached fruition. And in the realm of language philosophy, scattered references to his Characteristica Universalis kept haunting dreamers who yearned for a perfect symbolic system. By the 19th century, German scholarship turned back to Leibniz. Historians recognised he was a key figure bridging the Renaissance's classical scholarship and the Enlightenment's scientific rigour. Scholars published new editions of his letters, revealing the extent of his global correspondence, from Jesuits in China discussing mathematics to French philologists analysing word roots to British astronomers exchanging star charts. Each letter showcased the universal scope of his curiosity. In parallel, the modern field of symbolic logic, spearheaded by George Boole, Gottlob Frege and others, unearthed Leibniz's unheeded manuscripts. They found he had sketched the basics of a formal logic, anticipating the idea that reasoning could be reduced to symbolic manipulation. This realization cast him as a prophet of the digital age, centuries ahead in imagining a calculus of reason. Instead of a footnote to Newton, he began to be lauded as a forerunner of computer science, an irony that would have delighted the inventor of the mechanical stepped reckoner. Mathematicians, too, gave him a fresh nod. Euler, Lagrange, and Cauchy had built mainstream calculus using Leibnizian symbols, unconsciously vindicating his approach. Newton's fluxions faded from textbooks, replaced by dx and di. Over time, the bitterness of the priority dispute waned, replaced by a consensus that both men made seminal contributions. Yet the clarity and adaptability of Leibniz's notation triumphed, ensuring that every subsequent student of calculus inadvertently echoed his innovations. Philosophers of religion revisited his theodicy, finding a sophisticated attempt to defend divine providence against the problem of evil. While few modern theologians embraced it wholesale, they acknowledged its significance as an early attempt at rational theodicy. Others re-evaluated his monads, seeing them less as random speculation and more as a precursor to certain idealist philosophies in Germany. Hegel, for instance, referenced Leibniz's notion of internal reflection. The French philosopher Gilles Deleuze praised Leibniz's folds, reimagining them for postmodern thought. In the 20th century, the digital revolution casts Leibniz in an even more prophetic light. The binary numeral system, which forms the basis of modern computing, had been explored by Leibniz centuries earlier when he studied the I Ching and envisioned representing all knowledge with ones and zeros. This revelation cemented his reputation as an intellectual who straddled multiple epochs, an aristocratic court advisor who also intuited the logic of future machines. Today, statues of Leibniz stand in Hanover and Leipzig. Institutions named after him foster interdisciplinary research, echoing his conviction that knowledge is one grand continuum. The genealogical history that vexed him remains unfinished, overshadowed by more seminal achievements. Historians marvel at his energy. He left an estimated 200,000 pages of manuscripts, many still unpublished. Each new trove underscores how one man tried to unify law, mathematics, theology, diplomacy, and mechanical innovation under a single rational framework. Thus, the orphan boy who once wandered his father's library in post-war Leipzig emerged as a titan bridging multiple disciplines, forging new frontiers in logic and calculus, all while manoeuvring through the labyrinth of European politics. His final years may have ended in relative obscurity, but posterity reclaimed him as a figure of kaleidoscopic brilliance. More than 3 centuries later, Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz endures as an emblem of intellectual ambition, a reminder that the boundaries of knowledge can be transcended by those audacious enough to imagine all truths converging. So as we reach the end of our main story for tonight, you guys all know what that means. It's sleepy time if you haven't already reached that state. Normally, my insomniacs know we have backups, old and new, in case this doesn't work. But we're always reaching new friends every single day. So if you're still awake, don't panic. I'll always try my best to help you out. We all deserve a perfect amount of rest, especially on the weekends, where it gives us time to rejuvenate. Take it easy, my friends, and as I always say, good night and sleep tight. The American Civil War didn't happen overnight. It was the result of tensions that had been building for decades, tensions rooted in profound differences between the North and South. At the heart of it all was the issue of slavery. In the South, slavery wasn't just an institution, it was their economy. Cotton fields stretched as far as the eye could see, and the labour of enslaved people made the South incredibly wealthy. But it came at an unbearable cost, the humanity of millions denied, their voices silenced. In the North, things were changing. The Industrial Revolution was taking hold, and with it came growing calls to abolish slavery. People were starting to speak out more, questioning how a nation built on the idea of liberty could allow such a system to exist. This wasn't just a difference of opinion, it was a clash of values, one that only grew louder as time went on. Then there was the question of states' rights. Southern leaders believed they had the right to govern themselves without interference, especially when it came to slavery. They feared that the federal government, growing stronger by the year, would strip them of their autonomy. On the other side, many in the North believed that a united country required a strong central government, one that could uphold the principles of freedom and equality. The country tried to hold itself together through compromise. The Missouri Compromise, the Compromise of 1850, these were like bandages on a wound that just wouldn't heal. Each new agreement seemed to deepen the mistrust between the North and South. By the 1850s, things were nearing a breaking point. Laws like the Fugitive Slave Act demanded that even people in free states help capture runaway slaves, and that outraged abolitionists. Books like Harriet Beecher Stowe's Uncle Tom's Cabin brought the horrors of slavery to light, stirring emotions on both sides. Then came politics. The Republican Party was formed, with a platform that directly opposed the expansion of slavery. When Abraham Lincoln was elected president in 1860, it was the final straw for the South. His victory wasn't just a political loss, it felt like a direct threat to their way of life. Southern states began to secede from the Union, forming the Confederate States of America, and just like that, the country reached its breaking point. The differences that had been simmering for so long finally boiled over, leading to a conflict that would redefine what it meant to be an American. As you think about these divisions, take a deep breath. Picture the people living through this time, the fear, the hope, the uncertainty. Let the weight of their struggles soften as you relax, knowing that history is full of lessons about resilience, progress, and the power of moving forward. By the spring of 1861, the tensions that had been tearing the nation apart finally reached a boiling point. In Charleston, South Carolina, a small Union garrison stationed at Fort Sumter found itself surrounded by Confederate forces. The fort had become a symbol of defiance for the Union and a test of legitimacy for the Confederacy. Both sides knew that what happened there could set the tone for what was to come. After weeks of tense standoff, Confederate forces under the command of General P.G.T. Beauregard demanded that the Union troops surrender the fort. When Major Robert Anderson, the Union commander, refused, the Confederate forces opened fire on April 12, 1861. For 34 hours the cannons roared, lighting up the harbour with fiery streaks and deafening booms. The soldiers inside Fort Sumter endured the bombardment as best they could, but with no reinforcements and supplies dwindling, Major Anderson had no choice but to surrender. The fall of Fort Sumter was more than just the opening act of the Civil War. It was a spark that ignited the passions of both the North and South. News of the attack spread like wildfire, stirring anger and determination on both sides. In the North, President Abraham Lincoln issued a call for 75,000 volunteers to suppress the rebellion. The response was overwhelming, with men from towns and cities across the Union stepping forward, ready to fight for the preservation of the nation. In the South, the bombardment of Fort Sumter was seen as a declaration of independence. More states, including Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, and Arkansas, joined the Confederacy. The divide was now complete, the lines drawn between two very different visions of America. The early days of the war were marked by a sense of optimism on both sides. Many believed the conflict would be brief, with one decisive battle bringing it to an end. Young men marched off to war with confidence, their families cheering them on with flags and songs. But beneath the surface, the reality of what was to come was far graver than anyone could imagine. As you think about the beginnings of this war, allow your mind to soften its grip on the tension. Picture the soldiers standing on the shores of Charleston Harbour, their breaths visible in the cool dawn air, their thoughts uncertain but resolute. Imagine the cannon fire fading into silence, replaced by the gentle rhythm of waves lapping against the shore. Let this moment remind you that even in the face of division, hope and resolve can endure. As the war moved from the hopeful marches of its early days to the grim reality of prolonged conflict, the battles became larger, bloodier, and more devastating than anyone could have imagined. Names like Antietam, Gettysburg, and Vicksburg became etched into the collective memory of a nation forever changed by the horrors of war. In September 1862, the Battle of Antietam unfolded in Maryland. It was a single day of unimaginable carnage. Soldiers clashed in cornfields and along winding roads, with cannon fire and musket shots tearing through the air. By the end of the day, more than 22,000 men were dead, wounded, or missing. The ground was soaked with blood, and the scale of the losses left an indelible mark on those who survived. But out of this tragedy came a turning point. President Lincoln used the Union's strategic victory at Antietam to announce the Emancipation Proclamation, redefining the war as a fight not just to preserve the Union but to end slavery. Then came Gettysburg, the battle often seen as the turning point of the war. For 3 days in July 1863, Union and Confederate forces clashed in the rolling hills and fields of Pennsylvania. The stakes were enormous and the fighting relentless. On the third day, Confederate General Robert E. Lee ordered a bold assault known as Pickett's Charge. Thousands of Confederate soldiers marched across an open field under withering Union fire. The charge failed, leaving the Confederate army battered and retreating. Gettysburg marked the beginning of the end for the Confederacy, but the cost was staggering. More than 50,000 casualties in just 3 days. Further south, the Union Army achieved another critical victory at Vicksburg, Mississippi, securing control of the Mississippi River. The campaign was grueling, with soldiers enduring sweltering heat, constant skirmishes, and the hardships of siege warfare. When Vicksburg fell on July 4th, 1863, the Confederacy was effectively split in two, a devastating blow to their cause. These battles revealed the full weight of the Civil War, not just in numbers but in the profound human cost. Families mourned the loss of fathers, brothers and sons. Soldiers bore the scars of battle, both physical and emotional. The countryside was littered with the remnants of war, broken cannons, torn flags, and fields that once grew crops now filled with unmarked graves. As you reflect on these moments, let your thoughts rest lightly on the courage of those who lived through these battles. Picture the quiet after the storm, the fields growing still, the sun setting over the hills, and the long shadows stretching across the land. Let this image of stillness and resilience bring a sense of calm to your own thoughts, reminding you that even in the darkest times, there is always a path to healing. While the Civil War raged on the battlefields, the lives of those who remained at home were transformed in ways that were just as profound. Families were torn apart, communities reshaped, and everyday life became a constant balancing act between hope and hardship. In the North, industry boomed as factories shifted their focus to produce weapons, uniforms, and supplies for the Union Army. Women took on roles they had never imagined, working in factories, managing farms, and volunteering as nurses. Clara Barton, who would later found the American Red Cross, became a symbol of this era, tirelessly caring for wounded soldiers and earning the nickname the Angel of the Battlefield. But even as the war effort created new opportunities, it brought heartache, with families anxiously awaiting news from the front lines. In the South, the war brought devastation. Cities like Atlanta and Richmond were transformed into hubs of Confederate military activity, but as Union forces advanced, they left a trail of destruction in their wake. Fields that once grew cotton and tobacco now stood fallow or burned. With so many men away fighting, women and children were left to manage farms, often without the resources they needed. Food shortages became common, and Confederate currency quickly lost its value, plunging families into poverty. Both sides experienced the emotional toll of war. Letters became lifelines, offering glimpses of love, worry, and resilience. Soldiers wrote about the hardships they faced, while their families wrote back with words of encouragement and longing. These letters carried the weight of entire relationships, connecting lives separated by hundreds of miles. In addition to the physical and emotional struggles, the war also brought questions of identity and purpose. Enslaved people in the South began to seize opportunities for freedom as Union forces advanced. Some escaped to the North, while others joined the Union Army, fighting for their own liberation and the promise of a new life. The Emancipation Proclamation, announced in 1862, gave their efforts a powerful voice, transforming the war into a fight not just for unity but for justice. Amid all this upheaval, communities found moments of solace. Churches became places of gathering and prayer, offering comfort to those who had lost so much. Music, too, became a source of strength. Patriotic anthems, sorrowful ballads, and spirituals filled the air, reflecting the hopes and fears of a nation at war. As you reflect on the home front, allow yourself to feel the weight of these quiet acts of resilience. Picture a mother sewing by candlelight, her stitches steady even as her heart aches with worry, or a soldier reading a letter from home, finding strength in the words of love and hope. Let these moments of humanity remind you of the enduring power of connection, even in the face of immense challenge. By 1864, the Civil War had entered its fourth year. The hope for a quick resolution had long faded, replaced by the grim reality of a war that seemed to have no end. But momentum was beginning to shift. The Union, under new and determined leadership, launched a series of campaigns that would bring the war to a close, though not without immense sacrifice. General Ulysses S. Grant had risen to command the Union forces, bringing with him a relentless strategy of total war. Unlike his predecessors, Grant was willing to engage the Confederate armies directly, knowing that the Union's superior numbers and resources could eventually wear them down. His overland campaign in Virginia was brutal, with battles like the Wilderness and Cold Harbor leaving tens of thousands dead. Yet Grant pressed on, earning the nickname Unconditional Surrender for his unwavering resolve. In the Deep South, General William Tecumseh Sherman carried out his infamous March to the Sea, cutting a path of destruction from Atlanta to Savannah. Sherman's goal was to break the South's will to fight by targeting not just its armies, but its infrastructure and resources. Railroads were torn up, factories dismantled, and crops burned. The devastation was immense, but it succeeded in crippling the Confederacy's ability to sustain the war. As Union forces closed in, Confederate morale began to crumble. Desertions increased, supplies dwindled, and the reality of defeat loomed. In April 1865, General Robert E. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia, the backbone of the Confederate forces, found itself surrounded near the village of Appomattox Courthouse. With no hope of escape, Lee met with Grant to negotiate surrender. Their meeting on April 9th, 1865, marked the end of the war's major fighting. The terms Grant offered were generous, allowing Confederate soldiers to return home with their horses and personal belongings. His intention was to heal the nation rather than humiliate its defeated half. It was a moment of quiet dignity, the beginning of a long and difficult process of reconciliation. Yet, even as the war ended, its cost was staggering. More than 600,000 lives had been lost, and much of the South lay in ruins. President Abraham Lincoln, who had guided the Union through its darkest hours, would not live to see the fruits of his efforts. Just days after Lee's surrender, Lincoln was assassinated by John Wilkes Booth, a Confederate sympathizer, plunging the nation into mourning. The war had answered two critical questions. The Union would endure and slavery would not, but it left behind deep scars, both physical and emotional, that would take generations to heal. The Reconstruction era that followed was fraught with challenges, as the nation struggled to rebuild and redefine itself. As you reflect on the end of this monumental conflict, let the weight of its lessons rest gently in your thoughts. Imagine the quiet after the surrender, the weary soldiers returning home, the fields gradually returning to life, and the first rays of hope shining through the darkness. Let these images remind you of the strength it takes to rebuild and the enduring resilience of the human spirit. When the guns fell silent and the soldiers returned home, the United States was a changed nation. The Civil War had been a crucible, testing the very foundation of the country and reshaping its identity forever. Though the fighting was over, the legacy of this monumental conflict continued to echo through the generations, shaping the path forward for a fractured but hopeful nation. One of the most profound outcomes of the war was the abolition of slavery. The Emancipation Proclamation had begun this process, but it was the 13th Amendment, ratified in December 1865, that formally ended the institution that had defined so much of the nation's conflict. Millions of formerly enslaved people began new lives, but the road ahead was steep. The promises of freedom were met with resistance, and the Reconstruction era revealed just how deep the division still ran. The war also redefined the relationship between the states and the federal government. No longer would the question of secession hang over the Union. The victory of the North solidified the idea that the United States was not just a collection of states, but a single, indivisible nation. It was a hard-fought truth, one that cost countless lives but ultimately preserved the Union. Yet the scars of war were everywhere. The South faced immense physical and economic devastation. Cities had been reduced to rubble, and entire communities were struggling to rebuild. The loss of so many men left families broken and towns forever changed. Even in the North, where victory was celebrated, the weight of the sacrifices made was impossible to ignore. For the soldiers who fought, the war left an indelible mark. Some returned home to rebuild their lives, carrying memories of camaraderie and courage. Others bore wounds, both seen and unseen, that would shape the rest of their days. Memorials began to rise in towns across the country, honouring the fallen and reminding future generations of the cost of conflict. The Civil War also left a legacy of storytelling. Veterans shared their experiences, songs from the era became part of the cultural fabric, and writers like Walt Whitman and Ambrose Bierce captured the emotional depth of the war in poetry and prose. These stories served not only to remember, but to help a nation heal, to bridge the gaps between North and South, and to offer lessons for the future. As you reflect on the legacy of the Civil War, let the enormity of its lessons settle softly in your thoughts. Imagine the strength of a people rebuilding from such a devastating chapter, the resilience to start anew, the courage to face an uncertain future, and the hope that guided them toward a brighter horizon. Let these reflections fill you with a quiet sense of gratitude and peace. Paul Revere's name evokes images of a midnight ride, urgent calls for militias, and the onset of the American Revolution. Yet few realise the full scope of the man behind that iconic alarm. He was a silversmith, engraver, early industrialist, and a shrewd networker who navigated Boston's circles of artisans, merchants, and political agitators. Born on January 1st, 1735, Old Style, to Apollos Revere, a French Huguenot immigrant, and Deborah Hitchborn, a Boston native. Revere was destined to bridge cultures and communities at a time when colonial society seethed with discontent under British rule. Apollos Revere, who soon anglicised his name to Paul Revere, taught his son the art of silverwork. This trade anchored the younger Paul's fortunes. He grew up in Boston's North End, surrounded by wharves, taverns, and religious meeting houses, absorbing the rhythms of a busy port city. While modern retellings jumped straight to his patriotic escapades, his formative years shaped his destiny in more subtle ways. By age 15, the death of his father thrust him into the role of family provider. The teenage apprentice had to complete his training, manage the family's affairs, and forge connections with established silversmiths and merchants during the 1750s. Revere served briefly in the provincial army in the French and Indian War, an experience that gave him a glimpse of Britain's broader colonial entanglements. Upon returning to Boston, he embraced the trade of silversmithing wholeheartedly, creating not just decorative pieces, but also practical items like buckles and utensils. He prided himself on detail, marketing his wares to a clientele that spanned from modest craftsmen to the colony's rising middle class. Invoices preserved from this period reveal that Revere offered credit, advanced new designs, and constantly hustled for commissions. That brand of entrepreneurial spirit would later fuel his ability to mobilize networks for revolutionary purposes. By the early 1760s, tensions simmered throughout Massachusetts. The Sugar Act, the Stamp Act, and subsequent taxes outraged merchants and tradespeople alike. Revere found himself among a group of Boston artisans who gathered at local taverns to vent frustrations. These enclaves brewed the earliest forms of organised protest. Revere soon discovered he possessed a knack for articulating grievances through his engravings. It was not only an art form but also a political tool, effectively circulating ideas and stoking public sentiment against perceived British overreach. His iconic engravings of the Boston Massacre, albeit dramatised, helped radicalise many colonists. Apart from engraving, Revere proved versatile in forging social bonds. He was active in the Masonic Lodge of St Andrew, where he crossed paths with influential figures like Joseph Warren. He joined local fire clubs, an essential community fixture at a time when wooden buildings posed constant fire hazards. The same network that helped keep Boston safe from flames also functioned as a communication hub when secrecy was paramount. Revere's involvement in such clubs honed his skills at organising committees and planning contingencies. Revere witnessed the growing tension between the British authorities and colonial protesters as the decade progressed. He witnessed the formation of the Sons of Liberty, a loosely knit group bent on resisting British policy through boycotts, demonstrations, and occasionally more aggressive tactics. While Samuel Adams and John Hancock garnered the spotlight, Revere operated just beneath it, linking tradesmen, printers, and mariners to the cause. He carried messages across town, utilised his network to fundraise for boycotts, and orchestrated covert gatherings. In summary, the man played a significant role in the turbulent events that preceded the revolution. His silver shop bustled by day, forging items for well-to-do patrons, while by night he frequently huddled with patriots in back rooms. This dual existence, both an honest craftsman in broad daylight and a clandestine activist in the twilight, gave Revere an uncommon vantage point. He understood the grievances of merchants taxed by Parliament and the resentments of sailors harassed by British naval patrols. He also grasped the precarious existence of apprentices who found themselves jobless whenever tensions flared. In the early 1770s, Revere faced a crucial decision. He could either maintain his status as a respected craftsman and avoid radical elements, or he could fully dedicate himself to the resistance that was forming around him. That choice would define his role in the uncertain months ahead, as Britain tightened its grip and Boston braced for confrontation. His decision to lean into activism would soon thrust him into history's pages, though he never guessed that a single midnight ride would overshadow decades of other contributions. As Britain stepped up the enforcement of colonial policies, Revere and his compatriots adapted. No single figure commanded the burgeoning movement. Instead, it operated through committees, correspondences, and loosely affiliated networks of tradesmen, small merchants, and outspoken patriots. Revere proved instrumental in bridging these circles. He was neither the wealthiest merchant nor the most fiery orator, but his profound knowledge of Boston's geography and his wide array of personal relationships made him indispensable. He played a key role in the intelligence game that developed as tensions rose. The British, suspecting the colonies of seditious intent, planted informants and seized letters. Meanwhile, patriot leaders formed committees of correspondence in every town, forging a parallel information network that bypassed royal officials. Revere often served as a courier, riding to distant towns, Worcester, Salem, even Portsmouth, to update them on the latest developments. These journeys were not glamorous. Winter roads were treacherous, lodgings minimal. But Revere's skill at travelling incognito, changing routes unpredictably, and winning trust at local taverns kept the chain of communication robust. Beyond his courier work, continued engraving political cartoons. His depiction of the Boston Tea Party, for instance, circulated widely, capturing the moment when patriots dumped British tea into the harbour. The incident itself was more chaotic than Revere's engraving suggested. He presented it as a unified, disciplined act, an image that bolstered the patriots' claim of moral high ground. He also contributed subtly altered prints of the governor or British officers, turning them into caricatures for distribution among sympathisers. These images, pinned up in print shops or posted in meeting halls, served as rallying symbols. One lesser-known chapter in Revere's life involved the Suffolk Resolves, drafted in 1774 by Boston leaders. These resolutions rejected the coercive acts and called for civil disobedience. Revere was entrusted with delivering a copy to the First Continental Congress in Philadelphia. The journey south exposed him to a broader colonial landscape, forging connections with the leaders from other colonies. He returned more convinced than ever that Massachusetts was not alone in protesting. Meanwhile, his reliability as a messenger soared in the eyes of figures like John Adams. Yet Revere was not purely a political operative. He had a family. His first wife, Sarah Orne, had borne him several children before passing away in 1773, and he later married Rachel Walker, who also became part of the extended Revere clan. Balancing domestic life with clandestine patriot activity proved stressful. Friends recalled that Revere's silver shop sometimes functioned as an unofficial meeting site, though it remained primarily a commercial venture. He might sit at his workbench, forging spoons or teapots, while patriots gathered in a small side room to whisper about British troop movements. By 1775, British authorities began to suspect that Boston's artisans played a larger role in the unrest than previously assumed. Regular army officers roamed the city, searching for hidden arms depots. Rumours swirled of British plans to arrest key rebel leaders, particularly John Hancock and Samuel Adams, who had left Boston for the relative safety in Lexington and Concord. Meanwhile, Massachusetts patriots had stored gunpowder in Concord, a small town west of Boston, anticipating a confrontation. As both sides prepared for the potential next move, tensions escalated. During this turbulent period, the Patriot leadership developed a signal system. Should the British launch a sudden strike, watchers at the Old North Church would hang lanterns to indicate whether the troops moved by land or by boat across the Charles River. Revere was part of the group that set this plan in motion, but to reduce risk, it was a friend, Robert Newman, who would hang the lanterns. Revere himself would undertake the hazardous ride to warn Hancock and Adams and rouse the militias along the route. In the days leading to that famous night, Revere scarcely slept. He conferred with Dr. Joseph Warren, who was privy to fresh intelligence suggesting British movements were imminent. The plan was bold, the stakes enormous. If the British discovered it, Revere faced imprisonment or worse. But he recognised that a swift warning might unify thousands of militiamen before the royal troops could seize arms or arrest leaders. No single courier could accomplish the entire job alone. Others, like William Dawes, shared the load. Still, Revere's role would become legendary, overshadowing the fact that a network, not one man, fueled that night's alert. Hence, as April 1775 dawned, Revere stood on a precipice. All the clandestine work, the rides to scattered towns and the coded signals at church steeples led to this juncture. The next hours would test his resourcefulness, bravery, and knack for quiet coordination, traits honed over years, now culminating in a midnight dash that would echo through American lore. On the evening of April 18th, 1775, Paul Revere prepared to leave Boston. British officers had become conspicuous near the docks, though many Bostonians, loyalists included, believed the troops would attempt to show a force the next day. Revere, however, suspected otherwise. He navigated through dark streets to the Charles River's edge, where a small boat awaited. Two friends rowed him quietly across, muffling oarlocks with cloth to avoid drawing the attention of the British warship anchored to nearby. Revere reached the Charlestown side and found a borrowed horse waiting. Simultaneously, Robert Newman stood at the Old North Church tower, prepared to hoist 2 lanterns in the event of British troops launching from the water. Those signals would inform watchers in Charlestown, who would then spread the alarm by alternative routes. Revere's task was to ride directly to Lexington, rousing the countryside as he went. Another rider, William Dawes, would take a separate path, ensuring that if one was stopped, the other might succeed. Mounting his horse, Revere began the journey. At first, the roads lay eerily quiet, lit only by moonlight or the occasional lantern in a window. He knocked on farmhouse doors, calling to sleeping patriots, "The regulars are on the move," or words to that effect. He never actually shouted, "The British are coming," since many colonists still considered themselves British. Instead, he typically used phrases like, "The regulars are out," to alert local militias. Families woke groggily, but recognised Revere by name or from prior visits. Swiftly they dressed, collected muskets, began passing word to neighbours further inland. The ride was not free of peril. At one point, Revere spotted 2 British officers on horseback. Fearing capture, he evaded them by dashing off on a side path, relying on his memory of the terrain. The near encounter heightened his urgency. Every minute counted. If the British marched swiftly, they could seize the arms in Concord or intercept Hancock and Adams before local militias mustered. Arriving in Lexington around midnight, Revere found Hancock and Adams lodging at the home of Reverend Jonas Clark. He delivered his news. British forces would soon move to confiscate colonial weapons and possibly arrest Patriot leaders. The 2 men hesitated, uncertain whether the threat was immediate. Meanwhile, locals debated the best course. Having done his duty of warning them, Revere prepared to continue on to Concord to spread the alarm further. By coincidence, Dawes arrived in Lexington shortly after Revere, having navigated a separate route. They connected with another rider, Dr. Samuel Prescott, who agreed to guide them to Concord, being intimately familiar with the area. The trio set off, determined to alert the entire region. Not far along, a British patrol lay in wait. The redcoats tried to block them on a narrow road. Dawes managed to slip away, though he lost his horse soon after. Prescott, an agile rider, vaulted a fence into the woods and escaped captivity, successfully reaching Concord. Revere, however, was detained. The officers interrogated Revere, suspecting he carried vital intelligence. He admitted British troops were heading to Concord, but did not conceal that the militias had been forewarned. Stunned by his candour, the officers tried to hustle him along to figure out the scope of the Patriot plan. They soon heard gunfire in the distance, the sound of militiamen already mobilising. Alarmed that their mission was compromised, the officers let Revere go. He found his way back to Lexington on foot, arriving just in time to witness the earliest skirmishes on Lexington Green at dawn. Thus ended Revere's ride, and thus began open conflict in the war that would shape a nation. The militias converged as intended. Though the British pressed on to Concord, they encountered a growing throng of armed colonists. The day ended in a chaotic retreat for the redcoats, an event that echoed far beyond Massachusetts. News of this standoff would spark the colony's transformation from scattered protests into a full-blown revolution. Paul Revere's role on that pivotal night was merely one component of a larger chain. Others, Dawes, Prescott, local watchers, played equally critical roles. Yet over time, popular mythology spotlighted Revere as the lone hero, galloping through the countryside. Decades later, Henry Wadsworth Longfellow's poem, which condensed the story into a stirring call to arms, greatly contributed to Revere's fame. In reality, Revere's ride was but one expression of a complex strategy. However, it was sufficient to permanently inscribe him in America's collective consciousness as the individual who raised the alarm, thereby altering the course of history. Once the battles at Lexington and Concord ignited warfare, Paul Revere's story did not pause. He continued serving the revolutionary cause in myriad ways, some unsung, others overshadowed by the flash of his midnight ride. In the following months, Boston became a hotbed of tension. The British held the city, while colonial forces encircled it. Revere worked on intelligence and logistical tasks, using his expertise in messaging and in crowd coordination to keep patriots informed. One key project saw him turning from silver to metal of another kind. Massachusetts needed cannon, shot, and other munitions. As a skilled artisan, Revere adapted his workshop for manufacturing. Though not a large-scale operation, his foundry contributed metal fittings and small arms components. He tinkered with the ways to produce gunpowder, though that challenge required specialised mills. Meanwhile, Revere participated in local committees that governed the region in the absence of British authority, ensuring daily life continued amid chaos. Amid these labours, tragedy struck. Dr. Joseph Warren, Revere's friend and fellow patriot, was killed in June 1775 at the Battle of Bunker Hill. Warren's death hit Revere hard. The two had collaborated closely in mobilising the earliest resistance, and Warren's medical skill had saved countless lives in prior skirmishes. The heartbreak sharpened Revere's resolve. The cost of independence was high, yet men like Warren believed in it passionately. Revere channeled that sorrow into further commitments, travelling frequently between revolutionary committees in Cambridge and outlying towns. The British finally evacuated Boston in March 1776, a turning point that caused jubilation among the patriots. Revere moved back into the city, reclaiming his silver shop, but found it in disarray after months of occupation. Repairs were needed before normal business could resume. However, normal business had become a distant memory by that point. The war had shifted to other colonies, and Revere's skill set remained valuable. He volunteered for militia service and was appointed a lieutenant colonel of artillery in the Massachusetts militia. This role combined administrative oversight, ensuring troops had supplies and equipment, with strategic input, drawing on his knowledge of local fortifications. In 1778, Revere participated in the ill-fated Penobscot expedition, an attempt by the Massachusetts militia to oust British forces in present-day Maine. The expedition ended in disaster, with the colonial fleet scuttled and troops forced to retreat through the wilderness. Revere faced criticism for his actions there, especially regarding disputes over the chain of command. A court-martial ensued, questioning whether he had disobeyed orders or abandoned his post. While eventually exonerated, the incident left a sour note in his military career, contrasting sharply with the heroic aura of his earlier ride. Undeterred, he continued assisting in local defences, forging new connections with revolutionary leaders. In the final years of the war, Revere balanced militia duties with attempts to stabilise his personal livelihood. The prolonged conflict had disrupted normal commerce, and craftsmen across the colonies struggled. Revere's adaptability shone once more. He introduced new techniques, such as rolling copper sheets for naval use, precursor to his later achievements in metalworking that would flourish post-war. Throughout these years, Revere also engaged in the social fabric of the budding republic. He joined societies discussing ways to structure the new nation's governance. He was active in the movement that eventually produced the Massachusetts Constitution. Among his lesser-known efforts was involvement with the local intelligence apparatus to verify rumours of British espionage or infiltration. He was not a central spy master, but he knew the city intimately and could trace suspicious activity. The same street smarts that fueled his 1775 ride aided him once again. When the Treaty of Paris finally ended the Revolutionary War in 1783, Revere was approaching 50. He had served as craftsman, courier, militia officer, and community organiser, roles overshadowed by that single night's gallop into legend. Yet he emerged from the war with a moderate standing, his workshop battered, but not ruined. Boston's economy was in flux, but Revere saw opportunities ahead. He recognised that the new United States, short on domestic manufacturing, would need local industries to replace imports once supplied by Britain. Thus, as the guns fell silent, Revere pivoted from the chaos of war to the prospect of peace. He had learned about large-scale metalwork from wartime demands. Now he sought to parlay that knowledge into a business advantage. He opened new ventures, such as a hardware store and a foundry capable of casting bells and cannons. This transformation signalled his next chapter, a shift from revolutionary operative to pioneering industrialist. Despite everything, he held on to the memory of Bunker Hill, lost friends, and that ride on a moonlit night, which shaped him into a man determined to help forge a stable, prosperous future for the Republic he helped birth. In the post-war era, Paul Revere harnessed his entrepreneurial spirit to elevate Boston's manufacturing capabilities. While many Americans clung to small-scale artisanal methods, he envisioned something grander, an industrial growth that could rival Europe's established foundries. His experiences rolling copper for naval uses and casting small cannons during the war primed him for expansions. Through determined trial and error, Revere built a thriving copperworks enterprise. It began with smaller tasks, producing copper bolts, spikes, and fittings for local shipyards. Boston, a bustling maritime hub, offered a ready market. Over time, Revere realised the potential for roofing large buildings with copper sheets, a technique popular in European cathedrals but rare in the young United States. He also recognised the possibility of sheathing the hulls of wooden ships with copper to prevent wood-boring pests and reduce marine growth. If widely adopted, copper sheathing could dramatically enhance a vessel's speed and lifespan, improving profitability for shipping companies. Yet capital was scarce. Revere searched for partners or backers, but often found scepticism. Most believed large-scale metalwork too risky. Unfazed, Revere used his personal savings, accumulated from decades of silver work, taking on loans at high interest. He arranged shipments of raw copper from mines in Connecticut or further afield. By the late 1780s, he operated a modest rolling mill, though it struggled to match the consistency of British imports. Undeterred, He laboured to refine techniques, tinkering with furnace temperatures and rolling machinery designs. Alongside forging a copper empire, Revere remained active in civic life. He joined the Massachusetts Charitable Mechanic Association, which championed tradesmen's rights and advanced mechanical innovations. In addition, he oversaw community initiatives aimed at improving infrastructure, Boston's roads, bridges, and fire services. This synergy of public service and private enterprise mirrored the developing ethos of the New Republic, where personal success and collective well-being intertwined. His family also expanded, father to a large brood. Revere expected his children to learn a trade or assist in the family businesses. Sons began helping in the foundry, learning practical skills from their father. Daughters were often educated enough to maintain household finances and even dabble in commercial tasks. The Revere clan became a microcosm of the emergent middle class, part tradition-bound, part forward-looking. At times, dinner discussions likely encompassed everything from forging techniques to local politics. During this period, the new federal government sought to strengthen America's naval capacity. Threats loomed off the Barbary coast, where pirates seized merchant ships. The US Navy needed warships, and Revere saw his chance. He pitched his copper sheathing to the government, arguing that adopting homegrown manufacturing would reduce dependence on foreign supplies. Despite initial reservations, officials recognized the strategic advantage. By the mid-1790s, Revere's copper found its way onto the USS Constitution, nicknamed Old Ironsides, a famed frigate built in Boston. This success was huge. It demonstrated that domestic production could match or exceed British quality. With pride, Revere marched his workers to the Charlestown Navy Yard to see the Constitution outfitted. The event symbolized the synergy of industrial progress and national defense. In an era when many still saw the US as an agrarian confederation, Revere's pursuits hinted at a more industrial future. He began receiving more orders for bell casting too. Churches across New England wanted bells that combined pleasing acoustics with durability. Revere's foundry delivered. Some of these bells still ring today. Even as Revere's renown grew in manufacturing circles, he remained surprisingly modest about the famed midnight ride. He occasionally recounted it for new acquaintances, especially if they recognized his name from rumours. But he never wrote a grand memoir or boasted publicly. He seemed more captivated by forging new wares and improving his foundry's output. The ride that would define him for posterity was just one chapter in his own eyes. By the early 1800s, Paul Revere was recognized as a leading industrial innovator in Massachusetts. The aging patriot was no longer the lean courier bounding off into the night. Instead, he was a solid figure with greying hair, strolling through a noisy foundry, checking the quality of molten copper, and guiding younger craftsmen. He remained engaged in local politics, advocating for a balanced approach to commerce. Occasionally, he accepted invitations to speak at associations of mechanics or veterans groups, though these gatherings rarely matched the grandeur of modern rallies. He kept the focus on practical improvements and communal responsibilities, values forged in a life that bridged revolution, and the forging of a new economic order. Thus, Paul Revere advanced from revolutionary messenger to full-fledged industrial pioneer. Where once he had hammered silver teapots, he now shaped the nation's naval might. The drive for independence, which once motivated him to ride overnight, now fueled an economic vision for a stable, self-reliant America, an ambition that amply demonstrated the synergy between enterprise and patriotism. Paul Revere's final decades saw him celebrated in local circles as an accomplished businessman and stalwart voice in civic affairs. Yet, ironically, his renown as a revolutionary hero was comparatively subdued during his lifetime. Public commemorations of the war typically highlighted generals like Washington or statesmen like Franklin. The intricacies of Revere's midnight ride were known among certain Bostonians, but no single poem or widely circulated account yet enshrined his role. As the 19th century dawned, Revere watched Boston transform. The city's population swelled. New commercial opportunities arose along the waterfront. He kept pace with these changes, updating his foundry's techniques and occasionally patenting innovations. He also mentored younger artisans, passing along the same ethos of diligence and community-mindedness that guided him. In quiet moments, he reflected on friends lost or scattered by war, on how an unassuming silversmith like him once walked a perilous line between colonial law and rebellion. His personal life remained anchored in family. By now, multiple children assisted in the foundry. Grandchildren scampered through the workshop yard, occasionally mesmerised by glowing furnaces. Revere, though stern about safety, allowed them glimpses of the molten copper, hoping to spark curiosity rather than fear. Letters from this period reveal a man juggling paternal pride, financial concerns, and deep gratitude for living to see an independent republic flourish. He occasionally travelled to observe new industrial sites. One visit to Philadelphia's ironworks fascinated him. He swapped notes with other entrepreneurs about scale, costs, and workforce management. Everywhere he went, people recognised him as that Boston craftsman who had helped found an American manufacturing base. At dinners or tavern gatherings, he sometimes heard recollections of the Revolution, with others praising famous generals while Revere politely listened. If asked directly about April 18th, 1775, he'd share details, but mostly he avoided embellishment. He never sought to overshadow the memory of the many patriots who fought and fell after that fateful night. In 1811, Revere decided to retire officially from daily management, handing control of the foundry to his sons and other trusted associates. By that point, his name carried weight in commercial contracts. The Revere brand, as it were, gave assurance of quality. Freed from the grind of business, he spent more time reflecting on the young nation's political evolution. The War of 1812 erupted soon after, pitting the US again against Britain. From his vantage, Revere found it both disheartening and validating. Disheartening that conflict re-emerged, yet validating because it underscored the importance of domestic industry in times of strife. Despite his advanced age, Revere occasionally wrote letters of encouragement to militia officers, reminding them of the vital role local defence played during the earlier revolution. He also supported volunteer committees raising funds for fortifications. Not being active on the front lines, he remembered the lessons of 1775. Local preparedness could significantly influence the outcome. Some historians note that behind the scenes, Revere's foundry contributed cannon parts for the war effort, though on a smaller scale than before. Paul Revere died on May 10th, 1818, at the age of 83. Obituaries in Boston newspapers praised him as a master silversmith, an industrious founder, and a patriot of the Revolution, but they offered only cursory mention of his midnight ride. Instead of mourning a legendary figure, the city mourned a respected community pillar. Indeed, Revere's funeral was a modest affair attended by family, friends, and fellow artisans. To them, he was old Mr. Revere, wise in counsel, unwavering in principles. Over the ensuing decades, memories of the Revolution consolidated into a national myth. Monumental events overshadowed the gritty day-to-day contributions of ordinary patriots. Then, in 1860, Henry Wadsworth Longfellow published Paul Revere's Ride, immortalising Revere as the lone hero who raised the alarm. The poem, while stirring, took liberties, omitting the network of compatriots and crediting Revere with feats shared among multiple riders. Its dramatic lines, though historically imprecise, resonated with Americans on the brink of civil war, reminding them of the unity once forged in crisis. Thus, ironically, Revere's posthumous fame soared to heights he never experienced while alive. Statues rose, textbooks proclaimed him the prime instigator of the Revolution's opening salvo. The complexities of his broader life, his industrial ventures, his engravings, his lesser-known military fiascos, often faded behind the single story of a midnight dash. Yet Revere's life exemplifies more than an iconic ride. It reflects the synergy of craft, commerce, activism, and civic responsibility in shaping a fledgling nation. That synergy, perhaps, is the greatest testament to the man who ended. As an unassuming, elderly industrialist, yet endures in collective memory astride a galloping horse. Long after Paul Revere's passing, historians pieced together a fuller portrait of his life, transcending the narrow lens of that famous ride. Documents emerged, shop ledgers, personal letters, court-martial records from the Penobscot expedition, showcasing a man constantly evolving with the times. Such evidence clarified that Revere's significance lay not in one heroic night, but in a sustained commitment to building community ties, forging new industries, and championing a cause he believed just. In modern Boston, tourists throng the Freedom Trail, winding past sites like the Old North Church, where docents recount the signal lanterns. Revere's house, painstakingly preserved, stands as an example of 17th century architecture adapted by an 18th century craftsman. Visitors marvel at the cramped rooms where children must have crowded together, and at the workshop space out back where Revere chased creative ideas that shaped silver into everything from teapots to intricate buckles. In the yard, one can almost imagine him conferring with secret committees, or stepping out at dusk for a quiet conversation with a fellow Sons of Liberty member. Revere's industrial legacy also lingers. The copper-clad USS Constitution still floats in the Charlestown Navy Yard, a testament to his metallurgical foresight. Bells cast in his foundry continue to ring in churches across New England. These artefacts speak to a principle Revere championed, that self-sufficiency and local craftsmanship buttress freedom. In a young republic uncertain of its future, he demonstrated that Made in America was not a pipe dream, but a workable reality, given enough ingenuity and perseverance. Academic discourse has also refined Revere's place in revolutionary history. While Longfellow's poem romanticised a lone rider, scholarship highlights a broader network known as the intelligence and alarm system. Dozens of riders, watchers and committee members made that April 1775 night a success. Revere's role was crucial but not singular. Even so, the poem's popularity stuck, capturing the hearts of generations who found inspiration in the notion that one person, fueled by conviction, might rouse a people to defend liberty. Some argue that the legend's simplicity overshadowed the truth of collective action, while others contend it provided a rallying symbol more powerful than any purely factual account. Contemporary portrayals, whether in children's books or historical dramas, balance the factual Paul Revere with the mythic figure. They mention his silver shop, his involvement in the Boston Tea Party, and his lesser-known feats beyond the famed ride. They note how he bridged multiple roles: artisan, father, activist, soldier, and entrepreneur. Teachers use his story to illustrate how revolutions depend on everyday citizens stepping forward, not just charismatic generals. In this sense, Revere embodies the idea that significant change is fueled by many hands, each contributing specialised talents. Revere's transformation into a national icon carries lessons about how history and memory intersect. He left behind no bombastic diaries. Rather, his records were pragmatic: receipts for silver items, letters about shipments of copper, brief notes on local militia tasks. The shift from modest business documents to mythic status suggests that once a narrative resonates with national sentiment, it acquires a life of its own. Paul Revere thus stands as both a historical figure, verifiable, multifaceted, and a cultural emblem shaped by poetry, public monuments, and retellings that emphasise drama over nuance. For people reflecting on the Revere's life today, he offers a model of adaptability. He was not locked into a single path. Facing challenges, whether paternal loss in adolescence, British crackdowns, or post-war economic chaos, he recalibrated. That adaptability underscores a universal truth. The capacity to pivot in crises fosters resilience, whether in the forging of a new nation or in personal life transitions. Ultimately, the Paul Revere story is more than an evening dash. It's a tapestry of craftsmanship, activism, community building and industrial ambition. Each thread adds depth to the revolutionary narrative. And while the phrase "one if by land, two if by sea" rings through the ages, the real Revere thrived on forging alliances and relentlessly solving problems. His memory endures in hammered silver, in the echoes of church bells, and in the forging of a collective identity that transcends any single heroic moment. In that sense, Revere's life exemplifies how a determined citizen can indeed shape history, quietly weaving purpose into every role he fills, leaving behind an imprint that resonates well beyond the midnight calls of war. On September the 7th, 1533, Elizabeth Tudor was born at Greenwich Palace, amidst a flurry of anticipation and unease. Her father, King Henry VIII, had broken from the Catholic Church to marry her mother, Anne Boleyn, so Elizabeth's birth was charged with political tensions. The king, desperate for a male heir, found himself disappointed when the infant turned out to be a girl. Still, baby Elizabeth bore the weight of dynastic hopes. Her every coo or cry analysed for signs that the Tudor line might endure. The infant's earliest days unfolded in a court grappling with religious upheaval. Henry's new Church of England stood at odds with Rome. Courtiers whispered about the king's next move. The Queen, Anne, attempted to shield her daughter from the swirling environment. ensuring she received the best available wet nurses and comfort. However, the precariousness quickly became apparent. A few years later, Anne faced execution due to dubious charges of treason and adultery. Motherless at 2, Elizabeth was declared illegitimate by her father's decree, losing her title of princess. Raised in separate royal households, Elizabeth seldom saw Henry VIII. Various stepmothers came and went, with some offering brief maternal warmth. She formed a particularly close bond with Catherine Parr, Henry's 6th wife, who oversaw her education. Elizabeth's tutors recognised a remarkably bright mind. She excelled in languages by adolescence. She spoke fluent Latin, French and Italian, eventually picking up Spanish as well. She pored over classical texts, gleaning rhetorical finesse from Cicero and moral lessons from Greek philosophers. Even in childhood, she learned to keep her emotions cloaked, forging a calm exterior that masked inattentions, an attribute that would prove crucial in her future reign. A fateful shift occurred when Henry died in 1547, leaving Elizabeth's half-brother Edward VI as king. Under the regency of Protestant reformers, the religious climate skewed more radical. Elizabeth, though outwardly cooperative, carefully navigated factional disputes. She relocated the household of Catherine Parr, who had remarried to Thomas Seymour. That arrangement sparked scandal. Seymour was rumoured to show Elizabeth overly familiar attention, fueling gossip that tarnished her reputation. The teenage princess soon departed, mindful that any whiff of impropriety could end her precarious position in the succession line. This brush with danger reinforced her instincts for self-preservation. Edward's short reign was followed by that of Elizabeth's half-sister, Mary I, a devout Catholic determined to restore papal authority. Mary viewed Elizabeth with suspicion, seeing in her a rallying figure for Protestant interests. As rebellions cropped up, Elizabeth found herself accused of complicity. She was taken to the Tower of London, where her mother had met her end, and then placed under house arrest at Woodstock. The gloom of potential execution hung over her, but lacking firm evidence, Mary couldn't condemn her. Over 2 years, Elizabeth trod a careful path, denying any involvement in plots while discreetly maintaining her network of Protestant allies. Eventually, Mary's failing health lifted Elizabeth from her shadow. In November 1558, Mary died, childless. Elizabeth, at 25, ascended the throne. The people welcomed her with cautious optimism, hoping for an end to religious strife. However, no one could foresee the firmness with which Elizabeth would steer the ship. She inherited a kingdom exhausted by years of persecution and entangled in European alliances. Furthermore, lingering doubts about her legitimacy and ability to produce an heir plagued the realm. Courtiers pressed for her to marry promptly, believing a queen regnant threatened stability unless a husband took the reins. Elizabeth, though aware of the political logic, also recognised that marriage might curb her autonomy. In her first weeks as queen, Elizabeth took bold symbolic steps. She chose moderate Protestant advisers like William Cecil, striving to unify the country. She declared her intent for a religious settlement that neither persecuted Catholics harshly nor caved to papal demands. She navigated a delicate balance, cognizant that either extreme could undermine her rule. She moved her court to Whitehall, re-establishing routine ceremonial events that signalled the monarchy's continuity. Observers described her as poised, with sharp eyes that hinted at an agile, strategic mind. The once exiled princess stood now at the centre of power, forging a monarchy that would come to define an era. Thus, the stage was set for a pivotal chapter in English history. Elizabeth's early experiences, maternal execution, paternal neglect, complex family ties, had shaped a cautious, perceptive approach. She had learned to conceal personal feelings behind a stately demeanour, armed with intellectual acumen gleaned from classical texts. The realm now looked to her for stability, religious compromise, and a reassertion of national identity. For Elizabeth, it was time to prove that a female sovereign, even one with a contested legitimacy, could guide England through its labyrinth of political storms. From the outset of her reign, Elizabeth I confronted a land torn by religious factionalism. Under Mary I, staunch Catholic policies reigned, with Protestant heretics burnt at the stake. Though those violent measures ended, many Catholics remained loyal to Rome. Meanwhile, radical Protestants clamoured for more extreme reforms. Elizabeth recognised that a middle path was essential for national peace. The Elizabethan religious settlement of 1559 aimed for a broad church approach. The Act of Supremacy declared her supreme governor of the Church of England, and the Act of Uniformity prescribed a moderate Protestant liturgy. While it alienated hardliners on both sides, it established a stable framework that endured. This religious compromise had consequences. Catholics abroad questioned her legitimacy, urging Mary, Queen of Scots, Elizabeth's Catholic cousin, to claim England's throne. Mary, exiled from Scotland in 1568, ended up in England, effectively under house arrest. Elizabeth, wary of dethroning a fellow anointed queen, faced a quandary. Mary's presence fueled conspiracies, yet executing her set a dangerous precedent. This predicament lingered for decades, turning Mary into an epicentre of Catholic plots that threatened Elizabeth's life and reign. Beyond religion, Elizabeth's foreign policy shaped her early years on the throne. England was militarily weak, overshadowed by Spanish might. The Queen needed alliances, but hated entangling treaties that might compromise her independence. She courted suitors from across Europe, France's Duke of Anjou, Austria's Archduke Charles, using marriage negotiations as diplomatic chess moves. Each negotiation offered short-term benefits, but she consistently evaded an actual wedding. By keeping her hand in marriage available, Elizabeth dissuaded certain powers from aggression, hoping for eventual union. The saga of the Virgin Queen was as much political strategy as personal inclination. Economically, Elizabeth inherited a treasury battered by wars. Her ministers, notably William Cecil, Lord Burghley, instituted reforms, curbing inflation and streamlining revenue collection. They supported maritime ventures, encouraging sea captains like Francis Drake to harass Spanish shipping and seize treasure. Such semi-official privateering enriched royal coffers and stoked Spanish hostility, culminating in deeper rivalries. Meanwhile, domestic industry, woolen cloth, for instance, expanded, aided by the stable environment Elizabeth's government fostered. As for the Queen herself, the court recognised her keen intellect and formidable will. She cherished erudition, employing multiple secretaries to handle a constant influx of diplomatic dispatches. Fluent in French and adept in Latin, she occasionally scribbled notes in Italian or Spanish. She revelled in masques and pageants, endorsing the arts to glorify her monarchy. She made a point of progresses, travelling with her retinue through the countryside, letting her subjects glimpse the royal presence. This practice built loyalty, for seeing their queen in person, resplendent with pearls and embroidered gowns, stirred patriotic pride. A lesser-known aspect was her reliance on intelligence networks. Elizabeth, aware that conspiracies loomed, authorised spy masters like Sir Francis Walsingham to intercept letters, employ informants, and uncover plots. This clandestine apparatus uncovered multiple assassins or traitors financed by Spain or papal agents. By revealing such threats, the Queen justified harsher policies against recalcitrant Catholics. Some criticised these tactics as oppressive, but to Elizabeth, survival mandated vigilance. Another challenge: cultural expectations for queens. She faced jabs about her gender, with some male courtiers urging a kingly partner. She responded by forging a regal persona, insisting subjects see her as both king and queen, a line reflecting her dual role. She skillfully navigated male-dominated councils, awarding title carefully to ensure no single noble overshadowed her. She also used fashion as a political tool. Her elaborate gowns, iconic ruffs, and jewel-laden wardrobes signalled the monarchy's majesty. This cultivated image buttressed her authority in an era still grappling with a female sovereign. In parallel, Elizabeth's personal circle remained small. She could be witty and charming, dancing or joking with favourites like Robert Dudley, but letting affection overshadow prudence risks scandal. Rumours flew about her closeness to Dudley, fueling suspicion that she might marry him. The potential controversy was immense, given Dudley's questionable reputation. In the end, Elizabeth never wed. She cherished her autonomy, well aware that a consort could overshadow or manipulate her. The choice drew bafflement from the foreign courts, but domestically, it enhanced her mystique. The Virgin Queen identity solidified, spurring propaganda that cast her as wedded to the realm itself. Elizabeth's early reign involved balancing various tasks such as forging a delicate religious settlement, spurring economic growth, outmaneuvering suitor entanglements and stamping out plots. She skillfully used image and ceremony to unify the realm, though critics lurked. Her government's stability rested on an ongoing dance with foreign powers and internal factions. Despite the swirling tensions, Elizabeth projected calm confidence, forging a national identity that recognised the Queen's central role. Her mid-reign would bring graver trials, culminating in decisive conflicts that tested the mettle of both monarch and kingdom. By the mid-1580s, Elizabeth's realm faced a new wave of external threats. The ascendant Spanish Empire under King Philip II brimmed with zeal to reassert Catholic supremacy and avenge the raids on Spanish commerce by English privateers. Religious tensions spiked further after the Pope excommunicated Elizabeth, effectively urging Catholic monarchs to depose her. In response, the Queen's advisors realised that war with Spain was no longer a distant possibility but a near inevitability. They bolstered the navy, encouraging shipbuilders to refine vessels for speed and manoeuvrability. Commanders like Drake refined hit-and-run tactics designed to hamper Spain's massive, slower galleons. Additionally, the Mary, Queen of Scots dilemma reached a climactic stage. She had been implicated in multiple plots, culminating in the infamous Babington plot of 1586, which aimed to assassinate Elizabeth and seat Mary on the throne. Caught with incriminating letters, Mary was tried for treason. Elizabeth agonised over signing Mary's death warrant. The thought of executing an anointed queen offended her sense of divine order, but counsel pressed her that Mary's continued survival endangered national security. Reluctantly, Elizabeth signed. Mary was beheaded in 1587, an act that scandalised Catholic Europe. Elizabeth feigned dismay at the news of Mary's actual execution, chastising ministers for carrying out the sentence too hastily. The sincerity of her regret remains debated. This event further incensed Spain, and soon word came that Philip II was assembling an invincible armada. In 1588, that formidable fleet sailed for the English Channel, intending to rendezvous with forces in the Low Countries and deliver an invasion. England braced for catastrophe. Elizabeth visited her troops at Tilbury, clad in armour, delivering a rousing speech about having the heart and stomach of a king. That rallying cry, though perhaps embroidered in subsequent retellings, captured the national mood. The English Navy engaged the Armada in a series of skirmishes, employing fireships to sow chaos. Stormy weather and miscalculation forced the Spanish to scatter around the northern coasts, suffering devastating losses. The triumph at sea became a cornerstone of Elizabeth's legend, though historians note the fortune of unseasonable gales played as large a role as strategic brilliance, buoyed by victory. Elizabeth's popularity soared. Poets extolled her as a goddess presiding over a fortuitous age. London's population boomed. Commerce thrived in relative security. Courtiers staged elaborate masques, celebrating Gloriana, a moniker borrowed from Edmund Spenser's allegorical poem, The Fairy Queen. This cult of Elizabeth, with pageantry and stylized iconography, shaped a golden aura around her monarchy. She bestowed knighthoods on naval heroes like Drake, though she never turned them into unstoppable political rivals. Indeed, part of her genius lay in praising men just enough to secure their loyalty, but not so extravagantly as to overshadow her own regal glow. Yet cracks surfaced. The war with Spain dragged on sporadically. English expeditions to support Protestant rebels in the Netherlands or to raid Spanish ports often ended in fiascos, draining resources. The Queen's earlier frugality turned to reluctance about fully funding new campaigns, prompting friction with bold but cash-strapped commanders. Some younger courtiers, like the Earl of Essex, were impatient with Elizabeth's measured approach. Essex attempted to replicate despite Drake's glories. He led half-baked military forays and returned with meagre spoils. Tensions between the old Queen and these ambitious youths escalated, culminating in the Essex Rebellion of 1601, where he tried a coup. She crushed it swiftly, and Essex was executed. As Elizabeth aged, her once intimate circle diminished. Longtime advisors such as William Cecil passed away, and favoured courtiers either died or fell out of favour. The Queen, famous for her fine dresses and elaborate wigs, now faced a more solitary existence. Gossip about her vanity circulated. She insisted on controlling her image, refusing to appear as a frail matron. She demanded loyalty from ladies-in-waiting, scolding them if they dared overshadow her attire or conversation. Although the realm viewed her as Gloriana, she struggled to maintain a mythic aura behind closed doors. Diplomatically, the final years of her reign saw a cooling of tension with Spain, not via a formal peace but through mutual exhaustion. The impetus for large armadas had waned, with Spain focusing on European entanglements. England, for its part, lacked the finances to continue heavy engagements. Meanwhile, the seeds of colonial expansion were sown. English seafarers eyed North America, establishing fledgling outposts. The concept of an overseas empire was embryonic but emerging. Thus, approaching the turn of the century, Elizabeth presided over a stable yet evolving monarchy. She had defied invasion, faced down conspiracies, and reigned as an iconic figure admired across Europe. But the question of succession remained, unmarried and childless. She had never named an heir. The matter loomed, spurring subtle negotiations as different claimants circled. This final stretch of her reign tested whether the Tudor line's magic could endure beyond her mortal presence, or if it would seamlessly transition to a new dynasty. By the twilight of her reign, Elizabeth I found herself contending with the question that had dogged her for decades. Who would follow her upon the throne? No official heir had been named, though many whispered that James VI of Scotland, a Protestant and son of the executed Mary, Queen of Scots, was the likely candidate. Elizabeth, ever cautious about naming a successor, understood that the moment she sanctioned an heir, her authority might wane. Yet the gentry and the powerful were anxious, fearing a resurgence of civil strife if the crown's transition lacked clarity. As the 1590s waned, the Queen's court saw fewer robust festivities. Elizabeth's health was not the best, and her mood darkened by the loss of cherished confidants. Once a favoured explorer, Sir Walter Raleigh fell from Elizabeth's favour. The Earl of Essex, her erstwhile golden boy, died a traitor. Meanwhile, the luminous circle that had celebrated her youth, Bess of Hardwicke, Countess of Leicester, and others, had scattered. England's population soared beyond 4 million, many living precariously in squalid conditions. Bread riots flickered in adverse harvest years, and the cost of warfare remained burdensome. Some critics murmured that the Queen's refusal to adapt to a new generation's demands indicated the monarchy was adrift. Yet Elizabeth never lost her political savvy. She carefully managed sessions of Parliament, deftly deflecting demands for certain policy changes. She employed subtle flattery, reminding them that as a mother to her people, she prized their well-being above all. This rhetorical style, combining maternal sentiments with regal authority, continued to woo the common folk. Indeed, from the countryside to London's teeming streets, loyalty to the Queen remained high, an outgrowth of national pride partly forged by that earlier victory over the Spanish Armada. In the realm of arts, the Elizabethan theatre blossomed, spearheaded by William Shakespeare, Christopher Marlowe, and others. Though Elizabeth seldom attended public performances at the Globe, she invited theatrical troupes to court. She found enjoyment in comedic interludes, even if she publicly maintained a formal veneer. This cultural renaissance, ignited under her watch, was a point of national distinction, with travelling players bringing both dramatic flair and moral allegories to distant corners. The synergy of crowns and creativity underscored an epoch known as the Elizabethan Golden Age. Throughout, the religious settlement endured, though Puritan elements pressed for stricter reforms. Criticising the hierarchical structure of bishops, the Queen tolerated moderate Puritan pleas but cracked down on radical preachers who undermined her supreme governorship. Catholic recusants faced fines or pressure to conform, though large-scale persecution was less aggressive than during Mary's reign. Despite friction, Elizabeth's stance staved off religious civil war. This equilibrium, though not perfect, enabled commerce and exploration to flourish. Merchants ventured to the Levant, the Baltic, and the Americas, sowing early seeds of a global maritime trade. In the final few months of her life, Elizabeth retreated to Richmond Palace. She was increasingly frail, refusing medical interventions that seemed invasive. Court rumours multiplied. The Queen's mind was drifting. She was losing appetite, or she stood for hours too proud to rest. Modern historians debate the exact cause of her decline. Some speculate pneumonia or depression. She dreaded naming James publicly, but subtle negotiations with his envoys paved the way for a smooth succession. Advisors like Robert Cecil quietly prepared the details. According to tradition, Elizabeth, too weak to speak in her last hours, made a vague gesture endorsing James as successor. She died on March 24, 1603, aged 69, after 44 years on the throne, a record at the time for an English monarch. Her coffin was carried from Whitehall to Westminster Abbey, the silent crowds reflecting on an era shaped by her image. That day closed the Tudor line, with James VI of Scotland becoming James I of England, inaugurating the Stuart dynasty. Yet the Tudor brand had not ended in chaos. Elizabeth's measured approach, for all her reluctances, ensured a relatively peaceful handover. In the wake of her passing, tributes soared. Pamphlets hailed her as the wisest princess, the mother of her people, and a near-legendary figure who steered the nation from the shadows of religious tyranny. The wave of national mourning overshadowed her shortcomings, which included excessive favouritism, suspicion of rivals, and stifling certain freedoms. Over the next centuries, historians would reinterpret her story, dissecting the illusions of the Virgin Queen narrative, acknowledging her harsh treatment of dissenters, yet marvelling at her capacity to wield authority in a fiercely patriarchal world. The stage was set for the transition from Tudor to Stuart, and though overshadowed by the next monarchy's own tensions, Elizabeth's reign retained a special glow in England's collective memory, an epoch where a single woman's will shaped destiny. Immediately after Elizabeth's death, a swirl of legacies confronted the English. James I, newly ascendant, inherited a stable realm, but also the burden of living up to the fabled Gloriana. Over the ensuing decades, the myth of Elizabeth would be embellished by dramatists, historians, and genealogists, forging a romantic image of a queen unblemished by error. Yet parallel undercurrents recognised her complexities. Among the common folk, stories abounded of her witty repartee, her skill in navigating suitors, and the spectacle of her court. In the Catholic diaspora, she was demonised as a heretic who had executed Mary, Queen of Scots. This ideological tug-of-war shaped how Europe at large recalled her reign. During the 17th century, English authors occasionally staged plays referencing Elizabethan glories to critique or praise current rulers. The Elizabethan age label took hold, conjuring a golden past full of maritime exploits and cultural refinement. Meanwhile, Puritan writers viewed the Queen more critically, noting that her religious compromise left them yearning for a more thorough reformation. Some pamphleteers portrayed her as a cunning politician, adept at double-dealing among Europe's Catholic powers. Over time, these multiple vantage points consolidated into a layered portrait. In the 18th and 19th centuries, national pride soared, fueling revivalist interest in the Tudors. Elizabeth's image was moulded by Victorian taste, emphasising her unmarried status as a demonstration of moral fortitude. Painters depicted her in elaborate ruffs, overshadowing any mention of the day-to-day hardships endured by her subjects. She became an icon of English independence, especially when the British Empire sought parallels between the forging of a national identity under Elizabeth and contemporary empire building. The Armada triumph narrative overshadowed the fact that storms aided English success. Her issues with Mary, Queen of Scots, became fodder for tragic romanticism, focusing on courtly betrayals and heartbreak. This romanticisation sometimes neglected the Queen's shrewd, often ruthless governance. Scholars of the 20th century took a more critical lens. They delved into archival documents to unearth how Elizabeth's intelligence network operated, how her finances were managed, and how propaganda shaped public perception. They passed the famed Golden Speech of 1601, analysing the rhetorical strategies she used to quell a restless parliament. The more historians explored, the clearer it became that her success hinged on forging an image that balanced motherly affection with regal severity, ensuring subjects revered rather than resented her. Scholars recognised the notion of the cult of Elizabeth, with its orchestrated pageantry, as an early form of state PR. From the perspective of women's history, Elizabeth's significance soared. She defied the misogynistic assumptions of her era, refusing to cede authority to a husband or to male advisors. That independence, though hard-won, showcased the potency a female ruler could wield in a male-dominated society. Yet the same narrative acknowledges she was no radical feminist. She often leveraged stereotypes of female frailty or used her womanly nature strategically in negotiations. Thus, her complex relationship with gender roles remains a topic of ongoing debate. Archaeological digs at palaces and old estates uncovered physical traces of her travels, like ephemeral scaffolds for pageants or remains of feasting halls. These glimpses illustrate the vast logistical machine behind each royal progress. The Queen might arrive with hundreds of courtiers and servants, imposing a heavy burden on local nobility hosting the entourage. Yet, from a political standpoint, these visits effectively reaffirmed the monarchy's presence across the realm. Over and over, Elizabeth used personal displays to connect with communities. In cultural memory, items such as the Tudor rose, elaborate state portraits by painters like Nicholas Hilliard, or references to the Virgin Queen remain in the public imagination. Filmmakers in the 20th and 21st centuries capitalised on this allure, producing adaptations that frame Elizabeth's story with romance and triumph. Some films portray her as near saintly, others highlight her paranoia or the brutality of her crackdown on perceived threats. The continuing fascination underscores how she embodies a transitional moment in Europe, where medieval structures gave way to early modern states, with new forms of diplomacy, espionage, and ideology all converging. Thus, centuries removed from her actual reign, Elizabeth I stands as both a symbol of national identity and a figure whose complexities resonate with present debates. The interplay of female leadership, religious diversity, personal freedom, and the power of constructed image. Re-evaluating her life reveals how skillful governance can stabilise a fractious kingdom, even if it requires navigating a delicate balance between tolerance and coercion. The conversation around Elizabeth remains dynamic, shaped by each generation's vantage on monarchy, gender, and the cost of maintaining a carefully wrought facade of unity. Elizabeth's story resonates with the notion that midlife can be a time of both reflection and strategic boldness. She ascended the throne at 25, but arguably her most defining decisions, the forging of a moderate religious settlement, the careful dance of marriage negotiations, unfolded as she matured. In the face of personal regrets, lack of a direct heir, and external crises, Spanish hostility, internal plots, she repeatedly displayed resilience under the lens of older wisdom. Yet that sagacity was not innate. It sprang from a youth marked by precariousness, shaping a thorough calculation in adult life. One lesser discussed aspect is her intellectual curiosity. She was no passive figurehead. She read widely, from classical philosophers to contemporary political treatises, and engaged in theological debates with ambassadors. She wrote translations of texts, including Plutarch, honing linguistic precision. In an era when many noblewomen possessed only basic literacy, Elizabeth's depth of scholarship commanded respect. She used this knowledge to steer councils, referencing classical examples of leadership or mercy, grounding her decisions in a broader worldview than simple realpolitik. Another dimension concerns her approach to management and delegation. Faced with a swirl of court factions, some aligned with Cecil, others with Dudley, and various earls vying for influence, she balanced them by a rotating favour, ensuring no single man overshadowed the rest. This delicate manoeuvre allowed her to maintain her position as the ultimate arbiter, thereby preventing entrenched monopolies of power. While modern management gurus highlight transparency or direct leadership, Elizabeth's method was subtler. She nurtured multiple power centres, pitting them gently against each other to sustain a stable equilibrium. This method reveals a strategic cunning that, while occasionally breeding resentment, retained her supremacy in a fractious environment. The swirl of secrecy surrounding Mary, Queen of Scots, also underscores Elizabeth's careful manipulation of intelligence. She personally reviewed coded letters, weighed evidence, and authorised infiltration of Catholic circles. These actions might unnerve contemporary moral standards, yet in the cutthroat reality of 16th century politics, such espionage was standard. The difference is Elizabeth's relative subtlety. She rarely boasted of her spymaster's successes. She recognised the value of illusions, letting conspirators believe they had infiltrated her circle while, in fact, her watchers tracked every step. Age imbued her with a distinct sense of gravity. In speeches to Parliament, she framed herself as a guardian of the realm's welfare, addressing them as my lords and my good people, tapping into paternal or maternal imagery. She rarely showed overt temper in public. Though courtiers recalled her sharp tongue in private, laced with scathing wit. She might banish a courtier from her presence for a trifling offence, then recall him soon after, sending the message that loyalty was paramount while partial forgiveness might be extended. This capacity to pivot from severity to magnanimity cemented her as unpredictable yet revered, a trait modern leaders might emulate in more tempered forms. Beyond the realm of politics, her personal attire and courtly fashion set trends across Europe. She championed fresh tailors to experiment with embroidered silks, extensive ruffs, and striking colour palettes. But behind the magnificence was a strategic layering of fabric. It signified her rank while concealing normal ageing or times of ill health. The resulting mystique helped define the monarchy's brand. Similarly, she championed structured ceremonies, like elaborate coronation anniversaries or public feast days. These events reaffirmed the bond between sovereign and subject, forging an emotional tie that buttressed the monarchy's intangible authority. Her approach to the arts had lasting effects. She never personally funded epic building projects like some European royals given her limited treasury, but her patronage of music, portraiture, and drama triggered a cultural efflorescence. Key composers thrived, producing refined polyphonic works performed at chapel. Her endorsement of secular drama laid the groundwork for Shakespeare's rise. She recognised that cultural prestige elevated national pride, thus investing in intangible capital that would outlast her. This fosters an analogy to modern soft power, a concept in global relations. In sum, Elizabeth's mid to late reign exemplifies how a leader can orchestrate multi-layered strategies, leaning on intellectual depth, balancing internal factions, leveraging espionage, and forging cultural identity. Her longevity on the throne was no accident. It was an evolving mastery of monarchy in an era thick with risk. For those in midlife, her model suggests that the lessons gleaned from earlier turmoil, exile, precarious legitimacy, can blossom into confident leadership when harnessed with discipline. Even so, her story underscores that behind the regal facade lay real heartbreak and regrets, particularly on questions of family and moral contradictions. That humanness only deepens the fascination with this queen who navigated a world not designed for women in power, forging a golden age from the crucible of adversity. When Elizabeth I died on March 24, 1603, at Richmond Palace, she left a kingdom dramatically changed from the one she inherited. Elizabeth averted religious civil wars, asserted an English navy against Spanish dominance, and planted the seeds of a maritime empire. Yet the Queen's final moments offered a poignant contrast to the ceremonial grandeur that had marked her public life. Accounts say she refused to rest, standing or sitting in pensive silence for hours, as if grappling with the knowledge that her story was nearly done. The question of her successor, James VI of Scotland, was all but settled. Elizabeth's last gesture, whether a whispered name or silent acceptance, cleared the way for the Stuarts, bridging the Tudors to a new era. The immediate aftermath saw an outpouring of tributes. Noble houses and commoners alike mourned the Virgin Queen, the stalwart figurehead who had reigned 44 years. Her body was transported by barge along the Thames, a spectacle of black drapes and heraldic flags. Observers lining the shores recalled how, decades earlier, a young queen had ascended to quell the chaos left by her half-siblings. Now, the realm faced another transition. But Elizabeth's half-century of leadership gave many confidence in the monarchy's stability. James's succession was mostly peaceful, a testament to the processes Elizabeth had overseen. Over the centuries, historians dissected her image with fresh angles. Some championed her as a golden archetype, praising her unwavering sense of duty. Others uncovered her manipulative use of virginity as political currency, or pointed out the authoritarian edge in how she stamped out dissent. 20th century scholarship introduced psychoanalytic readings, linking her mother's beheading to her reluctance to marry. Meanwhile, feminist analyses recognised her capacity to subvert patriarchal norms by forging a distinctly female monarchy that demanded masculine respect. Archaeological research, too, contributed. Excavations at palatial sites uncovered courtyards used for lavish tilts or dancing events, fragments of decorative tile-bearing Tudor roses. Art restorations revealed how state portraits were retouched to remove wrinkles or human imperfections, reinforcing her iconic aura. The evolution of her visual propaganda parallels modern brand management. illustrating how monarchy leveraged illusions to maintain public fascination. Elizabeth's era, characterised by Drake's circumnavigation, Shakespeare's stage, and an assertive national identity, evoked a deep sense of nostalgia among everyday English folk. Actual living conditions for peasants remained harsh, but the sense of belonging to an up-and-coming realm soared. Elizabeth harnessed that pride to unify a land threatened by continental powers. She left behind no direct heir, but her intangible bequest was a monarchy reinvigorated by a sense of national destiny, though future conflicts like the English Civil War would test that unity severely. In the present, Elizabeth's story continues to enthrall. Tourists flock to the Tower of London or Hampton Court, longing for glimpses of her era's grandeur. Historians piece together details from diaries, ambassadors' dispatches, and state papers. The creative arts produce films reimagining her as everything from an iron-willed warrior to a lonely figure overshadowed by politics. Such portrayals reflect changing cultural values. We admire her resilience, critique her harshness, empathise with her personal constraints. Each generation reads new lessons into her life, whether celebrating female power or lamenting the cost of absolute monarchy. Her tomb rests in Westminster Abbey, overshadowed by the more elaborate memorial of her half-sister Mary I. Erected during James I's time, it depicts Elizabeth recumbent, ironically sharing a memorial with Mary in a symbolic burying of old rivalries. While the effigy is fairly simple, visitors often linger, mindful that the occupant reshaped Europe's power balance. The inscriptions hail her as a paragon of wisdom, praising her as of her sex the pride, of all time the wonder. The rhetoric might be thick, but it echoes how she was revered by her contemporaries. In the end, Elizabeth I stands as a testament to the synergy of personal cunning, cultural stewardship, and circumstance. The child overshadowed by a father's quest for a male heir grew into a queen who refused to be overshadowed by any spouse or continental monarch. That improbable arc, from uncertain princess to undisputed sovereign, still captivates. Her life underscores that leadership is rarely straightforward. Forging alliances, stifling conspiracies, and projecting authority demand constant recalibration. Indeed, her success lay not in an unyielding set of principles, but in agile responses to crises. Through this fluid style, she carved a stable realm from a swirl of dangers. Centuries later, that story endures, bridging history and myth, echoing that a lone determined figure, armed with intellect, cunning, and stagecraft, can shift an entire kingdom's course. Approach to warfare, the use of deception as a primary strategy to mislead and confuse the enemy. Officially known as the 23rd Headquarters Special Troops, this unit would come to be famously known as the Ghost Army, a name as mysterious and evocative as its purpose. The idea for such a unit stemmed from earlier British successes with deception tactics during the North African campaign. Inspired by the British, the US military leadership decided to create a similar team of highly skilled individuals who could simulate entire divisions and manipulate enemy decision-making through illusions. It was a daring experiment that blurred the line between art and warfare. So, to bring this ambitious vision to life, the military sought out recruits with unique skill sets. Unlike typical soldiers, the Ghost Army was composed of artists, designers, engineers, sound technicians, and even actors. Many of these individuals had no prior combat experience, but were instead recruited from art schools, advertising agencies, and design firms. Their creativity and technical expertise would prove invaluable in crafting the elaborate ruses needed to deceive German forces. From the very beginning, the Ghost Army operated under a veil of secrecy. Its mission was to create diversions, feints, and false operations that would distract the enemy and protect Allied troops during key military campaigns. To achieve this, the unit relied on a combination of inflatable tanks, sound effects, fake radio transmissions, and carefully choreographed movements. Each tactic was meticulously planned and executed, often under immense pressure and with no room for error. One of the Ghost Army's most ingenious methods involved the use of inflatable equipment. Rubber tanks, trucks, and artillery pieces were designed to look convincing from a distance, creating the illusion of a formidable force. These decoys were lightweight and portable, allowing the unit to set up and dismantle fake encampments in record time. The sight of rows of vehicles in strategic locations was often enough to make enemy reconnaissance planes report the presence of a large Allied force. But visual deception was only one part of the equation. The Ghost Army also employed sophisticated sound technology to enhance their illusions. Using state-of-the-art recording equipment, they created audio tracks of rumbling tanks, marching soldiers, and the din of a bustling military base. These sounds were played through powerful speakers mounted on trucks, which could project the noises up to 15 miles away. The combination of visual and auditory deception created an immersive experience that fooled even the most seasoned enemy commanders. The third key element of the Ghost Army's strategy was radio deception. Skilled operators mimicked the communication styles and routines of real Allied divisions, transmitting fake orders and messages to confuse German intelligence. This tactic, known as spoof radio, was critical in convincing the enemy that they were facing a much larger force than was actually present. The Ghost Army's success depended on collaboration and meticulous attention to detail. Each member of the unit had a specific role to play, whether it was painting camouflage patterns, designing inflatable decoys, or coordinating the placement of sound equipment. Their ability to work together seamlessly under tight deadlines was a testament to their dedication and resourcefulness. As the unit prepared for its first major operation, the stakes were high. The Ghost Army had been entrusted with a mission that could determine the success or failure of the broader Allied campaign. Despite the pressure, the men and women of the Ghost Army approached their work with a sense of purpose and creativity that set them apart. This unconventional army, born from a blend of grit and necessity, would go on to play a pivotal role in the Allied victory. Its members knew that their work would remain shrouded in secrecy for decades, but they were driven by a shared belief in the importance of their mission. The Ghost Army was not just a collection of soldiers, it was a testament to the power of imagination in the face of adversity. The Ghost Army's first significant test came in the summer of 1944, shortly after the D-Day landings in Normandy. As Allied forces pushed inland from the beaches, they faced fierce resistance from German troops determined to hold their ground. The Ghost Army's role in this critical phase of the war was to draw enemy forces away from key objectives, creating opportunities for the main Allied forces to advance. Operation Brest was the unit's debut, a deception campaign designed to divert German attention away from an Allied push toward the strategically important port of Brest in northwestern France. Brest was vital to the German war effort as it served as a major naval base and supply hub. Capturing it would severely disrupt German logistics and communications. However, the city was heavily fortified, and a direct assault would result in significant Allied casualties. The Ghost Army's task was to stage a diversion that would weaken the German defences in Brest and allow the Allied forces to strike more effectively. Setting up for the operation required precision and coordination. The unit selected a location approximately 20 miles from Brest to establish their fake encampment. Using inflatable tanks, artillery pieces and supply trucks, they created the illusion of a large Allied division preparing to attack. From a distance, the scene appeared entirely authentic. Rows of vehicles were arranged strategically, while soldiers in the unit moved around the encampment to enhance the illusion. Sound played a critical role in the deception. The Ghost Army's engineers worked tirelessly to create realistic audio effects that mimic the sounds of an actual military base. Recordings of clanging metal, rumbling engines, and even the distant hum of conversations between soldiers were played through their powerful speakers. These sounds created the impression of an active and bustling division preparing for battle. Radio deception added another layer of authenticity to the ruse. Skilled operators broadcast fake transmissions that mimicked the communication patterns of a real Allied unit. These messages included requests for reinforcements, logistical updates, and discussions of an impending attack. The broadcasts were carefully timed and phrased to ensure they aligned with the visual and auditory elements of the deception. The German response to the operation demonstrated the effectiveness of the Ghost Army's tactics. Believing that a major Allied offensive was imminent, German commanders redeployed troops and resources to counter the perceived threat. This shift in focus weakened their defences in Brest, allowing the actual Allied forces to exploit the vulnerability and launch a successful assault on the city. Despite the operation's success, the Ghost Army faced immense challenges. Operating in enemy territory meant that the unit was constantly at risk of discovery. The soldiers had to maintain the illusion at all times, knowing that even a single misstep could expose their deception and compromise the entire mission. The pressure was intense, but the unit's creativity and discipline ensured that their efforts remained convincing. One of the most remarkable aspects of the operation was the ingenuity and adaptability of the soldiers. They found ways to enhance the realism of their deceptions, using camouflage techniques to hide their inflatable equipment from close inspection, and employing creative storytelling to maintain the illusion during interactions with locals. The success of Operation Breast solidified the Ghost Army's reputation as a critical asset to the Allied war effort. Their ability to manipulate enemy movements and create opportunities for the main forces to advance demonstrated the power of unconventional warfare. It also reinforced the importance of teamwork and innovation in overcoming seemingly insurmountable challenges. As the Ghost Army prepared for future missions, they carried the lessons of Operation Breast with them. The experience had tested their resolve and resourcefulness, but it had also proven that their unique approach to warfare could have a profound impact on the outcome of the conflict. The Ghost Army continued to hone its craft, with each operation showcasing an evolution in its tactics. Their next assignments spanned across Europe, where the stakes remained high and precision was essential. In the summer of 1944, the unit supported the Allied advance through France, setting up elaborate illusions to divert German forces from real targets like the River Seine crossings. Their purpose was simple yet crucial: to mislead and confuse the enemy at every turn, allowing the Allied forces to gain strategic advantages. Their efforts involved even more synchronized deception: perfectly crafted inflatable units, convincing radio transmissions, and immersive soundscapes. As the war progressed, the unit's techniques became increasingly sophisticated, with inflatable tanks, trucks, and artillery pieces designed to look even more realistic. These decoys, placed at key locations, tricked German reconnaissance aircraft into reporting large concentrations of Allied forces, buying the real Allied troops precious time. The Ghost Army also refined their use of sound. Engineers strategically placed speakers to project the noises of marching soldiers, machinery and military equipment, rumbles and roars that mimicked an army on the move. Every detail was crafted to ensure the illusion of a bustling military operation. The sound of distant engines, the hum of generators, and the steady murmur of soldiers' conversations were all carefully arranged to create an environment that felt real from miles away. At night, the Ghost Army employed even subtler tricks. Soft, low-frequency noises were played to mimic the natural rhythm of an army resting. These soothing sounds blended seamlessly into the nighttime air, giving the impression of soldiers quietly going about their business, resting for the night. The flicker of campfires could be seen in the distance, their warm glow painting an image of a calm, yet prepared, military camp. These sounds and visuals were designed to not only confuse the enemy, but to offer a momentary sense of peace in the midst of an otherwise chaotic landscape. These moments of quiet illusion brought surprising calm to their surroundings, even as the war raged on just beyond. The soldiers of the Ghost Army knew how to maintain their focus and composure in these difficult circumstances. They understood that mental clarity was just as important as strategic deception. In a time of high tension, they found ways to stay grounded, creating calm moments of respite amid the storm. Their ability to remain level-headed in the face of danger was as vital as the visual and auditory tricks they employed. For listeners tonight, imagine the gentle hum of a fictional camp blending into the stillness of the night. Picture the soft creaking of tents in the breeze, the steady rhythm of soldiers moving quietly about their business, and the flickering glow of a distant campfire. Feel the peaceful atmosphere surrounding you as you let the comforting sounds lull you into a sense of ease. These men and women, though constantly at risk and surrounded by danger, mastered the art of finding peace within chaos, much like how you can let the stillness of the moment help you unwind and drift into sleep. By the end of World War II, the Ghost Army had completed over 20 missions in Europe, each one contributing to the success of the Allied forces in ways that were largely unseen and often unrecognised. Their ability to deceive the enemy through innovative tactics, creating false signals, fake camps, and even misleading decoy operations, had played a vital role in ensuring the success of major offensives. Yet, despite their success, the full story of the Ghost Army was kept a secret for decades after the war. As the war drew to a close, the Ghost Army was disbanded, and many of its members returned to civilian life. For years, the men who served in the unit were sworn to secrecy about their operations. The story of their deception, their creativity, and their courage in the face of danger remained hidden, with only a few veterans quietly sharing their experiences. For many years, the Ghost Army's contribution was overshadowed by more well-known military victories, as the world moved forward and focused on rebuilding after the war. However, as the years passed, a renewed interest in World War II and its lesser-known heroes began to emerge. The story of the Ghost Army started to surface, with veterans coming forward and sharing their accounts. Documentaries, books, and interviews helped shed light on the incredible role this group of men had played during the war. Slowly, the world began to recognize the significance of their work and the ingenuity behind their methods of deception. For those who had served in the Ghost Army, their experience was a mix of pride and humility. They had been part of a covert operation that required tremendous skill, teamwork, and bravery. Yet their efforts had often gone unnoticed by the general public. As they shared their stories, they also spoke of the deep bonds formed among the members of the unit, the camaraderie that had sustained them in the face of danger, and the immense satisfaction of knowing they had helped bring an end to one of the darkest chapters in history. As time passed, the Ghost Army became a symbol of how ingenuity and creative thinking can make a difference in the most difficult of circumstances. Their legacy is one of perseverance, resourcefulness, and the ability to turn the tide of battle with nothing more than illusion. The Ghost Army proved that even in the most dire situations, the human spirit can find a way to rise above adversity. Think of how the men of the Ghost Army must have felt as they walked away from their missions, knowing they had made an impact in a war that shaped the world. Their contributions, though not widely known at the time, were just as significant as any traditional battle fought on the front lines. Just as the Ghost Army worked quietly and methodically to achieve their goals, you too can find peace and calm in the quiet moments, allowing your mind to unwind and your body to rest. Their story is a reminder that sometimes the most profound victories are those achieved in silence, in the stillness of the night when no one is watching. And as you settle into this peaceful moment, you can take solace in the knowledge that even the smallest actions can have a far-reaching impact. Feel the weight of the day lifting from you, just as the Ghost Army lifted the burden of deception from the shoulders of the Allied forces. Although the Ghost Army's work was shrouded in secrecy during and immediately after World War II, their legacy would not remain hidden forever. In the years following the war, the significance of their contribution began to emerge, as historians, veterans, and the public began to recognize their invaluable role in shaping the outcome of the war. What began as a covert operation to mislead the enemy had become a model of ingenuity, resourcefulness, and courage. The methods developed by the Ghost Army using sound, deception, and visual illusions would go on to influence military strategies for years to come. The concept of psychological warfare, where the mind is targeted as much as the body, became more widely accepted. These tactics would inform future military operations, as the lessons learned from the Ghost Army's success were incorporated into modern military doctrine. In addition to their impact on military strategy, the Ghost Army story had an emotional and cultural effect. For many years, their deeds went largely unrecognised, but as veterans began to speak out, their experiences resonated with people around the world. The fact that these soldiers had risked everything in a war they could not speak about for decades touched a deep chord. Their bravery, commitment, and camaraderie served as a reminder of the quiet acts of heroism that often go unnoticed in the shadow of more traditional battles. The Ghost Army's efforts also began to be recognised in popular culture. Films, books, and documentaries began to tell their story, ensuring that future generations would understand the significance of their work. Their role in World War II became more than just a historical footnote. It became a symbol of how innovation and creativity could be wielded in the service of a greater cause. Let this story of unexpected heroism inspire you. The men who served in the Ghost Army did not seek fame or glory. Instead, they focused on a mission that was far greater than themselves. Their quiet dedication to their craft echoes in the background of history, just as the calm sounds of the world around you do now. As you relax deeper, allow this story to calm your mind like a sweet melody, or a peaceful nightfall that quietly surrounds you. The knowledge that these men contributed in ways that were largely unseen allows us to reflect on how every action, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant, can contribute to something much larger. The Ghost Army may have operated in silence, but the echoes of their efforts resonate still, offering a reminder that there is power in subtlety, in quiet strength, and in the peaceful moments when we step back to reflect. As decades passed, the Ghost Army's influence continued to ripple through both military strategy and cultural memory. The quiet genius of their operations, blending deception with cutting-edge technology, was not just a wartime tactic, but a profound lesson in the value of innovation under pressure. While the techniques they pioneered were initially dismissed as a curiosity, they eventually became essential components of modern military operations, especially in the realms of psychological warfare and tactical deception. Following the war, the value of the Ghost Army's contribution was recognised in unexpected ways. The unit had shown that military success didn't always require sheer force. Sometimes, it was the ability to create uncertainty in the enemy's mind, to disorient, confuse, and mislead. This shift in understanding emphasised the power of non-violent methods in warfare, laying the groundwork for the evolution of modern intelligence operations. Beyond their impact on military tactics, the Ghost Army became a symbol of strength, something that went beyond traditional acts of greatness. The members of this unique unit, ordinary men who found extraordinary ways to serve their country, reminded us that contributions to a greater cause often come in unconventional forms. Veterans who had served in the unit began to tell their stories, and these accounts related deeply with people across the world. The idea that such a vital part of World War II was unsolved for so long made up for the overlooked contributions of everyday individuals. It helped reshape the way we perceive wartime contributions and made it clear that only large, obvious victories are worth remembering. Over time, museums, documentaries, and even novels began to explore their story, bringing to light the importance of creativity in warfare. It wasn't just about military strategy. It was about the courage to think outside the box and confront the enemy with tactics that weren't rooted in physical might, but in the power of perception. These stories remind us that we too can find strength in quiet persistence, and that the solutions to challenges may lie not in confrontation, but in innovation. Now, as you find yourself in a state of ease, the quiet whisper of history lingers. The Ghost Army's legacy teaches us that even in the most uncertain times, there is power in calm and quiet strategy. Feel the weight of your body easing, each muscle unwinding and softening, as you allow yourself to drift deeper into calm rest like a warm blanket. Just like the Ghost Army's methods that brought clarity and purpose amidst chaos, this quiet moment brings peace to your mind and body. This isn't necessarily the ending of our story, but the beginning of a restful journey into the stillness of sleep. Sweet dreams. Narratives. These formative centuries shaped the cultural, spiritual, and political DNA of the nation. The balance between divine legitimacy and earthly rule became a defining feature of Japan's rulers, a theme that would persist through centuries of samurai governance, shogunate control, and imperial restoration. The echoes of these ancient times still resonate in modern Japan, where traditions, shrines, and rituals continue to honour the distant past, maintaining a tangible link to the country's mythological and historical roots. As the Yayoi period gave way to the Kofun era circa 250 to 538 CE, Japan saw the rise of powerful clans that vied for dominance, each commanding vast agricultural territories and fortified settlements. Among these rival factions, the Yamato clan gradually asserted its influence over much of central and western Japan, cementing itself as the dominant force. Unlike the decentralized power structures of earlier centuries, the Yamato rulers established a centralized authority, one that derived legitimacy from both military strength and divine ancestry. They claimed descent from Amaterasu, the sun goddess, an assertion that reinforced their divine right to rule and set a precedent for Japan's imperial institution. As the Yamato extended their control, they adopted new governing strategies, incorporating rival clans into their administration rather than outright destroying them. This tactic allowed them to unify a fragmented land while keeping powerful regional families invested in their rule. Large keyhole-shaped burial mounds, known as kofun, began dotting the landscape, serving as massive tombs for Yamato rulers and symbolizing their growing authority. These colossal structures, some stretching over 400 metres, contained elaborate grave goods, including bronze mirrors, iron weapons, and Chinese-style artefacts, signalling Japan's increasing interaction with the continent. Diplomacy and warfare both played critical roles in the Yamato's consolidation of power. They maintained close ties with the Korean Peninsula's three kingdoms, Baekje, Silla, and Goguryeo, exchanging military assistance and cultural knowledge. This relationship introduced advanced ironworking, Buddhism, and Chinese writing, innovations that would profoundly shape Japan's social and political evolution. By the 6th century, the Yamato rulers had firmly established themselves as the sovereign power of the land, transitioning from mere chieftains to imperial monarchs. This period also saw the emergence of the term Tenno, meaning heavenly sovereign, which became the official title of the emperor, reinforcing the dynasty's divine mandate. However, true centralized rule was still in its infancy, and the emperor's power often depended on alliances with influential aristocratic families, particularly the Soga clan. Buddhism's arrival from Korea further accelerated political and ideological shifts, as different factions debated whether to embrace or resist the foreign faith. Ultimately, the Soga championed Buddhism, securing its place in Japanese society and aligning themselves with the imperial family. This decision not only strengthened the Yamato state's ties to continental Asia, but also set the stage for profound transformations in governance, religion, and cultural identity. The dawn of imperial rule in Japan was not a sudden event but a gradual process, one shaped by diplomacy, conflict, and strategic alliances. The Yamato legacy endured, providing the framework for what would become the enduring Japanese imperial institution, one that still exists today as the oldest hereditary monarchy in the world. As the Yamato rulers solidified their control, Japan entered a period of profound transformation known as the Asuka period, 538 to 710 CE, a time when foreign influences, particularly from China and Korea, began reshaping nearly every aspect of Japanese society. The most significant change was the introduction and eventual adoption of Buddhism, an event that sparked both political conflict and cultural evolution. Initially met with resistance from conservative Shinto factions, Buddhism found powerful patrons in the Soga clan, a family that wielded immense influence in the imperial court. The Soga championed Buddhist teachings, not merely as a spiritual doctrine but as a tool of political legitimacy, linking Japan to the great civilizations of the Asian mainland. Their support culminated in the construction of grand temples and the promotion of Buddhist ideals, solidifying the religion's place within the emerging state. However, their growing power provoked backlash from rival aristocratic factions, leading to a violent coup in 645 CE, where Prince Naka no Oe and his ally Fujiwara no Kamatari orchestrated the fall of the Soga. This event, known as the Taika Reform, marked a turning point in Japanese history. It ushered in sweeping administrative and land reforms inspired by China's Tang dynasty. The reform sought to centralize power under the emperor, replacing the old clan-based governance system with a structured bureaucratic state. Land ownership was redefined, with all land technically belonging to the emperor and distributed to farmers in exchange for tax obligations. A new legal code, the Ritsuryo system, was established. Closely mirroring the Chinese model of governance, it introduced provincial governors, census-based taxation, and a standing military force. This process of state formation reached new heights in the Nara period, 710 to 794 CE, when Japan's rulers sought to create a true imperial capital akin to China's Chang'an. In 710, the imperial court relocated to Heijo-kyo, modern-day Nara, a meticulously planned city laid out in a grid pattern, reflecting the influence of Tang dynasty urban design. Nara became the heart of government, culture, and religion, filled with grand Buddhist temples and administrative complexes. The most striking symbol of this era was the construction of Todaiji, a monumental temple housing the great Buddha Daibutsu, a colossal bronze statue commissioned by Emperor Shomu. This project exemplified the fusion of politics and religion, as the emperor sought to use Buddhism as a unifying force to legitimize his rule and bring stability to the realm. However, this increasing reliance on Buddhist institutions came with unintended consequences. Powerful Buddhist monasteries amassed great wealth and influence, often interfering in court politics. monastic factions formed their own armed militias, threatening imperial authority. Additionally, the expenses of maintaining a centralized state and funding extravagant temple projects placed a heavy financial strain on the government. Despite these challenges, the Asuka and Nara periods laid the foundation for Japan's national identity. The first written histories, the Kojiki and Nihon Shoki, were compiled, blending mythology and historical accounts to establish the legitimacy of the imperial lineage. Confucian ideals shaped court etiquette and governance, while Chinese-style calligraphy, poetry and artistic traditions took root in Japanese culture. Yet, even as Japan embraced these continental influences, it remained distinct, adapting foreign models to fit its unique social and political structure. By the late 8th century, dissatisfaction with the growing power of Buddhist institutions and concerns over court corruption led to a bold decision: to abandon Nara and establish a new capital. This move marked the end of one era and the dawn of another, as Japan prepared to enter the age of aristocratic refinement and cultural flourishing in Heian-kyo, modern-day Kyoto. As the imperial court relocated to Heian-kyo in 794 CE, Japan entered the Heian period, 794 to 1185, an age of refinement, courtly elegance, and cultural achievements that would leave an enduring legacy. This era saw the court aristocracy, particularly the powerful Fujiwara clan, dominate political life through strategic marriages and manipulation of the emperor's authority. Rather than ruling directly, emperors often became symbolic figures, while real power rested in the hands of regents and chancellors from the Fujiwara lineage. This aristocratic elite revelled in a life of aesthetic pursuits, developing sophisticated literary traditions, art, and fashion. The world of the Heian court was meticulously detailed in The Tale of Genji, a novel written by the noblewoman Murasaki Shikibu, which provides an intimate glimpse into the court's elaborate rituals, political intrigues, and romantic entanglements. Poetry, calligraphy, and the appreciation of nature became essential aspects of aristocratic life. Individuals were judged not by their battlefield prowess, but by their ability to compose a flawless poem or arrange their robes in harmonious colours. However, this refined world of the Heian elite was largely detached from the realities of the provinces, where power was shifting away from the court and into the hands of regional landowners and warrior clans. As the imperial government struggled with inefficiency and financial mismanagement, large estates known as shun emerged, exempt from taxation and controlled by influential families, religious institutions, and local warlords. These estates operated independently, weakening the emperor's grip on the countryside. The Fujiwara, preoccupied with courtly life, failed to address the growing instability in the provinces, leading to the rise of the Bushi, warrior class, who would soon dominate Japan's political landscape. These warriors, initially employed as estate enforcers and mercenaries, gradually amassed land and influence, forming powerful samurai clans. By the late Heian period, two dominant warrior families, the Taira and the Minamoto, emerged as the key players in Japan's shifting power dynamics. Their rivalry culminated in a series of violent conflicts, known as the Genpei War, 1180 to 1185, which would decide the fate of the nation. The aristocratic Heian court, once the pinnacle of cultural sophistication, found itself powerless against the militarized society rising in the provinces. While poetry and courtly aesthetics flourished in Heian-kyo, battles raged across the countryside, heralding the end of imperial dominance and the dawn of the samurai age. With the final defeat of the Taira at the Battle of Dan-no-ura in 1185, the Minamoto clan emerged victorious, forever altering Japan's political structure. The old Heian world of refinement and aristocratic rule had given way to a new order, one dictated by warriors rather than poets, and by the sword rather than the brush. With the Minamoto victory in 1185, Japan entered a new political era, one where warriors, rather than court aristocrats, held the reins of power. In 1292, Minamoto no Yoritomo formally established the Kamakura shogunate, marking the beginning of samurai rule that would last for nearly 7 centuries. Unlike the emperors of old, who were largely ceremonial figures, Yoritomo wielded actual political and military authority as shogun, a title that would become synonymous with de facto rulership in Japan. The imperial court in Kyoto remained intact, but its influence had diminished, overshadowed by the rise of the Bakufu, the military government headquartered in Kamakura. Under Yoritomo's leadership, Japan's feudal system began to take shape, with powerful regional lords, known as daimyo, controlling vast territories in exchange for military service. The samurai class, once mere enforcers for aristocrats, became the dominant social and military force, bound by a strict code of loyalty, duty, and martial discipline. However, the Kamakura shogunate faced persistent challenges, both from within and beyond Japan's shores. In 1274 and 1281, the Mongol Empire under Kublai Khan launched two massive invasions, seeking to subjugate Japan as it had done with Korea and China. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the Mongols were repelled, aided in part by the legendary kamikaze, or divine winds typhoons that decimated the invading fleets. Though victorious, the strain of these wars drained the Kamakura government's resources, leading to dissatisfaction among the samurai who had expected generous rewards for their service. Without enough land or wealth to distribute, the shogunate's grip weakened, culminating in its overthrow in 1333 by Emperor Go-Daigo and his loyalist forces. Yet, imperial restoration was short-lived, as another powerful warlord, Ashikaga Takauji, betrayed the emperor and established the Muromachi shogunate in 1336. The Ashikaga rulers governed from Kyoto, closer to the imperial court than their Kamakura predecessors, but their authority was far less centralized. The daimyo grew increasingly independent, governing their domains as autonomous warlords rather than mere vassals of the shogun. While the Muromachi period, 1336 to 1573, saw a cultural renaissance, marked by the rise of no theatre, ink painting and the tea ceremony, it was also an era of political fragmentation and rising conflict. By the 15th century, Japan had plunged into the Sengoku Jidai, the Warring States period, a time of near-constant civil war among rival clans. The Ashikaga shoguns, unable to maintain order, became mere figureheads as daimyo battled for supremacy. This period set the stage for the dramatic rise of three of Japan's most famous warlords, Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, who would ultimately unify the fractured nation. The age of the samurai had reached its apex, but the chaos of civil war had proven that Japan needed a stronger, more centralized government. The centuries of warrior rule had reshaped the country's political landscape, replacing the old aristocratic order with a new hierarchy built on military might, land control, and unwavering feudal loyalty. Yet, even as samurai lords waged war, the seeds of a more unified Japan were already being sown, setting the stage for the final transformation of the feudal era. As Japan descended into chaos, during the Sengoku Jidai, the Warring States period, three formidable warlords emerged to bring an end to the long era of civil strife. The first was Oda Nobunaga, a brilliant but ruthless strategist who launched a campaign to unify Japan in the late 16th century. He revolutionized warfare by adopting Western firearms, implementing innovative battlefield tactics, and crushing rival daimyo with brutal efficiency. By the 1570s, Nobunaga had seized Kyoto and dismantled the remnants of the Ashikaga shogunate. However, his rule was cut short in 1582 when he was betrayed by one of his own generals, Akechi Mitsuhide, and forced to commit seppuku. His unfinished mission was taken up by Toyotomi Hideyoshi, a former peasant-turned-general who proved himself as one of history's greatest tacticians. Hideyoshi completed the unification of Japan, eliminating remaining rivals and establishing control over the entire archipelago by 1590. He enacted sweeping reforms, disarming the peasantry, restricting samurai to castle towns, and reorganizing the feudal hierarchy to ensure loyalty. However, his ambitions stretched beyond Japan. In 1592 and 1597, he launched massive invasions of Korea in a bid to conquer China. These campaigns ended in disaster, draining Japan's resources and costing thousands of lives. When Hideyoshi died in 1598, his generals vied for control, leading to the decisive Battle of Sekigahara in 1600. It was Tokugawa Ieyasu, a cunning and patient strategist, who emerged victorious. In 1603, he established the Tokugawa shogunate, ushering in the Edo period, 1603 to 1868, a time of unprecedented peace, stability, and isolation. Unlike his predecessors, Ieyasu prioritized long-term control over immediate conquest. He moved the seat of power to Edo, modern-day Tokyo, where he constructed an intricate system of governance to prevent future uprisings. The Bakuhan system divided authority between the shogunate and regional daimyo, ensuring that local lords remained powerful but ultimately subservient to the Tokugawa family. To maintain control, Ieyasu implemented the Sankin-kotai policy, which required daimyo to alternate living in Edo and their home provinces, draining their wealth and keeping them under close watch. Meanwhile, he enacted strict social policies that solidified Japan's rigid class hierarchy: samurai, peasants, artisans, and merchants, ensuring that each class remained in its designated role. One of the most defining features of the Tokugawa era was Japan's policy of isolation, known as sakoku. Fearing foreign influence, particularly the spread of Christianity, the shogunate banned European missionaries, restricted trade to a few controlled ports, and prohibited Japanese citizens from travelling abroad. For over 2 centuries, Japan remained almost entirely closed to the outside world, developing a distinct insular culture. Despite this isolation, the Edo period saw a flourishing of the arts, literature, and urban culture. Cities like Edo, Kyoto, and Osaka became centres of commerce and entertainment, giving rise to kabuki theatre, ukiyo-e woodblock prints, and haiku poetry. Samurai, now mostly bureaucrats rather than warriors, turned to scholarship and administration, while merchants, despite their low social status, grew increasingly wealthy. Yet, beneath the surface of stability, cracks began to form. Economic strain, rigid social policies, and foreign pressure would eventually force Japan to reopen its doors in the 19th century, bringing an end to the Tokugawa era and ushering in the Meiji Restoration. Still, the unification efforts of Nobunaga, Hideyoshi, and Ieyasu had laid the groundwork for modern Japan. Their legacies endured, shaping the country's political structure, cultural identity, and samurai ethos long after the last shogun relinquished power. The centuries of war and bloodshed had finally given way to order, but the cycle of history ensured that change would come again. Long before the samurai became the most revered warriors in Japanese history, they began as mere enforcers for the noble class. In the early centuries of Japan's political development, power rested in the hands of the imperial court and aristocracy, with local disputes often settled by hired fighters rather than structured military forces. However, as the Heian period progressed, land ownership shifted from centralized control to private estates, shun, which gave rise to influential provincial lords who needed warriors to protect their holdings. These warriors, initially called saburao, meaning to serve, evolved into the samurai, a class of fighters who would one day dominate Japan's social and political order. Unlike the court nobles in Kyoto, these provincial warriors lived by the sword, honing their skills in mounted archery, swordsmanship, and disciplined military tactics. They were not just fighters, but strategists, trained in loyalty, duty, and honour, principles that would later be enshrined in Bushido, the code of the samurai. The imperial government's decline in the late Heian period accelerated the rise of the samurai, as noble families began relying more on military clans for protection. Among the most powerful of these emerging warrior families were the Minamoto and the Taira, 2 clans whose rivalries would shape Japan's history. Initially, these samurai were still seen as servants of the court, their status subordinate to the aristocracy. But that perception began to change as warriors gained influence through both battlefield prowess and political manoeuvring. By the 12th century, samurai were no longer just defenders of noble estates. They were power brokers in their own right, leading vast armies and commanding immense respect. The shift from noble rule to warrior rule was not sudden, but rather a gradual process driven by the failures of the imperial government to maintain order. As regional conflicts escalated and lawlessness spread across the provinces, the need for strong military leadership became undeniable. This transformation reached its climax in the Genpei War, 1180 to 1185, a brutal conflict between the Taira and Minamoto clans that determined the fate of Japan. The war was more than just a struggle for dominance. It marked the end of aristocratic rule and the beginning of samurai governance. The final battle at Dan-no-ura saw the complete destruction of the Taira, solidifying the Minamoto clan's control over Japan. In its aftermath, Minamoto no Yoritomo seized power and established the Kamakura shogunate in 1192, officially shifting Japan into a military government led by a shogun, a supreme warlord who ruled in the emperor's name. This event marked the true emergence of the samurai as the ruling class of Japan, their influence stretching beyond warfare into governance, law, and culture. No longer mere warriors in service to the court, they had become the backbone of the nation's power structure. But with power came responsibility, and the samurai soon found themselves navigating a delicate balance between loyalty, honour, and political ambition. The rise of the shogunate brought new challenges: clan rivalries, internal betrayals, and shifting allegiances that would test the samurai's resilience over the centuries. What had begun as a class of armed retainers had transformed into a military elite, shaping the destiny of Japan for generations to come. Their journey had only just begun, and the centuries ahead would see them not only rule Japan, but fight to keep their place at the top. With Minamoto no Yoritomo's rise to power in 1192, Japan entered the Kamakura period, 1185–1333, an era where the samurai became the governing class for the first time in history. Unlike the imperial court in Kyoto, which relied on bureaucracy and aristocratic privilege, the Kamakura shogunate was a military government that prioritized discipline, loyalty, and strength. Yoritomo's leadership introduced a new structure to Japan's political system, establishing a warrior-led government known as the Bakufu, where the shogun held supreme authority while the emperor remained a symbolic figure. This system formalized the samurai's dominance, granting them land in exchange for military service, creating a feudal order where loyalty between a samurai and his lord became the foundation of governance. However, maintaining control over a country filled with ambitious warlords and noble families was no easy task. To solidify his grip, Yoritomo established the Shugo and Jito, military governors and estate stewards, who ensured the shogunate's rule extended to the farthest reaches of Japan. Despite Yoritomo's careful planning, internal struggles soon threatened the stability of the Kamakura shogunate. After his death in 1199, his widow Hojo Masako maneuvered her family into power, ensuring that real authority rested with the Hojo regents rather than the shogun himself. Under Hojo rule, the shogunate became more of an oligarchy, where the regents controlled political decisions while the puppet shoguns remained figureheads. Though this system maintained stability for a time, it created resentment among rival samurai clans who felt excluded from power. However, just as internal divisions threatened to weaken Japan's new military government, an even greater threat loomed on the horizon: the Mongol Empire. By the mid-13th century, the Mongols, under Kublai Khan, had conquered China and Korea, setting their sights on Japan. In 1274, they launched the first Mongol invasion, sending a massive fleet of warships and warriors to the shores of Kyushu. The Mongols fought unlike anything the samurai had ever encountered, using coordinated cavalry charges, massed archery, and explosives to disrupt traditional Japanese combat styles. The samurai, accustomed to one-on-one duels and honor-driven warfare, struggled against the Mongols' brutal efficiency. However, before the Mongols could achieve total victory, a typhoon struck their fleet, destroying many of their ships and forcing them to retreat. This storm, later called kamikaze, or divine wind, was seen as divine intervention, a sign that the gods had protected Japan. Undeterred, Kublai Khan launched a second invasion in 1281, this time with an even larger force of over 140,000 soldiers. For months, the samurai defended Japan with relentless determination, holding back the Mongols in grueling coastal battles. Once again, nature intervened. Another powerful typhoon struck, sinking much of the Mongol fleet and drowning thousands of invaders. The Mongols retreated, never attempting another invasion of Japan. These events solidified Japan's belief in divine protection, reinforcing the idea that the samurai were not only warriors, but guardians of a sacred land. However, the victory came at a cost. Defending against the Mongols had drained the shogunate's resources, and unlike traditional wars between samurai clans, there was no land to reward the warriors who had fought so bravely. Discontent spread among the samurai, many of whom felt their service had gone unrewarded. The financial strain and growing unrest began to unravel the Kamakura shogunate. Samurai clans, once loyal to the Hojo regents, turned against them, culminating in Emperor Go-Daigo's rebellion in 1331. With the help of powerful warriors like Ashikaga Takauji, the imperial forces overthrew the Kamakura government in 1333, bringing an end to the first shogunate. However, this was not a return to imperial rule. Instead, it paved the way for a new warrior dynasty, the Ashikaga shogunate, which would rule Japan in an even more fragmented and chaotic age. The samurai had proven they were the undisputed rulers of Japan, but the battle for supremacy among them was far from over. As the Kamakura shogunate crumbled, Japan drifted into a period of uncertainty, much like a restless night where stability fades into shadow. In 1336, Ashikaga Takauji, once a loyal general of Emperor Go-Daigo, turned against the imperial forces and seized control, establishing the Ashikaga shogunate. Unlike the Kamakura government, which had ruled with a firm military grip, the Ashikaga sought to balance power between the shogunate and the imperial court. At first, this seemed like a gentle transition, a lull before the next storm. Kyoto became the political and cultural heart of Japan once more, and the capital's refined atmosphere encouraged the flourishing of art, poetry, and Zen Buddhism. The Muromachi period, 1336 to 1573, saw the rise of No theatre, elegant ink paintings, and the tea ceremony, a practice designed to bring a sense of serenity and mindfulness to those who participated. Yet, beneath this tranquil facade, Japan remained in turmoil, much like an unsettled dream where nothing is truly at peace. The Ashikaga rulers, unlike the tightly controlled Kamakura regime, struggled to maintain unity among the daimyo, the powerful warlords who controlled vast territories across the country. The Bakufu had established its rule, but it was weaker than before, relying on fragile alliances that could crumble at any moment. The Onin War, 1467 to 1477, proved to be the breaking point, shattering the illusion of stability and plunging Japan into over a century of near-constant warfare. The once orderly world of feudal loyalty began to dissolve as samurai lords turned on one another in an unending battle for dominance. During this time of unrest, the samurai class continued to evolve, not just as warriors, but as enforcers of order in a world that had lost its balance. Their devotion to Zen Buddhism offered moments of quiet introspection amid the chaos, emphasizing meditation and mindfulness, much like the steady rhythm of breathing before sleep. Samurai sought peace within themselves even as war raged around them, practicing the art of the sword with the same precision and calmness as a monk arranging a rock garden. However, this inner tranquility could not prevent the collapse of the Ashikaga shogunate, which had become little more than a hollow shell of power. By the late 1500s, Japan had drifted into the Sengoku Jidai, the Warring States period, where no ruler held true control, and samurai warlords battled endlessly for supremacy. As the nights grew longer with uncertainty, the people of Japan awaited a leader strong enough to bring an end to the strife. The age of elegant courtly politics had faded, replaced by a time of battle, ambition, and relentless struggle. The country had become a storm-tossed sea, searching for the stillness of dawn. And soon, three remarkable figures, Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, would rise from the chaos to forge a new era. But before peace could be restored, Japan would have to endure its most turbulent dreams of war. The Sengoku Jidai, 1467 to 1600, was a time when Japan existed in a state of endless night, a restless dream filled with the sounds of clashing swords and the distant echoes of battle drums. The Ashikaga shogunate had lost control, leaving the land divided among powerful daimyo, each ruling their own domain like kings of miniature kingdoms. Castles rose across the landscape, fortified strongholds where warlords plotted their next move, their sleepless ambition keeping Japan in a cycle of bloodshed. Alliances were made and broken like fleeting dreams, with battles erupting across the country in an endless struggle for supremacy. The once rigid feudal order dissolved into chaos, as samurai pledged their loyalty not to a shogun or emperor, but to those who could promise them land, power, or survival. But even in the darkest of nights, there is always the promise of dawn. From the turmoil of war, three figures emerged who would change the course of Japanese history: Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu. Each would play a role in bringing an end to the anarchy, shaping the future of Japan with their ambition, strategy, and sheer force of will. The first of these men, Oda Nobunaga, was unlike any warlord before him. Ruthless, innovative, and determined to unite Japan at any cost. He introduced new military tactics that shattered traditional samurai warfare. He embraced firearms, reorganized his armies for greater mobility, and crushed opposition with swift, merciless force. His victories over rival daimyo, including the powerful Takeda clan at the Battle of Nagashino in 1575, cemented his dominance. Yet, Nobunaga's dream of unification was cut short in 1582, when he was betrayed by one of his own generals and forced to take his own life. The mantle of leadership then passed to Toyotomi Hideyoshi, Nobunaga's brilliant general who had risen from humble beginnings. Hideyoshi completed what Nobunaga had started, bringing all of Japan under his control by 1590. He implemented sweeping reforms to ensure stability, disarming peasants to prevent uprisings, and restructuring the feudal system so that only samurai could bear arms. His leadership brought a brief moment of peace, a lull in the storm, yet his ambitions stretched beyond Japan. In 1592 and 1597, he launched massive invasions of Korea, hoping to conquer China as well. These campaigns ended in disaster, draining Japan's resources and weakening the fragile unity Hideyoshi had built. When he died in 1598, his generals turned on one another, plunging the nation into conflict once more. The final act of unification fell to Tokugawa Ieyasu, a patient and calculating leader who had bided his time while others fought for dominance. In 1600, at the Battle of Sekigahara, the largest and most decisive conflict in samurai history, Ieyasu crushed his enemies and seized control of Japan. 3 years later, in 1603, he established the Tokugawa shogunate, ushering in an era of stability that would last for over 250 years. The long and violent night of the Sengoku period had come to an end, and Japan could finally rest. But peace would come with a price. The Tokugawa shoguns would impose strict control over society, isolating Japan from the outside world and enforcing a rigid social order. The samurai, who had once fought for honor and ambition, would find themselves in a different world, where the battlefield was replaced by politics, and swords were more for display than war. As the country drifted into a new age of order, the samurai would have to adapt or fade into history like a forgotten dream. For now, though, the land could finally breathe, wrapped in the quiet embrace of a newfound peace. With Tokugawa Ieyasu's victory at Sekigahara in 1600 and his formal appointment as shogun in 1603, Japan entered a new era of stability, one that would last for more than 250 years. After centuries of chaos, the land could finally sleep. But this peace came at a cost. The Tokugawa shogunate established a system so controlled, so rigid, that it locked the entire country into a state of stillness, like a dream where time no longer moved forward. Ieyasu and his descendants implemented strict policies to prevent any future wars, ensuring that power remained in the hands of the Tokugawa family. The Bakuhan system divided governance between the central shogunate and the regional daimyo, but all power ultimately rested in Edo, modern-day Tokyo, where the shogunate ruled with an iron grip. To prevent rebellions, the shogunate imposed sankinkotai, a policy that forced all daimyo to spend every other year in Edo, while their families remained there as hostages. This ensured that no warlord could gather enough strength to challenge Tokugawa rule. Samurai, once fierce warriors who had lived and died by the sword, found themselves trapped in an existence of bureaucratic duty, their blades more symbols of rank than tools of war. The class system was strictly enforced. At the top were the samurai, followed by peasants, artisans, and merchants at the bottom. No one could change their place in society. The structure was unshakable, like the walls of Edo Castle itself. One of the most defining aspects of the Tokugawa era was Sakoku, Japan's policy of complete isolation. In 1639, the shogunate banned nearly all foreign contact, allowing trade only through the Dutch and Chinese at the artificial island of Dejima in Nagasaki. Christianity was outlawed, Western books were burned, and any Japanese caught trying to leave the country faced execution. This isolation sealed Japan in a world of its own, a self-contained dream where time seemed frozen. Yet, within these constraints, a unique culture flourished. Cities like Edo, Kyoto, and Osaka became centers of art, literature, and entertainment. The rise of kabuki theatre and ukiyo-e woodblock prints captured the spirit of the era, depicting scenes of pleasure districts, bustling markets, and legendary warriors of the past. The tea ceremony, once a samurai ritual, became a refined art form, offering a rare moment of stillness in an increasingly structured world. Despite this cultural blossoming, the cracks in the system slowly began to show. The samurai class, once noble warriors, struggled under economic strain, as their stipends remained fixed while merchant wealth grew. The once lowly merchants, despite their social status, accumulated great fortunes, funding theatres, art, and literature. With no wars to fight, many samurai fell into debt, forced to marry into merchant families or take up menial bureaucratic work to survive. Meanwhile, the peasantry, burdened with heavy taxes, faced famine and unrest. Though the Tokugawa rule was firm, beneath its surface, dissatisfaction simmered, like a restless sleeper waiting to wake. By the mid-19th century, foreign ships began appearing on Japan's shores, their presence an omen of change. The stillness of the Edo period could not last forever. Like the dawn breaking after a long and dream-filled night, a new era was approaching, one that would shake Japan from its slumber and thrust it into the modern world. For more than 250 years, Japan existed in a state of carefully maintained stillness, as if wrapped in an unbroken dream. The Tokugawa shogunate had built a fortress of peace, isolating the country from foreign influence and keeping strict order within its borders. But no dream lasts forever. By the mid-19th century, change loomed on the horizon as black ships appeared in Japanese waters, ominous and foreign, like shadows breaking through the quiet of night. These were the vessels of Commodore Matthew Perry, an American naval officer who arrived in 1853 with demands that Japan open its ports to trade. The shogunate, so accustomed to control, found itself powerless against the superior firepower and technology of the Western world. The illusion of stability began to crack. In 1854, under pressure from Perry's fleet, the shogunate signed the Treaty of Kanagawa, officially ending Japan's policy of sakoku. For the first time in over 2 centuries, foreign influence poured in, bringing modern weapons, new technologies, and unfamiliar ideas. Japan's people, once lulled into the predictability of Tokugawa rule, suddenly found themselves in an unfamiliar landscape. Western-style clothing and steamships appeared in the harbours. Telegraphs and railways disrupted the old rhythms of life. The samurai, once the unquestioned rulers of the land, now found themselves staring into an uncertain future, their way of life becoming obsolete. The cracks turned into fractures as discontent spread across the nation. The shogunate's inability to resist foreign pressure angered many, including powerful daimyo and young samurai who longed for a return to Japan's former strength. 2 factions emerged, those who wished to reform the shogunate and those who sought to restore the emperor as the true ruler. The conflict escalated into the Boshin War, 1868 to 1869, a final struggle between the forces of the Tokugawa and the imperial loyalists. At the Battle of Toba-Fushimi, the modernized imperial army, armed with rifles and Western artillery, overwhelmed the traditional samurai warriors, proving that the age of the sword had come to an end. In 1868, the victorious imperial forces declared the Meiji Restoration, and with it, the fall of the Tokugawa shogunate. The emperor was reinstated as the central figure of government, but this was no return to the past. Japan rapidly modernized, adopting Western-style governance, industry, and military tactics. In 1876, one of the final blows came, a law banning samurai from carrying swords in public, a symbol of their fading status. Many warriors, unable to accept a life without battle, joined uprisings against the government, the most famous being the Satsuma Rebellion of 1877, led by Saigo Takamori, one of the last true samurai. But the rebellion was crushed by the imperial army, armed with Gatling guns and modern rifles, and with it the last flicker of the samurai era was extinguished. Though the samurai as a warrior class had disappeared, their spirit remained woven into Japan's identity. Bushido, the samurai code of honor and discipline, influenced Japan's military and cultural values well into the 20th century. Their legacy lived on in literature, cinema, and philosophy. a reminder of a time when honor was currency and the sword was law. The great warriors who once shaped Japan had become legends, their names whispered in history, much like distant echoes of a dream that fades with the morning light. This concludes tonight's journey through the rise and fall of the samurai, but there are more stories to come. The mythological birth of Japan, from the gods to the first emperors. Before the first samurai drew their blades, and before the great shoguns ruled from their castles, Japan was a land of mystery, its origins veiled in legend. The story of Japan's creation begins not with humans but with gods, the kami, divine spirits who shaped the very essence of the islands. According to the Kojiki and Nihon Shoki, the oldest chronicles of Japan, two celestial beings, Izanagi and Izanami, stood upon the floating bridge of heaven, gazing down at a formless world. They dipped a jewelled spear into the sea, and as the droplets fell, they solidified into land. Thus, the Japanese archipelago was born. The gods descended, walking upon their creation, bringing forth mountains, rivers, and forests. Yet their divine union was not without sorrow. In giving birth to the fire god, Izanami perished, descending into the underworld, leaving Izanagi stricken with grief. His journey to reclaim her ended in horror, as he fled from the decayed form of his beloved, purifying himself in a sacred river. From this act of purification emerged three powerful deities: Amaterasu, the sun goddess, Tsukuyomi, the moon god, and Susanoo, the storm god, the very forces that would shape Japan's destiny. Amaterasu, radiant and benevolent, was entrusted with the heavens, while her brother Susanoo, wild and uncontrollable, was cast down to earth. In a fateful moment, their rivalry erupted into chaos. Susanoo, in a fit of rage, stormed through the celestial plains, destroying Amaterasu's rice fields, hurling filth into her palace, and causing devastation wherever he walked. Unable to bear the destruction, Amaterasu retreated into a cave, plunging the world into darkness. The other gods, desperate to restore light, devised a clever plan. They placed a mirror outside the cave, and as Amaterasu peeked out, drawn by curiosity, they pulled her into the open, bringing light back to the world. This event would forever symbolize the divine right of the Yamato rulers, who traced their lineage directly to the sun goddess herself. From the union of gods and mortals came Ninigi no Mikoto, Amaterasu's grandson, who was sent to rule the land of Japan. He descended from the heavens, carrying the three sacred treasures, the mirror, the sword, and the jewel, symbols of imperial authority that would be passed down through generations. His lineage led to Emperor Jimmu, the legendary first emperor of Japan, who, guided by divine spirits, waged war against rival tribes and established the imperial throne in 660 BCE. Though historical evidence for Jimmu remains elusive, his legacy endures, his name enshrined in myth, his reign marking the beginning of a dynasty that still exists today. While the myths of Japan's creation provided a divine foundation, the reality was far more complex. The archipelago was home to early human settlers long before the first emperors emerged. The Jomon people, hunter-gatherers who lived in pit dwellings and created intricate pottery, thrived for thousands of years, their way of life shaped by the land's untamed beauty. But as the centuries passed, a new wave of migrants arrived, the Yayoi people, bringing agriculture, metalworking, and social hierarchy. Their arrival marked a turning point, as small tribal groups evolved into structured communities, laying the groundwork for the powerful clans that would one day shape Japan's destiny. Thus, the origins of Japan exist in two worlds, the realm of gods and the realm of men. One speaks of divine will, celestial battles, and the blessings of Amaterasu. The other tells of migration, adaptation, and the forging of society. Both intertwine to form the foundation of Japan's history, where mythology and reality stand side by side, their echoes still felt in the rituals, shrines, and traditions of the modern nation. The role of Shinto and the worship of the kami. In the earliest days of Japan's history, long before the samurai and shoguns, the land was shaped not just by rulers, but by the unseen forces of the kami, the spirits and deities that resided in every aspect of nature. Shinto, Japan's indigenous belief system, was not a structured religion with sacred texts and doctrines. Rather, it was an intricate tapestry of myths, rituals, and spiritual connections between the people and the natural world. Unlike the faiths of the West, Shinto had no singular founder or strict commandments. Instead, it was an evolving tradition woven into the daily lives of the Japanese people. Every mountain, river, tree, and shrine was believed to house a kami, and maintaining harmony with these spirits was essential for both individual well-being and the prosperity of the land. The imperial family, tracing its lineage to Amaterasu, used Shinto mythology to justify its divine rule, reinforcing the idea that Japan itself was a sacred land. The emperor was not merely a political leader, but a living bridge between the gods and humanity, performing rituals to maintain spiritual balance. Throughout the Yamato period and beyond, elaborate ceremonies were held at the Izgrand Shrine, the most sacred site dedicated to Amaterasu, where only the highest members of the imperial line could serve as priestesses. These rituals were believed to ensure bountiful harvests, military victories, and protection from disasters. Over time, this divine connection was institutionalized, shaping the way Japan's government functioned. Political power was not only a matter of might, but also of spiritual legitimacy. Shinto beliefs also influenced the structure of Japan's early legal and moral codes. Laws were often intertwined with religious purity, and violations of harmony, be it crimes, natural disasters, or even personal misfortunes, were seen as disturbances in the spiritual balance. Priests and shrine maidens played an essential role in cleansing individuals of misfortune through purification rites known as misugi. Ritual washing in rivers or at sacred waterfalls meant to purify both body and spirit. Festivals called matsuri were held throughout the year to honour the kami, ensuring their continued favour and protection. These festivals, filled with music, dance, and processions, were not just religious gatherings but also central social events that united communities under shared spiritual traditions. Beyond the imperial court, local clans and villages had their own kami, unique to their land and lineage. These local deities were believed to protect the crops, guide warriors into battle, and watch over the homes of their followers. Some kami were benevolent, offering blessings of health and fortune, while others were vengeful spirits requiring offerings and careful rituals to prevent their wrath. The concept of tsukumogami, objects that, after 100 years, gained spirits of their own, was rooted in the belief that the unseen world was constantly interacting with human life. Farmers prayed to Inari, the kami of rice and fertility, often represented by foxes, while warriors sought favour from Hachiman, the kami of war and divine protector of Japan. As Buddhism arrived from China and Korea in the 6th century, it did not replace Shinto but rather merged with it, forming the unique syncretic religious identity that would define Japan for centuries. Buddhist temples were built next to Shinto shrines, and many kami were identified as manifestations of Buddhist deities, ensuring that the new religion did not erase Japan's indigenous traditions but instead intertwined with them. This seamless blending of spiritual practices reflected the deep-rooted belief that all forces, gods, spirits, ancestors, and natural elements were interconnected in an ever-flowing cycle. Shinto was not merely a religion, it was a way of life, shaping everything from governance to warfare, from agriculture to art. It provided the framework through which Japan's early leaders justified their rule, the means by which communities found unity, and the spiritual force that connected the people to their land. Even in modern Japan, where Shinto no longer dictates the laws of the land, its echoes remain, in the towering torii gates that stand at shrine entrances, in the festivals that still mark the changing seasons, and in the quiet reverence for nature that lingers in the heart of the nation. Sacred sites, rituals, and the power of purification. In ancient Japan, where the natural world and the spiritual world intertwined, sacred sites were more than places of worship. They were living connections between humans and the kami. The most revered among them was the Izigran Shrine, dedicated to Amaterasu, the sun goddess and divine ancestor of Japan's emperors. Nestled deep in the forests of Mie Prefecture, the shrine was rebuilt every 20 years in a centuries-old tradition, symbolizing renewal and the impermanence of all things. Only the imperial family and the highest-ranking priests were permitted to conduct rituals within its sacred grounds, ensuring that the emperor's divine link to the gods remained unbroken. Other major shrines, such as Izumo Taisha, dedicated to the storm god Okuninushi, and Fushimi Inari Taisha, home to the fox spirits of Inari, became centers of devotion, pilgrimage, and seasonal festivals that shaped the rhythm of life across Japan. At the heart of Shinto practice was the idea of purification, the belief that humans accumulated spiritual impurities through daily life and interaction with the physical world. To cleanse themselves, individuals performed misogi, ritual washing in rivers, waterfalls, or the sea. Warriors, before battle, would stand beneath rushing water, clearing their minds and bodies of impurity, believing that a cleansed spirit would ensure victory. In everyday life, purification took place through temizuya, stone basins found at the entrances of shrines, where worshippers would rinse their hands and mouths before praying. This act was not simply about physical cleanliness, but about restoring spiritual harmony, aligning oneself with the natural flow of energy that bound all things together. Beyond personal purification, entire communities participated in grand rituals to appease the kami and ensure their continued blessings. Shinto priests dressed in flowing white robes performed ceremonies filled with ancient chants, rhythmic drumming, and offerings of rice, sake, and salt. Kagura, a sacred form of dance, was performed to entertain the kami and invite their presence. During times of drought, priests led processions to summon rain. During harvest festivals, people gathered to give thanks for the rice that sustained them. These seasonal rituals became the heartbeat of Japan's agricultural society, marking the passage of time through sacred observances. Perhaps one of the most enduring traditions was the Shikinen Sengu, the complete rebuilding of major shrines like Ise Grand Shrine. Every 20 years, the entire complex was reconstructed using carefully chosen cypress wood, following the exact design of the previous structure. This practice, dating back over 1,300 years, reflected the Shinto belief in impermanence and renewal, the idea that nothing is permanent, yet through careful preservation, continuity can be maintained. The wood from the old shrine was repurposed in smaller shrines across Japan, ensuring that the divine essence remained within the land. Among the most feared spiritual disturbances were yokai and vengeful spirits, believed to emerge when proper rituals were not observed or when great injustices were left unresolved. The restless spirits of fallen warriors, betrayed lovers, or those who died with strong lingering emotions could transform into onryo, ghosts capable of cursing entire regions. To prevent such supernatural turmoil, elaborate exorcism rituals were conducted by priests to pacify these spirits and restore balance. Stories of these vengeful beings spread across Japan, reminding people of the importance of living in harmony with both the seen and unseen worlds. From the towering torii gates marking the entrance to sacred grounds, to the whispering forests where the kami were said to reside, the rituals and traditions of Shinto defined the spiritual landscape of Japan. Though centuries have passed, these sacred practices remain deeply embedded in Japanese culture, a quiet undercurrent in daily life, guiding festivals, ceremonies, and moments of quiet reverence. Whether through the flickering of lanterns at a shrine, the ringing of a bell before a prayer, or the flowing waters of purification, the ancient connection between humans and the divine endures, like a dream carried through time. The divine mandate. How mythology shaped Japan's rulers and warriors. In the world of ancient Japan, power was not simply taken, it was bestowed by the kami. The legitimacy of rulers was tied to their divine ancestry, their right to govern reinforced by sacred myths and Shinto traditions. Unlike in feudal Europe, where kings ruled by conquest or noble bloodlines alone, Japan's emperors claimed their authority through a spiritual mandate, a divine connection stretching back to Amaterasu, the sun goddess. This belief in divine rule set Japan apart, creating an imperial lineage that has endured for more than 2,600 years. The Yamato rulers, who emerged as Japan's dominant clan in the 4th century CE, carefully cultivated their link to the gods. By declaring themselves descendants of Amaterasu, they positioned themselves as the rightful rulers of the land, their sovereignty not just a political claim but a sacred duty. This divine lineage was reinforced through elaborate Shinto rituals at the imperial court, ensuring that each emperor was seen not only as a mortal ruler, but as a living conduit between the human world and the celestial realm. Even as military governments later seized control, the emperor remained a spiritual figurehead, his authority unbroken by time. But the imperial family was not the only class to draw strength from the divine. Samurai warriors, whose rise in the Heian and Kamakura periods reshaped Japan's social order, also found their legitimacy through mythology. Many powerful samurai clans traced their lineage to legendary gods or heroes, using these connections to justify their rule over provinces and armies. The Minamoto clan, for example, claimed descent from Emperor Seiwa, reinforcing their authority as rightful military leaders. Others, such as the Taira and Hojo, aligned themselves with powerful kami like Hachiman, the god of war, whose favour was believed to grant victory in battle. Before heading into war, samurai would visit shrines, undergo purification rituals, and offer prayers to their ancestral deities, believing that divine protection could mean the difference between life and death. This sacred connection between warriors and gods was embodied in the concept of Bushido, the way of the warrior. More than just a code of conduct, Bushido was rooted in Shinto and Buddhist philosophy, emphasizing loyalty, duty, and spiritual discipline. A samurai was expected to live with honor and purity, maintaining an unshakable spirit much like the stillness of a shrine. Ritual suicide, seppuku, was considered an act of purification, a way to cleanse one's dishonor and restore balance to the world. The spiritual nature of the samurai ethos transformed warfare into something more than a struggle for land and power. It became a test of divine will, where victory was seen as a sign of celestial favor. Shinto mythology also shaped the way warlords justified their conquests. In the Sengoku period, 1467 to 1600, when Japan was fractured by civil war, leaders like Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu used divine imagery to solidify their rule. Nobunaga, in particular, saw himself as a force of destiny, invoking the idea that he was chosen to bring order to a chaotic world. Hideyoshi, though born a peasant, carefully crafted an image of divine favour, associating himself with the sun and even constructing grand temples to cement his legacy. Tokugawa Ieyasu, the most patient of the three, aligned himself with the ancestral spirits of the Minamoto clan, ensuring that his shogunate was seen not just as a political institution, but as the rightful continuation of Japan's divine rule. Even as modernity swept through Japan, the belief in divine legitimacy never truly faded. During the Meiji Restoration in 1868, when Japan sought to modernize while preserving its traditions, the emperor's divine status was re-emphasized to unify the nation. The idea that Japan was a sacred land chosen by the gods remained deeply ingrained in the national identity, shaping everything from politics to the arts. Thus, mythology was not simply a collection of ancient stories, it was a foundation of power, a force that shaped Japan's rulers, warriors, and vision of itself as a nation. Whether through the sun goddess's blessings upon the imperial family or the war gods guiding samurai into battle, the echoes of these beliefs carried through the ages, weaving the past into the present like an unbroken thread in the fabric of time. The symbolism of nature, mountains, rivers, and the sacred landscape. In ancient Japan, the land itself was alive with spiritual significance. Every mountain peak, flowing river, and dense forest was believed to house the spirits of the kami, divine forces that shaped the world and guided human destiny. Unlike in other civilizations where deities ruled from distant heavens, Japan's gods lived within the earth, woven into the very fabric of the natural landscape. To the people of early Japan, the land was not just a resource, it was sacred, a place where the divine and mortal worlds intertwined. Among the most revered places in Japan were its mountains. Towering above the land, they were seen as bridges between the heavens and the human world, where gods descended and spirits dwelled. None was more sacred than Mount Fuji, the iconic volcano that became a symbol of purity, beauty, and spiritual enlightenment. Legends tell of Fuji as the dwelling place of Konohana Sakuya Hem, the goddess of blossoming trees, whose fleeting beauty mirrored the delicate and transient nature of life. For centuries, monks and pilgrims ascended its slopes in search of divine wisdom, believing that reaching its summit brought them closer to the gods. Other mountains, such as Mount He and Mount Koya, became centers of religious devotion, home to Buddhist temples and Shinto shrines that further deepened their spiritual aura. Rivers and waterfalls also held profound spiritual importance. Flowing water was seen as a force of purification, a means of washing away physical and spiritual impurities. Ancient purification rituals known as misogi were often performed in cold rivers or beneath waterfalls, where monks, warriors, and common people alike cleansed themselves before engaging in religious ceremonies or battle. One of the most famous sacred waterfalls was Nachi Falls, where Shinto priests conducted elaborate rituals to honour the water spirits. The belief in the purifying power of water remains embedded in Japanese culture to this day, reflected in the practice of temazuya at shrine entrances, where visitors rinse their hands and mouths before offering prayers. Forests were considered the hidden sanctuaries of the kami, dense and untouched groves where spirits roamed freely. Certain trees were believed to be yorishiro, objects capable of housing deities, marked with sacred ropes known as shimenawa to signify their divine presence. The ancient cryptomeria trees of Togakushi Shrine in Nagano, some standing for over 1,000 years, were said to be infused with the spirits of the past. These sacred forests were not places to be disturbed, and even today, Japan maintains a deep respect for nature, preserving these ancient woodlands as places of spiritual retreat and meditation. Beyond individual landmarks, the natural cycles of the seasons were deeply tied to religious observances. The blooming of cherry blossoms in spring was celebrated with Hanami, a festival that honoured the fleeting beauty of life, while the arrival of autumn brought solemn reflections on impermanence. Rice, Japan's most sacred crop, was planted and harvested in accordance with seasonal rituals dedicated to Inari, the kami of agriculture. The connection between people and the land was not just practical, but deeply spiritual, as every shift in the natural world was seen as an expression of the god's will. Even the wind was believed to carry divine influence. The legendary kamikaze, or divine wind, that twice repelled Mongol invasions in the 13th century, was seen as a direct intervention from the kami, protecting Japan from foreign conquest. This reinforced the belief that Japan was a chosen land, shielded by the gods themselves, an idea that would persist throughout history. The landscape of Japan was not merely terrain, it was a living, breathing entity infused with the spirit of the divine, whether through the towering presence of sacred mountains, the cleansing waters of flowing rivers, or the whispering groves of ancient forests. The natural world remained an ever-present force in the spiritual lives of the Japanese people. This reverence for nature continues even today, as shrines and temples remain nestled in the quiet embrace of mountains, rivers, and trees, reminders of a time when the world itself was seen as sacred. The eternal influence of mythology, how ancient beliefs shape Japan today. Though centuries have passed since the first emperors claimed divine ancestry and the first warriors sought the favour of the kami, the echoes of Japan's mythological past continue to shape its culture, traditions, and national identity. The stories of Izanagi and Izanami, Amaterasu, and Susanoo are not simply relics of ancient belief. They remain woven into the daily lives of the Japanese people, influencing everything from spiritual practices to modern governance. Even in an era of technological advancement, Shinto rituals persist. Torii gates still stand as silent guardians of the sacred, and the belief in unseen forces continues to influence Japan's cultural landscape. One of the most striking ways mythology endures is through the imperial family. Despite the fall of shogunates, military governments, and the rise of democracy, the Japanese emperor still holds a unique position as a symbol of national unity. Though his political power has faded, his role as the spiritual descendant of Amaterasu remains a fundamental aspect of Japanese identity. Even modern enthronement ceremonies involve ancient Shinto rites, where the emperor offers prayers to the kami and affirms his role as a divine mediator between the gods and the people. The continuity of the imperial line, from the legendary Emperor Jimmu to the present day, reinforces the idea that Japan itself is a sacred land chosen by the gods. Beyond the imperial family, Shinto practices remain deeply embedded in Japanese society. Festivals celebrating the kami, known as Matsuri, continue to draw millions of participants each year. During New Year's celebrations, Hatsumoda, people visit Shinto shrines to pray for good fortune, tossing coins into offering boxes and purchasing protective talismans. The Obon festival, dedicated to honouring the spirits of ancestors, mirrors the ancient belief that the dead never truly leave, but instead watch over their descendants. These customs have endured for over 1,000 years, adapting to modern life while maintaining their spiritual significance. The belief in supernatural forces also thrives in Japan's folklore and popular culture. The presence of yokai, spirits and creatures of myth, remains strong in art, literature, and entertainment. From the mischievous kitsune, fox spirits, to the vengeful onryo, ghosts, these beings still inspire countless films, novels, and anime. Even technological advancements have not diminished the influence of mythology. Modern video games, films, and books frequently draw upon ancient legends, ensuring that the tales of Japan's mythic past continue to captivate new generations. Japan's deep reverence for nature and purification rituals is also a direct inheritance from its mythological roots. The custom of cleansing oneself before entering sacred spaces persists, not just in shrines, but in everyday life. Whether through bathing culture in onsen, hot springs, or the symbolic washing of hands before meals, the idea that nature is sacred continues to influence conservation efforts, reflected in carefully preserved forests around shrines and the nation's commitment to protecting natural landscapes. Even Japan's approach to urban design maintains a sense of harmony with the environment, with traditional Zen gardens and temple grounds serving as places of quiet reflection amidst modern cityscapes. Perhaps most importantly, the spirit of Japan's mythology lives on in its people, the deep-seated sense of honor, perseverance, and connection to the past. The philosophy of mono no aware, the appreciation of impermanence, stems from Shinto and Buddhist influences, reminding people to embrace the fleeting beauty of life. The respect for ancestral wisdom and the idea of duty to one's community reflect values passed down from ancient times, shaping everything from family traditions to workplace ethics. Even as the world changes, the myths of Japan remain, flowing through the nation like an unseen current, shaping its identity in ways both subtle and profound. The spirits of the past are never far, still honoured in whispered prayers at shrines, still present in the towering trees of sacred groves, still guiding the land and its people as they have for millennia. This concludes tonight's journey into Japan's divine origins. For over a millennium, Constantinople stood as a marvel of human ingenuity and resilience. Perched strategically at the crossroads of Europe and Asia, its location made it a hub for trade, culture, and power. The city's imposing walls, originally constructed by Emperor Theodosius II in the 5th century, were considered nearly impregnable. These triple-layered fortifications, stretching for miles, were the pride of the Byzantine Empire and the bane of invaders. By the mid-15th century, however, the Byzantine Empire was a shadow of its former self, reduced to the city of Constantinople and a few scattered territories. The once mighty empire that had ruled vast regions now found itself encircled by the rising power of the Ottoman Empire. To the east, Sultan Mehmed II, an ambitious and brilliant leader, had set his sights on conquering the city, seeing it as the key to solidifying his rule and expanding his domain. Inside the walls of Constantinople, Emperor Constantine XI Palaiologos faced an uncertain future. With only a few thousand defenders, comprised of weary Byzantine soldiers, and a handful of foreign allies, the city was woefully underprepared for the onslaught that loomed. Supplies were dwindling, and the population, though fiercely loyal, lived under the constant shadow of impending doom. Yet, despite the odds, the emperor refused to surrender. He was determined to fight to the end. As the Ottomans prepared for their siege, they brought with them an arsenal unlike anything the world had seen before. Among their weapons was a massive cannon, constructed by a Hungarian engineer named Orban. This cannon, capable of hurling enormous stone projectiles, was designed to breach even the strongest walls. The Ottomans also amassed a fleet to blockade the city by sea, ensuring that no reinforcements or supplies could reach the defenders. This stage was set for an epic confrontation that would decide the fate of Constantinople and, with it, the Byzantine Empire. Imagine the tension that gripped the city as its inhabitants prepared for the siege. Picture the anxious faces of soldiers standing watch on the walls, the whispered prayers in the Hagia Sophia, and the determination etched on the emperor's face as he rallied his people. As you visualize the city on the brink of one of history's most defining moments, let its story remind you of the face of overwhelming odds. The tale of Constantinople begins not with surrender, but with hope, a flickering light against the encroaching darkness. On April 6, 1453, the Ottoman forces began their assault on Constantinople. Sultan Mehmed II, commanding an army of nearly 80,000 soldiers, surrounded the city by land and sea. His troops included elite janissaries, heavy artillery units, and cavalry, all meticulously prepared for the battle. In stark contrast, the defenders of Constantinople, numbering only about 7,000, relied on the strength of their walls, their limited resources, and their unwavering determination to hold off the invaders. As the siege commenced, the Ottoman cannon began its relentless bombardment. Each thunderous shot shook the ground, sending massive stones crashing into the city's formidable walls. The defenders scrambled to repair the damage as quickly as possible, working day and night to reinforce the crumbling sections. Yet, despite the damage, the walls of Constantinople held firm, frustrating the attackers and delaying their advance. By sea, Mehmed's fleet blockaded the Golden Horn, the narrow inlet that provided access to the city's harbour. In a bold and desperate move, the Byzantines constructed a massive chain boom across the entrance to the harbour, preventing Ottoman ships from breaching this vital area. For weeks, the two sides engaged in fierce skirmishes on the water, with neither gaining a decisive advantage. Within the city, life became a mix of hope and despair. Citizens prayed fervently in the Grand Hagia Sophia, seeking solace and strength. Meanwhile, Emperor Constantine XI worked tirelessly to inspire his people, walking among the defenders on the walls, offering words of encouragement and sharing in their hardships. His presence was a source of unity in a city under siege. Sultan Mehmed II, determined to break the stalemate, devised a bold plan to outflank the city's defences. Using an extraordinary feat of engineering, he ordered his troops to transport ships overland on greased logs, bypassing the chain boom and launching them into the waters of the Golden Horn. This manoeuvre shocked the defenders and marked a turning point in the siege. As the weeks wore on, the defenders of Constantinople grew more exhausted. Supplies dwindled, and morale wavered as the walls suffered greater damage, yet they continued to resist, determined to protect their home against all odds. Imagine the long nights spent on the battlements, the glow of torches illuminating weary faces, and the echoes of cannon fire reverberating through the air. The siege was becoming a battle of attrition, with both sides pushing their limits. The city remained a symbol of defiance, even as the odds seemed increasingly insurmountable. The question lingered: how much longer could Constantinople hold out? As April turned to May, the siege of Constantinople escalated into a relentless struggle. The Ottoman bombardment grew fiercer. Cannons fired day and night, chipping away at the once mighty Theodosian walls. Dust and debris filled the air, coating the streets and homes of the city. Despite the constant destruction, the defenders worked tirelessly to repair breaches, often under the cover of darkness. Every stone they placed was an act of defiance against the overwhelming forces pressing in around them. Inside the city, the mood shifted between grim determination and quiet fear. Emperor Constantine XI continued to rally his people, addressing soldiers, citizens and priests alike. His words were simple but powerful, reminding them that they were fighting not just for their lives but for their culture, faith and history. Families huddled together in their homes, offering whispered prayers for protection. In the Hagia Sophia, the city's spiritual heart, the clergy led solemn services, their chants echoing in the grand dome chamber. Outside the walls, Sultan Mehmed II adjusted his strategy. Recognizing the defenders' stubborn resistance, he ordered his engineers to dig tunnels beneath the city's walls in an effort to weaken their foundation. Byzantine forces countered this threat by sending teams of sappers to intercept the tunnels, leading to deadly confrontations beneath the ground. These underground battles, fought in narrow, dimly lit passageways, added another layer of desperation to an already harrowing siege. The Ottomans also intensified their efforts on the Golden Horn. The fleet, now partially inside the harbour thanks to Mehmed's audacious manoeuvre, launched a series of attacks on the Byzantine navy. The defenders fought valiantly, using fire ships and skilled tactics to hold off the superior Ottoman fleet. But their resources were stretched thin, and each victory came at a high cost. The city's residents faced growing hardships. Food supplies dwindled, forcing strict rationing and leading to widespread hunger. The constant noise of the siege, cannon blasts, the clash of swords, and the cries of battle made restful sleep nearly impossible, and yet the people endured, drawing strength from their shared purpose and their leader's unyielding resolve. As May progressed, the city's defenders began to realise that relief from the outside was unlikely. The Venetian and Genoese fleets, though sympathetic to the Byzantine cause, were entangled in their own conflicts and slow to act. Constantinople stood alone against the might of the Ottoman Empire. The stage was set for a climactic confrontation. The city was battered but unbroken, its defenders refusing to yield despite the impossible odds. The Ottomans, frustrated by the slow progress of the siege, prepared for an all-out assault to breach the walls and claim their prize. The air was heavy with tension, every moment pregnant with the possibility of triumph or tragedy. As the final days of the siege approached, one could feel the weight of history bearing down on Constantinople. The city's fate hung in the balance, and the world watched, waiting to see how this epic struggle would end. Yet as the cannon blasts faded into the distance and the days turned into long quiet nights, imagine the peaceful stillness settling over the defenders of the city. The weight of the struggle seemed to lift, replaced by a soft calm that allowed weary eyes to rest, even amidst the constant pressure of the siege. Slowly, the heartbeat of the city began to quiet, like a soft lullaby in the air, gently easing the soul into a place of quiet surrender. As you picture these final moments, let the rhythm of the battle fade into the background, replaced by the peaceful embrace of rest. Feel your breath deepen, your body relax, and your thoughts drift like the gentle breeze over the sea. Sleep now as the city too prepares for the quiet of its inevitable change. On May 29th, 1453, after nearly 2 months of relentless bombardment and siege, Sultan Mehmed II ordered his forces to make their final push. The battered walls of Constantinople, once thought impenetrable, could no longer hold against the might of the Ottoman army. As the sun rose on that fateful morning, the air was thick with tension, and the distant rumble of approaching soldiers could be heard over the stillness of the city. The defenders, though exhausted and outnumbered, had one final opportunity to hold the line. Emperor Constantine XI, fully aware of the gravity of the moment, donned his armour and walked once more among his soldiers. His face, normally calm and composed, now carried the weight of his kingdom's fate. The emperor's rallying cry was simple: freedom or death, and he urged his soldiers to fight for their city and for their lives. Meanwhile, on the Ottoman side, Sultan Mehmed II had prepared for this day with meticulous care. His engineers worked tirelessly to breach the walls using battering rams, and his elite Janissary troops positioned themselves to take the city by force. A final, massive cannon barrage rang out across the city as the Ottomans made their move. With each blast, the walls of Constantinople groaned, and the defenders scrambled to repair what they could, but the damage had taken its toll. At the same time, the Ottoman fleet, now fully in position within the Golden Horn, moved to blockade the last remaining escape routes by sea. Constantinople, once a beacon of power and culture, was now a city trapped. Its streets, filled with the sounds of combat, became narrow avenues of despair and defiance. As the battle raged in the city, the defenders fought valiantly, but it was clear that the odds were stacked against them. The walls were crumbling. The artillery had breached a gap large enough for the Ottoman forces to swarm in. The fighting grew fiercer, house by house, street by street, as the city's residents and soldiers tried to push back the invaders, but there were too many Ottomans, and their determination to conquer the city was overwhelming. As the day wore on, the fate of Constantinople was sealed. By afternoon, the Ottomans had broken through the walls, and the city began to fall. Emperor Constantine XI, realizing that the end was near, fought bravely until the very last. But when the Ottoman forces entered the city, they found no mercy. The city was overrun, and its defenders, exhausted and outnumbered, were either captured or slain. The fall of Constantinople was not just the fall of a city, it was the end of an era. The Byzantine Empire, which had once been a powerful force in Europe and Asia, was no more. The city, now in Ottoman hands, would be renamed Istanbul and become the new capital of the Ottoman Empire. As you reflect on the fall of this great city, imagine the silence that followed the chaos of battle. The cries of the defeated soldiers faded into quiet, and the city, now under new rule, began its transformation. The once grand buildings, the churches, and the bustling marketplaces were left to be reborn into something new. Let the stillness of this moment wash over you, as the world that once was fades away, and a new world takes its place. As you feel the weight of this chapter settle into the quiet of the night, let the sounds of the world outside fade into a soft background hum. Close your eyes and feel the piece of history unfolding, letting the past gently drift away. Sleep now, as time itself slows, and the city's story becomes a part of your dreams. The fall of Constantinople marked the end of one era and the beginning of another, reverberating far beyond the walls of the ancient city. As the Ottomans took control, they reshaped not only the city's physical appearance, but also its cultural, political, and religious landscape. The Byzantine Empire, which had once been the protector of Christian Orthodox traditions, was gone. The city of Constantinople, now Istanbul, would become the heart of a new empire, the Ottoman Empire, bringing with it a wave of change that would echo through history for centuries. The fall of Constantinople was a pivotal moment for Europe, signalling the end of the medieval period and the start of the Renaissance. With the loss of one of the most important Christian cities, scholars, artisans, and intellectuals fled to the west, carrying with them priceless knowledge and manuscripts. The Greeks, who had lived under Byzantine rule for generations, brought their learning to places like Florence, Venice, and Rome. The rediscovery of classical texts and ancient Greek philosophy fueled the Renaissance, sparking a new era of intellectual and artistic flourishing. But the impact of the city's fall was not just felt in the West. For the Ottomans, capturing Constantinople was a moment of immense pride and significance. Sultan Mehmed II, now known as the Conqueror, solidified his legacy and the Ottoman Empire's power. He established a new capital that would rival all other cities in the world, renaming it Istanbul, and began transforming it into a thriving metropolis. The Hagia Sophia, once a Christian cathedral and a symbol of Byzantine glory, was converted into a mosque, and the city's skyline would be dominated by the grand minarets of Ottoman mosques. The Ottomans also began to expand their empire, pushing further into Europe, Asia, and Africa. Constantinople's fall opened up new trade routes and positioned the Ottomans as the dominant force in the eastern Mediterranean. The city's strategic location between Europe and Asia gave the Ottomans control of crucial land and sea trade routes, further strengthening their empire. In the centuries that followed, the legacy of Constantinople would continue to shape the world. For the East, it became a symbol of Ottoman strength and prosperity. For the West, it served as a reminder of the fragility of empires and the shifting tides of history. The fall of Constantinople was more than just a military victory. It was a symbolic event that signalled the changing balance of power in the world. As you reflect on the long-reaching consequences of this moment in history, imagine how the passing of centuries can transform a city, how the echoes of one era can reverberate into the next. Feel the calmness of time moving forward, each breath slower as you let the weight of these changes settle into your thoughts. The past is a river, constantly flowing, and Constantinople's fall was but one ripple in the vast current of history. Let this ripple guide you into a peaceful place of reflection, where the weight of time and change lifts, and you feel the peace of quiet understanding. Though the city of Constantinople fell to the Ottomans in 1453, the spirit of its ancient civilization would never be fully extinguished. The echoes of its grandeur, its wisdom, and its role as the crossroads of empires resonated through time. The Byzantines, though defeated, had left an indelible mark on the world. The artifacts, the knowledge, and the stories of their culture continued to influence not only the Ottomans, but the entire world for generations. Even the name Constantinople itself would live on in the hearts of those who revered its history. For the Ottomans, the transformation of the city into Istanbul was more than a conquest. It was a blending of two worlds. The Greek Orthodox and Christian heritage of Constantinople mixed with the Islamic Ottoman culture, creating a rich and diverse society that would flourish for centuries. The city's iconic Hagia Sophia, once a Christian church, stood as a testament to this blending, a symbol of the city's enduring beauty and the confluence of different faiths, traditions, and ideas. Over time, Istanbul would become a global hub for art, science, and trade, fostering an environment where diverse cultures and ideas could meet. Scholars, artists, and merchants from all corners of the world passed through the city, contributing to its ongoing legacy as a place of knowledge and exchange. As you reflect on the lasting impact of Constantinople, imagine how the quiet passage of time can allow a city's legacy to endure long after its walls have crumbled. The stories of Constantinople's rise, its cultural riches, and its eventual fall are woven into the fabric of history. And just as the city evolved, so did the stories of the people who lived there, stories that still inspire awe and contemplation today. Now, as the quiet night settles in, let yourself be carried away by the soft waves of time. The distant sounds of the past are now mere whispers in the night, fading into a calm silence. The story of Constantinople, its rise and fall, and its everlasting influence, now rests softly in the back of your mind. Allow this story to guide you into a deep and peaceful rest, where the weight of history lifts and only the soothing silence remains. Eleanor Roosevelt's name evokes images of a dignified First Lady, championing human rights and redefining the role of women in politics. Yet her story begins in an era marked by hushed assumptions about what women could and should do, and her journey from shy orphan to global influencer was no predictable progression. Born Anna Eleanor Roosevelt on October 11th, 1884, she entered a family steeped in prestige, but also riddled with private heartbreak. Her mother, Anna Hall Roosevelt, was renowned for beauty and social graces, while her father, Elliot Roosevelt, was the charismatic but troubled younger brother of future President Theodore Roosevelt. Some narratives cast her parents in stark contrasts: her mother's aloof manner, her father's erratic behaviour. Yet Eleanor recalled them both with a child's longing, craving acceptance. Her mother's criticisms of her looks haunted her, and her father's struggles with alcohol often overshadowed his tender devotion. These paradoxes shaped Eleanor's earliest perceptions of self-worth. By age 10, she had lost both parents. Her mother died of diphtheria, and her father, long embroiled in personal turmoil, passed away 2 years later. Left without their protective presence, Eleanor moved in with relatives who maintained the typical decorum of New York high society. She was a timid child, overshadowed by cousins who found her seriousness perplexing. She found some solace in reading, stories of daring heroines and moral dilemmas. Her maternal grandmother, Mary Ludlow Hall, insisted on conventional decorum, with the hope that Eleanor would bloom into a proper debutante. Instead, the girl quietly internalized a sense of duty and self-consciousness. She learned how to host teas and navigate social niceties, but she also developed an inner resolve. The gulf between the confident girls around her and her insecurities never fully disappeared, but she forged a methodical approach to self-improvement. At age 15, she was shipped to Allenswood Academy, a boarding school outside London. There, under the guidance of Marie Souvestre, an educator known for fostering independent thought, Eleanor found a nurturing environment for the first time since her parents' deaths. Souvestre saw potential in her seriousness and urged her to speak her mind. Gone were the constraints of superficial society gatherings. Instead, classes focused on world affairs, literature, and critical thinking. Eleanor travelled across Europe, absorbing cultural differences, forging friendships, and learning to question assumptions. The timid girl from New York high society was awakening to the world's complexity. Returning to the United States at age 18, she struggled to reacclimate to the rigid expectations of debutante life. Gowns, balls, and polite suitors filled her schedule, yet she yearned for deeper substance. Family members urged her to embrace tradition, marry well, produce heirs, and carry on the Roosevelt name with appropriate decorum. Internally, she felt her convictions hardening. There was a broader realm where she might be of use. She began volunteering in settlement houses, encountering immigrants grappling with poverty and discrimination. It was her first intimate brush with social injustice. Around this time, she reconnected with her distant cousin Franklin Delano Roosevelt, a dashing young man set on a political career. Their shared family name and ties to Theodore Roosevelt added a certain inevitability to their courtship. Yet their bond was more complex than a convenient match. Franklin admired her seriousness and warmth. She found in him a lively optimism that promised adventure. Despite concerns from his domineering mother, Sarah Delano Roosevelt, they married in 1905. Theodore Roosevelt, then president, gave away the bride, an event that overshadowed the couple's day with national headlines. Early married life plunged Eleanor into the complexities of the extended Roosevelt clan. dominated by Sarah's strict ideas about household and social status. As she bore children, eventually 6, one dying in infancy, Eleanor struggled to maintain her identity. She discovered that her new role often felt like a performance, the shy orphan recast as the society hostess and dutiful political wife. Yet beneath the formalities, she was observing, learning, and quietly resolving to find her voice. Her childhood taught her to survive loss and isolation. Marriage would teach her to navigate duty and compromise. By her mid-20s, Eleanor Roosevelt stood at a crossroads, respectable wife in a prominent family, yet privately aware of how little she truly belonged to herself. She'd endured tragedy and internalized criticism, and now balanced motherhood with a sense that she was meant for more. As her husband's political ambitions gathered momentum, she would face new tests of resilience and discover just how profound her influence could become. In her first years of married life, Eleanor Roosevelt found her space and autonomy overshadowed by the imposing figure of her mother-in-law, Sarah Delano Roosevelt. Sarah managed the household finances and even designed adjoining living quarters so she could oversee Eleanor's management of the children. This arrangement stifled Eleanor's independence, leaving her feeling perpetually monitored. Franklin seemed comfortable with his mother's involvement, and this tacit acceptance further isolated Eleanor. Nevertheless, she made the best of her circumstances. She immersed herself in child-rearing, determined that her children would experience a warmth she had too often lacked. Simultaneously, she sought outlets for her curiosity about social issues, volunteering for the Junior League. She assisted in settlement work on Manhattan's Lower East Side, coming face to face with poverty and labor injustices. Observing the hardships of immigrant families, Eleanor recognized the stark gap between her privileged circle and those struggling at America's margins. Around 1910, Franklin's political career began. Elected to the New York State Senate, he moved the family to Albany. Though still reluctant to step into the public spotlight, Eleanor gleaned insights into legislative processes and networking. She watched as lawmakers engaged in negotiations, formed alliances, and faced seemingly insurmountable challenges. At social gatherings, she was the dutiful wife, exchanging pleasantries while quietly absorbing the undercurrents of power. Her vantage point revealed a system in dire need of empathetic leadership. Tragedy soon intervened. In 1912, Eleanor's world was rocked when her eldest daughter, Anna, nearly died of illness. Shortly thereafter, she endured her health scares and a complicated birth. The precariousness of life, combined with the relentless swirl of political obligations, frayed her nerves. Sarah's hovering presence exacerbated tensions, yet adversity stirred in Eleanor a growing resolve. She ventured beyond polite tea-room talk, forging links with progressive women seeking to address glaring social inequities. She admired activists who battled for child labour laws and workplace safety reforms. By 1913, Franklin was appointed Assistant Secretary of the Navy by President Woodrow Wilson, prompting a move to Washington, D.C. The capital's elite social scene revolved around formal receptions and ranking protocols, neither of which thrilled Eleanor. Still, she recognized the city as a crucible of national decision-making. She developed friendships with progressive-minded officials and activists, exchanging ideas about wages, education, and women's suffrage. World War I broke out in 1914, drawing America in by 1917. Washington became a hive of wartime mobilization. Hospitals overflowed, and soldiers returned with devastating injuries. Eleanor volunteered at the Red Cross canteens and naval hospitals, an experience that brought her face to face with war's human toll. She found it impossible to return to trivial chatter at lavish parties after seeing wounded veterans struggle to rebuild their lives. Even as she navigated demands for appearances by Franklin's side, she yearned to channel her growing empathy into concrete action. Meanwhile, her personal life took a shocking turn. In 1918, she discovered Franklin's romantic letters to Lucy Mercer, her social secretary. A betrayal rocked Eleanor's foundations. She confronted her husband, and while divorce was considered, Sarah Roosevelt threatened to cut off financial support. The scandal never fully reached the public ear, but it jolted Eleanor into rethinking her marriage. Although she remained married, the emotional bond between them changed. She began cultivating her identity separate from him, forging alliances and friendships that didn't revolve solely around Franklin's ambitions. As the war ended, Washington shifted back to peacetime routines. The Roosevelts returned to New York, where Franklin resumed his political climb. However, Eleanor's worldview had expanded. No longer content to linger in the background, she immersed herself in political clubs, particularly the League of Women Voters and the new Women's Trade Union League. She devoured reports on social conditions, labour rights, and civil liberties. She overcame her shyness when speaking in public, fueled by the conviction that she had something to contribute. This evolution coincided with the ratification of the 19th Amendment in 1920, granting women the right to vote. Energised by this milestone, Eleanor campaigned for Franklin when he ran as the Democratic vice presidential candidate that same year. Though they lost, the experience broadened her political network. She saw how campaigns were orchestrated, how messages were spun, and most importantly, how public opinion could be swayed toward progressive ideals if approached with authenticity. By the early 1920s, Eleanor Roosevelt had traversed heartbreak, war volunteerism, and political initiation. She had begun forging her path, shaped by the direct encounters with suffering and by her growing circle of reform-minded peers. Her marriage, once the axis of her existence, now became just one facet of a broader calling. As she discovered, adversity often planted the seeds of purpose. The once quiet, shy girl, now determined to stand on her own terms, guided by a conscience that refused to stay silent, was emerging. The 1920s brought both hardship and opportunity to Eleanor Roosevelt. Franklin's political career stalled when he lost the vice presidential race in 1920, but his future seemed boundless until polio struck him in 1921. That summer, during a vacation in Campobello, he suddenly found himself paralysed from the waist down. Doctors offered little hope for complete recovery. The family rallied, yet the crisis triggered another shift in Eleanor's life. Overnight, she transformed into Franklin's indispensable ally, juggling therapy regimens, household logistics, and public relations. Many within the Roosevelt clan believed Franklin's political days were over. Sarah Delano Roosevelt pressed him to retire quietly, but Eleanor discerned that relinquishing his ambitions would crush his spirit. She supported his determination to regain mobility, helping him navigate new routines. She also shouldered tasks Franklin previously handled, from correspondence to scheduling. Suddenly, she was more than a supportive spouse. She was a gatekeeper, an intermediary, and an architect of her husband's comeback. Her own organisational skills flourished. She managed Franklin's affairs and dedicated time to committees that advanced her interests. She joined the Women's Division of the New York State Democratic Committee, recruiting women voters and championing issues that aligned with social reforms. This dual role, family caretaker and political operator, displayed an emerging confidence. She shed the last vestiges of social timidity, speaking at rallies and forging alliances with party leaders. While some ridiculed her for lacking classic oratory flair, others appreciated her sincerity. In 1924, Franklin ventured back into politics by supporting Al Smith for the position of governor of New York. Behind the scenes, Eleanor arranged events, wrote letters, and networked on his behalf. She began to see how her initiatives merged with broader political machinery. The Women's City Club and the League of Women Voters offered her platforms to discuss labour issues and child welfare. Her voice carried an authenticity rooted in hands-on experience, and she found an audience eager for that perspective. Yet her personal journey wasn't all smooth. Living under the same roof as Sarah, she faced constant friction about how to manage Franklin's care. Moreover, echoes of the Lucy Mercer affair lingered, complicating the emotional bond with her husband. Their marriage, though stable in outward appearance, evolved into more of a partnership than a traditional romance. Trusted friends, such as journalist Lorena Hickok, entered her life, providing emotional support. Speculation about the nature of these friendships arose later, but at the time they served as lifelines, anchoring Eleanor's sense of self-worth. As Franklin's mobility improved incrementally, supported by crutches, braces, and daily exercises, his political aspirations reignited. He ran for governor of New York in 1928 and won. Suddenly, Eleanor had to navigate her new role as the governor's wife. She disliked the ceremonials of the executive mansion in Albany, but she saw an avenue to shape policy from within. She was no longer content with simply greeting dignitaries at receptions. Instead, she turned the governor's residence into a meeting point for activists and policymakers. Under her watch, progressive agendas on labour laws and social welfare found an informal forum. Meanwhile, she continued building her own reputation. She wrote articles for women's magazines, pushing readers to engage in civic matters. In one piece, she insisted that the success of democracy depended on informed citizens, especially newly enfranchised women. Her writing style was direct and personal, resonating with readers tired of lofty rhetoric. Critically, she believed that compassion and practical solutions, not empty slogans, made politics meaningful. By the close of the 1920s, the Roosevelts had become a formidable team. Franklin's charismatic optimism drew public admiration, while Eleanor's growing expertise on social issues injected substance into his political image. The 1929 stock market crash sent the nation reeling, intensifying scrutiny of leaders' efforts to alleviate economic despair. As governor, Franklin grappled with relief measures for the unemployed. Eleanor, for her part, travelled the state, visiting factories, tenements, and rural communities to assess problems firsthand. Her dispatches back to Albany shaped policy debates, ensuring that the voices of ordinary citizens didn't get lost in the shuffle of bureaucracy. It was during this period that Eleanor solidified her belief in the potential of government to uplift the vulnerable. While critics accused her of meddling in affairs beyond a spouse's domain, she brushed off the barbs. If democracy was to thrive, she reasoned, it needed more than figureheads. It needed informed advocates willing to engage directly with citizens' struggles. As the 1932 presidential election approached, Franklin emerged as the Democratic frontrunner. With the Great Depression tightening its grip, Americans craved leadership that promised hope and decisive action. Eleanor steeled herself for the next stage. Little did she know, the White House would offer an even broader platform, yet also test her capacity to balance public influence with private conviction. When Franklin D. Roosevelt won the 1932 presidential election, America was in the throes of the Great Depression. Lines for bread and soup stretched across city blocks, farms were foreclosed, and unemployment soared. Millions looked to the incoming president for salvation. Amid the frenzied national attention, Eleanor Roosevelt stepped into the role of First Lady with an approach that defied convention. Rather than focusing on high society receptions, she resolved to become the eyes and ears of the administration, travelling extensively to gauge people's realities. From the onset, she carved out an unprecedented public profile. She held weekly press conferences for female reporters, ensuring that women in journalism retained access to the political heart of the nation. This move sparked controversy. No First Lady had ever done something so openly proactive. Critics labelled her a meddler, but Eleanor persisted, explaining that women's voices deserved inclusion in national discourse. She believed that an administration ignoring half the population's perspective was doomed to fail. She also launched a syndicated newspaper column, My Day. In it, she chronicled her observations on policy, social conditions, and even personal reflections. While some columns offered daily glimpses into her travels or family life, others pushed readers to consider labour issues, civil rights, and youth programs. The column garnered a massive following. Americans, especially women, found an advocate in the White House who spoke plainly about societal injustices. Detractors howled about an overstepping spouse. But she refused to cede the platform. Her pen became a conduit for the unheard. Meanwhile, the Roosevelt administration rolled out the New Deal, an array of programs aimed at relief, recovery, and reform. While Franklin handled the sweeping political maneuvers, Eleanor visited factories, slums, and rural backwaters, reporting her findings back to him and other officials. Her input influenced initiatives like the National Youth Administration, which provided jobs and education for young people. Eleanor believed that social welfare wasn't about handouts, but about giving people the tools to regain dignity. She pressed agencies to ensure these programs reached women, minorities, and rural families often sidelined in bureaucratic distribution. Her activism caught attention outside Washington. Labour leaders praised her empathy, while some conservatives accused her of championing socialism. Unions, especially the newly formed Congress of Industrial Organizations, CIO, saw her as an ally willing to bring workers' grievances to her husband's ear. Civil rights groups, led by African-American leaders like Mary McLeod Bethune, found in Eleanor a rare White House ally who would openly address racial injustice. She famously defied segregation norms in 1938 by sitting in the middle aisle between black and white delegates at a Southern conference. Critics deemed it a publicity stunt, but for many African Americans, it was a symbolic stand by someone in power. In private, though, she battled frustration and loneliness. Franklin's polio limited his mobility, and the relentless demands of the presidency deepened the emotional gulf between them. The White House brimmed with staff and visitors, leaving little time for introspection. She relied on friendships with women like Lorena Hickok, who provided an emotional outlet she rarely found in her marriage. Historians later scrutinized these relationships, but at the time they served as islands of understanding and affection in a sea of political chaos. Despite the strain, Eleanor recognized her unique influence. She championed the arts through projects under the Works Progress Administration. Believing creativity spurred hope. She publicly supported progressive women in office, including Secretary of Labour Frances Perkins, the first woman to hold a US cabinet position. In doing so, she advanced the notion that women could excel in governance. Skeptics sneered at the idea of female leadership, but Eleanor's calm assurance, backed by real accomplishments, countered their doubts. She also found herself entangled in controversies around housing reforms, rural electrification, and migrant labour camps. In each case, her approach was consistent: travel to the sites, talk to affected families, and push her husband's advisors to craft solutions. If she couldn't persuade through formal channels, she sometimes appealed directly to the public through her column or radio addresses. She skillfully balanced between being a supportive First Lady and being an independent political actor. By the late 1930s, the Roosevelt administration confronted new challenges: fascism rising in Europe and a still wobbly economy at home. Through it all, Eleanor's schedule remained relentless. She believed in direct engagement, convinced that a leader unaware of suffering had no moral right to shape policy. Though she never held official office, her council influenced decisions that altered millions of lives. With war clouds gathering overseas, she would soon discover that her role required not just empathy, but a steely resolve to face a global crisis poised to test America's ideals. As the 1930s ended and World War II loomed, Eleanor Roosevelt sensed a shifting global landscape. She saw fascism trampling human rights in Europe and Asia, while America debated isolation versus intervention. Though Franklin initially focused on domestic recovery by 1940, it was clear the nation couldn't ignore international turmoil. Eleanor, never shy about voicing her stance, argued that America's moral responsibility extended beyond its borders. She wrote passionately in My Day, warning readers that democratic values needed defending, lest they perish in the onslaught of tyranny. When Franklin won an unprecedented third term in 1940, the Roosevelts steeled themselves for a tumultuous period. Eleanor accelerated her advocacy for civil rights and women's involvement in war preparedness. With men joining the military, she championed female workers to fill industrial roles. Touring factories, she highlighted the contributions of Rosie the Riveter types, urging Americans to shed old prejudices about a woman's place. Her stance was pragmatic. The nation required every capable hand to beat looming threats. Yet Pearl Harbor's bombing in December 1941 brought war to US soil, igniting frantic mobilization. Eleanor plunged into morale-building efforts, visiting troops, meeting with families of servicemen, and pushing for improved conditions in military camps. Eleanor believed that even small actions like providing decent food, medical care, and pay could demonstrate the country's commitment to those who served. Despite the War Department having its structures, her personal visits frequently revealed areas of concern, such as segregated facilities, limited mental health services, or insufficient resources in remote training sites. She penned frank memos to generals and even her husband, demanding improvements. On the home front, war fever sometimes fueled racism. Japanese Americans were forced into internment camps, a policy Eleanor struggled to reconcile with her belief in democratic principles. She quietly lobbied behind the scenes, but her opposition to the policy never gained enough traction to reverse it. Critics later labelled her stance on internment as one of her greatest moral failures. Still, she strove to mitigate conditions by visiting camps and advocating for educational programs inside them, mindful that these efforts fell short of outright justice. Meanwhile, civil rights leaders urged the administration to address discrimination in defense industries. Eleanor became their conduit in the White House. Franklin issued Executive Order 880-2, banning racial discrimination in defense contracts, partly due to her persistent urging. Though enforcement was patchy, it set a precedent. She continued her bold stands, like publicly supporting the Tuskegee Airmen and ensuring African American nurses were integrated into the Army Nurse Corps. Each symbolic action fanned controversy among segregationists, but to her, equality was non-negotiable, especially in a war purportedly fought for freedom. Abroad, Eleanor's reach extended through her goodwill tours. She travelled to Britain and the South Pacific, meeting soldiers and Allied leaders. Her presence was more than ceremonial. She asked probing questions about troop morale, supply lines and local tensions. Often, she cabled back suggestions for improvements. British Prime Minister Winston Churchill praised her empathy, even if some in his entourage found her activism unorthodox for a First Lady. She reassured war-weary civilians that American aid wasn't just strategic, it was driven by a genuine commitment to liberty. At home, she confronted a personal heartbreak. Her brother, Hall Roosevelt, struggled with alcoholism, echoing the family's tragic legacy. She tried to arrange support and discreet care, balancing private loyalties with public responsibilities. Her circle of intimate friends provided emotional ballast. Lorena Hickok remained a confidant, though war logistics limited their time together. Through letters, Eleanor confided her exhaustion, admitting that the public's expectations often felt insurmountable. As the conflict raged on, Franklin's health waned. His blood pressure rose and stress weighed heavily. Eleanor stepped in more assertively, bridging gaps in his schedule. She delivered radio addresses championing war bonds, visited hospitals treating wounded veterans, and comforted grieving families. Some cynics dismissed her as Madame Do-Good, but many others found solace in a leader unafraid to see suffering firsthand. By 1944, the Allied forces were making significant progress, yet victory seemed a complicated prospect. The war's devastation would require not just triumph over Axis powers, but a blueprint for peace. Eleanor's mind buzzed with questions about refugees, post-war reconstruction, and a reimagined global framework that might prevent future catastrophes. She saw glimpses of a potential role for the United States as a moral leader, though she worried domestic politics might hamper that vision. In the final year of the war, she began hinting that the world needed a robust international body to maintain peace, foreshadowing her eventual pivotal role in the United Nations. Franklin D. Roosevelt died in April 1945, mere weeks before Germany's surrender. The nation mourned a four-term president whose New Deal and wartime leadership had reshaped America. For Eleanor Roosevelt, the loss was both intimate and public. While she and Franklin had forged a practical partnership over the years, she grieved the passing of a companion who, despite all their marital complexities, had walked beside her through monumental transformations. When Harry Truman succeeded to the presidency, he recognized Eleanor's unique standing. At first, many assumed she would retreat from public life. Instead, she showed no sign of disappearing into widowhood. She considered her husband's death a passing of the baton, a moment demanding continued engagement. The war with Japan still raged, and global politics were in flux. She quietly rebuffed suggestions to retire, stating famously, "The story is over, but not the journey." In May 1945, VE Day, Victory in Europe, arrived, overshadowed by the looming final battles against Japan. Eleanor immersed herself in relief efforts, focusing on wounded veterans returning from both theatres. She visited hospitals, consoled families, and championed bills aimed at their rehabilitation. While Truman's administration tackled the complexities of forming a post-war order, she used her platform to advocate for a strong cooperative international community. One of Truman's defining acts was to appoint Eleanor to the first American delegation to the United Nations in 1945. Many in Washington questioned the choice. Could a former First Lady, albeit well-travelled, effectively navigate high-stakes diplomacy? Truman saw something others overlooked, her blend of empathy and pragmatism. The appointment signalled a fresh chapter for both the UN and Eleanor. She approached the role with disciplined study, brushing up on parliamentary rules, international law, and economic recovery proposals. Attending the UN's early sessions in London, and then at Lake Success, New York, she immersed herself in the complexities of post-war negotiations. Nations wrestled with forming stable governments in war-ravaged regions, setting up structures to prevent future conflicts. While seasoned diplomats haggled over boundaries and reparations, Eleanor centred her efforts on human rights. She found common cause with delegates from smaller nations, forging alliances that transcended Cold War lines just beginning to emerge. In 1946, she chaired the newly formed UN Commission on Human Rights. Initially, some delegates saw her as an American figurehead, polite but lacking intellectual heft. They swiftly learned otherwise. She steered discussions with firmness, ensuring smaller nations had their say. She insisted the Commission draft not just broad statements, but actionable principles. This laborious process required reconciling different cultural values, economic realities, and political ideologies. Hours of debate tested her resolve. She found an ally in French philosopher René Cassin, among others, who appreciated her unwavering focus on practical outcomes. The Commission's most famous product, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, emerged as a collaborative masterpiece, though it bore Eleanor's imprint. She reminded delegates that lofty words meant little unless everyday people could understand them. She pushed for language that was clear, universal, and free from legalistic clutter. Late-night sessions often ended with her scribbling revisions by lamplight, fueled by an unshakable belief that each article mattered to someone's dignity. Her experience among the poor and marginalised during the Depression shaped her commitment to ensuring each clause addressed fundamental human needs. Throughout these intense negotiations, she maintained a public speaking schedule, travelling to universities and women's clubs to explain the UN's mission. Detractors at home accused her of naivete, suggesting the Soviet Union's looming power rendered human rights talk meaningless. She countered that precisely because of geopolitical tensions, a moral framework was indispensable. She refused to let cynicism overshadow the potential of collective action. By 1948, the Commission finalised the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The UN General Assembly's adoption of it marked a significant milestone. Though not legally binding, it set a moral standard. Eleanor delivered speeches describing it as a Magna Carta for all mankind, ensuring the public understood it as a tool to uplift the disenfranchised. International media credited her leadership, albeit sometimes grudgingly, as she had shattered prior assumptions about a First Lady's capabilities. In the aftermath, she found little time for rest. The world was shifting into the Cold War era. Economic reconstruction, decolonisation, and ideological battles now defined global relations. Even as she stepped away from the Commission, she continued to serve as a roving ambassador of sorts, championing human rights across continents. Eleanor saw her late husband's passing as an opportunity to forge her own unique legacy, rooted not in being a president's wife, but in shaping international norms at a pivotal moment in history. In the final decade of her life, Eleanor Roosevelt continued as an indefatigable voice for social justice, human rights, and democratic ideals. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights, adopted in 1948, remained her crowning achievement. However, she refused to rest on her past achievements. With the onset of the Cold War, critics claimed the UN's ideals would crumble under superpower rivalry. Eleanor believed otherwise, maintaining that shared principles could mitigate conflict, even if progress unfolded slowly. She returned to private citizenship in 1953, but stayed active in public discourse. Writing, lecturing, and advocating, she championed civil rights at home. When African American students integrated previously all-white schools under court orders, she lent moral support, reminding Americans that equality was part of their national fabric. Her columns remained unflinching, calling out racism, poverty, and the complacency of those who benefited from the status quo. Some saw her as anachronistic, others discovered in her words a beacon for an America struggling to reconcile its ideals with its realities. Her personal network still included political heavyweights, enabling her to press for reforms behind the scenes. She served under President John F. Kennedy as chair of the Presidential Commission on the Status of Women, established in 1961. At an age when many retire, Eleanor dissected legal codes, employment practices, and educational barriers hindering women. She demanded data, case studies, and policy recommendations, aiming to transform rhetoric into tangible steps. That the Commission's final report spurred legislative changes underscored her ability to channel moral vision into legal frameworks. Throughout the 1950s and early 1960s, she travelled the globe. Invitations poured in from countries wanting to meet the woman behind the Declaration of Human Rights. In India, she walked through villages discussing rural development. In Israel, she marvelled at kibbutz communities. In Africa, she observed newly independent nations grappling with post-colonial reconstruction. Where American ambassadors might exude formality, Eleanor embraced dialogues with everyday people. She returned from each journey energized, writing extensive notes for policymakers, cautioning against condescending attitudes toward emerging nations. Her willingness to learn from other cultures became a hallmark of her diplomacy. Time and again, she confronted critics who branded her a busybody. She was neither a scholar nor a government official. Why should she meddle in foreign or domestic affairs? She answered that democracy was every citizen's business, and moral responsibility didn't vanish with the end of official appointments. Observers noted that her brand of activism hinged on practical empathy, nurtured from her earliest volunteer days. Whether lecturing at a university or chatting with a rural cooperative, she asked questions and listened. Her convictions were firm, yet she respected the complexity of local struggles. She also mentored rising figures, both men and women, urging them to wield compassion as a strength, not a weakness. From civil rights activists in the American South to young diplomats in the UN, she encouraged them to merge policy with humanity. People she mentored often recalled her direct manner, no idle flattery, just pointed questions that forced them to clarify their own beliefs. Rarely did she scold in public, but in private, she offered candid criticisms designed to sharpen strategies. As her health began to decline in the early 1960s, she scaled back her demanding itinerary, though not her convictions. President Kennedy valued her counsel on international relations and domestic policy. She remained a fixture in press interviews, her voice steady even if her physical stamina waned. She firmly believed in transferring the responsibility to the next generation. In one of her final interviews, she expressed hope that the seeds planted by the Universal Declaration would bear fruit, even if it took centuries for humanity to fully embrace the ideals of justice, liberty, and equality. Eleanor Roosevelt died on November 7th, 1962. Tributes poured in from heads of state and ordinary citizens alike. Many lauded her as the First Lady of the World, a title first coined in recognition of her global humanitarian work. Over the coming years, her legacy would be revisited by historians, feminists, diplomats, and human rights advocates. Unlike fleeting political personalities, she left a lasting moral imprint that transcended partisanship and geography. Today, her words still resonate. Where, after all, do universal human rights begin? In small places, close to home. Her famous advocacy statement encapsulates the essence of her life. She believed real change took root in neighbourhoods, schools, and local governments, only then scaling up to national and international levels. Born into privilege, she grew into a figure who championed the powerless. Overcoming shyness and heartbreak, she constructed a role for herself that few imagined possible. And in that process, she altered the global dialogue on rights, dignity, and what it means to serve humanity. Thomas Alva Edison was born on February 11th, 1847, in the small town of Milan, Ohio, in the United States. He was the youngest of 7 children, and his parents, Samuel and Nancy Edison, were hard-working and resourceful. Samuel was a political activist and entrepreneur, while Nancy was a former schoolteacher who nurtured her children's curiosity and learning. From an early age, Edison showed signs of a restless and inquisitive mind. However, his education was far from conventional. He attended school for only a few months before his teacher labelled him as addled, a term used at the time to describe someone with a scattered or confused mind. This harsh judgment prompted his mother to take his education into her own hands. Nancy Edison believed in her son's potential and homeschooled him, instilling a love of reading and self-directed learning that would stay with him for life. Edison's childhood was marked by curiosity and experimentation. He set up a small laboratory in the family basement, where he conducted simple experiments and explored the wonders of chemistry. However, his thirst for knowledge extended beyond science. He devoured books on a wide range of topics, including history, philosophy, and mechanics. This eclectic education laid the foundation for the inventor he would become. At the age of 12, Edison took a job as a newsboy and candy seller on the Grand Trunk Railway. This job allowed him to earn money while observing the workings of the industrial world. He used part of his earnings to buy chemicals and equipment for his experiments. Edison even set up a small laboratory in the baggage car of the train, where he conducted experiments during downtime. His early ventures were not without mishaps. One experiment caused a fire, earning him a reprimand and forcing him to move his activities elsewhere. Edison's life took a significant turn when he became partially deaf, a condition that began in childhood and worsened over time. Although he later offered various explanations for his hearing loss, including a train conductor pulling him onto a moving train by his ears. The exact cause remains uncertain. Instead of viewing his deafness as a limitation, Edison considered it an advantage, allowing him to focus deeply on his work without distractions. As Edison grew older, his fascination with telegraphy opened new doors. He learned Morse code and became a skilled telegraph operator, taking on jobs across the Midwest. The telegraph was one of the most advanced technologies of the time, and working with it gave Edison valuable experience in electrical systems and communication. During this period, he began to develop his first inventions, including an automatic repeater that improved the efficiency of telegraph transmissions. Empty brackets. In 1868, at the age of 21, Edison moved to Boston, a hub of innovation and industry. It was here that he created his first patented invention, an electric vote recorder designed to speed up the voting process in legislative bodies. Unfortunately, the device failed to gain traction, teaching Edison a valuable lesson about the importance of creating inventions that met practical needs. This setback did not deter him. Instead, it fueled his determination to succeed. Edison's career really took off in 1876 when he established his first research laboratory in Menlo Park, New Jersey. This facility became a center of creativity and innovation, earning Edison the nickname the Wizard of Menlo Park. Here, he assembled a team of talented assistants who collaborated on a wide range of projects. Edison's approach to invention was systematic and collaborative, a stark contrast to the solitary inventor stereotype. One of Edison's most famous inventions emerged from this period, the phonograph. In 1877, he developed a device that could record and reproduce sound, a groundbreaking achievement that amazed the public. The phonograph earned Edison international acclaim and cemented his reputation as a leading innovator. The following years saw Edison tackle one of the greatest challenges of his career, creating a practical and affordable electric light system. While others had experimented with electric lighting, Edison was determined to develop a complete system, including generators, wiring and light bulbs that could bring electricity to homes and businesses. In 1879, after countless experiments, he unveiled a carbon filament incandescent light bulb that could burn for extended periods. This invention revolutionized daily life and marked the beginning of the electrification era. Edison's work in electric lighting led to the formation of the Edison Electric Light Company, which later evolved into General Electric, one of the largest corporations in the world. However, his success was not without challenges. The late 19th century saw fierce competition between Edison's direct current, DC, electrical system, and the alternating current, AC system, championed by Nikola Tesla and George Westinghouse. This war of the currents was a bitter rivalry, but ultimately AC became the dominant method of electrical distribution due to its efficiency over long distances. Despite this setback, Edison continued to innovate in a wide range of fields. He improved motion picture technology, developing the kinetoscope and contributing to the early days of the film industry. His laboratories also worked on advances in batteries, cement and mining technologies. By the time of his death, Edison held over 1,000 patents, a testament to his relentless creativity and work ethic. Edison's personal life was as eventful as his professional one. He married Mary Stilwell in 1871, and the couple had 3 children. After Mary's untimely death in 1884, Edison married Mina Miller in 1886, with whom he had 3 more children. Mina played a significant role in managing Edison's affairs and supporting his work, providing stability in a life often consumed by invention. As we reflect on Thomas Edison's life, it's clear that his contributions went far beyond individual inventions. He pioneered a new model of innovation, combining scientific research with practical application and entrepreneurial spirit. His work not only transformed technology, but also reshaped the way we live, work, and connect with one another. Tonight, as you drift off to sleep, imagine the flicker of an early electric light bulb, the scratchy sounds of a phonograph recording, or the hum of a motion picture projector. These were the dreams of a man who never stopped pushing the boundaries of what was possible. Let his story inspire your own dreams, reminding you that curiosity, perseverance, and creativity can illuminate even the darkest nights. As we continue our journey through the life of Thomas Edison, let's explore the later years of this remarkable man, a time filled with continued innovation, personal growth, and reflections on a life dedicated to invention. By the dawn of the 20th century, Edison had already secured his place in history, but his drive to create and explore new ideas never waned. His laboratory at Menlo Park had given way to a larger, more advanced facility in West Orange, New Jersey, which became his new centre of operations. This expansive complex allowed Edison to work on multiple projects simultaneously and provided a space where ideas could flourish on a grand scale. The West Orange laboratory was a bustling hub of activity, where Edison and his team of assistants worked tirelessly on inventions that would shape the future. This facility housed not only research areas but also manufacturing spaces, making it a model for modern industrial research. Here, Edison's vision for invention as a collaborative process continued to thrive. During this period, one of Edison's key focuses was improving battery technology. He believed that rechargeable batteries held the potential to revolutionize transportation and energy storage. After years of experimentation, he developed the nickel-iron storage battery, which proved to be more durable and long-lasting than its predecessors. These batteries were used in electric vehicles, signaling Edison's foresight into the future of sustainable transportation. Edison's interest in motion pictures also continued to evolve. His work on the kinetoscope and the development of early film projectors played a crucial role in the birth of the motion picture industry. Although his methods and equipment were eventually surpassed by newer technologies, Edison's contributions laid the groundwork for the film industry's rapid growth. He saw movies not just as entertainment, but as a powerful medium for education and communication. In addition to his inventions, Edison had a keen sense of business and industry. He founded several companies over his lifetime, many of which merged or evolved into the corporate giants of today. His ability to navigate the worlds of science, engineering and business set him apart as a true pioneer of the industrial age. As Edison aged, his approach to work remained disciplined and intense. He was known for his long hours and often slept only a few hours each night, preferring to take short naps throughout the day. He famously remarked, "Genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration, a testament to his belief in hard work and perseverance." Edison's personal life also continued to be a source of strength and stability. His second wife, Mina Miller Edison, managed the family household and supported his endeavours with grace and dedication. Together they raised 3 children, Madeline, Charles and Theodore. The Edison family enjoyed a comfortable life, but Edison's devotion to his work sometimes kept him away from home for long stretches of time. Despite his fame and success, Edison remained a humble and often private individual. He shunned the idea of being called a genius, and instead credited his achievements to relentless effort and curiosity. He was known to be a man of simple tastes, preferring practical clothing and straightforward conversations over grand displays of wealth or intellect. In the later years of his life, Edison's pace of invention began to slow, but his mind remained active. He explored new ideas in fields such as rubber production, seeking alternatives to natural rubber for industrial use. He even collaborated with his friends Henry Ford and Harvey Firestone on this endeavour, forming what became known as the $1 Million Trio. Their combined efforts reflected the spirit of collaboration and innovation that defined Edison's career. As he approached his twilight years, Edison became more reflective about the changes he had witnessed. Born before the widespread use of electricity, he lived to see a world transformed by his inventions. The cities of his youth, once dimly lit by gas lamps and candles, now gleamed with electric lights. The hum of machines, powered by electricity, filled factories and homes alike. The world had grown smaller through communication technologies like the telegraph, the telephone and motion pictures, all fields where Edison had left his mark. In 1929, to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the electric light bulb, a grand event was held in Edison's honour at his laboratory in West Orange. Attended by prominent figures such as President Herbert Hoover and industrialists like Henry Ford, the event was a tribute to a man whose ideas had changed the world. Despite the accolades, Edison remained modest, focusing instead on the future and the possibilities yet to be explored. On October 18, 1931, at the age of 84, Thomas Edison passed away in his home in West Orange, New Jersey. His death marked the end of an era, but his legacy lived on. In tribute to his memory, people across the United States dimmed their electric lights for a moment of silence. It was a poignant reminder of how deeply Edison's work had illuminated their lives. Edison left behind more than just his inventions. He left a philosophy of innovation, a belief that curiosity, hard work, and a willingness to experiment could change the world. His approach to problem solving, his relentless pursuit of practical solutions, and his ability to turn ideas into reality inspired generations of inventors, scientists, and entrepreneurs. As you relax and drift into sleep, think of Thomas Edison's unwavering commitment to his dreams. Imagine the quiet hum of his laboratories, the soft glow of an electric bulb, or the scratchy tinny sound of a phonograph playing a long-forgotten tune. Let his story remind you that within each of us lies the potential for creativity and discovery. Even after Thomas Edison's passing, his influence continued to ripple through time, touching countless aspects of modern life. His laboratories, inventions, and philosophy of persistence left an indelible mark on the 20th century and beyond. Edison's legacy was more than a collection of patents or technological breakthroughs. It was a blueprint for how curiosity, determination, and collaboration could change the world. Edison's innovations laid the groundwork for industries that would thrive long after he was gone. The electric power systems he pioneered became the backbone of modern civilization, lighting homes, powering factories, and enabling the technologies we rely on today. The phonograph he created evolved into modern sound recording, giving rise to the music industry as radio broadcasts, and later, digital media. His early motion picture work grew into an art form that now entertains, educates, and connects people around the globe. Edison's approach to invention also transformed the way research and development were conducted. Before his time, inventors were often solitary figures working alone in small workshops. Edison's vision of collaborative, team-based innovation in a dedicated laboratory environment paved the way for the research institutions and technology companies we know today. His West Orange laboratory became a model for innovation hubs and inspired future generations of scientists and engineers. The lessons from Edison's life extend beyond his inventions. His resilience in the face of failure is a timeless reminder that setbacks are often stepping stones to success. He once said, "I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work." This perspective encouraged countless others to embrace failure as part of the creative process, to learn from it, and to push forward with renewed determination. His story also reflects the transformative power of curiosity. From the young boy conducting experiments in his basement to the seasoned inventor refining new technologies, Edison never stopped asking questions or seeking answers. He approached the world with wonder and a desire to understand how things worked, a quality that fueled his lifelong quest for innovation. This insatiable curiosity is a gentle reminder that within each of us, the spark of discovery can ignite remarkable possibilities. In the years after his death, Edison's family, friends, and colleagues ensured that his memory was preserved. His laboratories in Menlo Park and West Orange were carefully maintained, and today they stand as monuments to his life and work. Visitors can walk through these spaces, see his tools and notebooks, and imagine the energy and creativity that once filled the air. The sounds of clinking glassware, the smell of chemicals, and the quiet hum of machinery still seem to echo in these historic halls. Beyond the physical spaces he left behind, Edison's ideas continue to shape the world. His belief in making technology accessible and practical lives on in every device that simplifies our lives. The light bulb, though improved and modified over time, remains a universal symbol of inspiration, creativity, and the triumph. James Madison was born on March the 16th, 1751, at Belle Grove, his maternal grandparents' estate in the Virginia colony. His parents, James Madison Sr. and Nellie Conway Madison, soon settled the family on a plantation called Mount Pleasant, later renamed Montpelier in Orange County. From a young age, the boy showed an aptitude for quiet observation. While many in the region prized physical feats of hunting or riding, young Madison was introspective, devouring books whenever possible. The plantation environment shaped Madison's outlook. His family used enslaved labor, as did most large Virginia estates, embedding him early in the complexities of an agrarian system reliant on bondage. Madison's father was a leading figure in local affairs, passing on a sense that civic duty was integral to a landowner's life. But overshadowing these local routines was the broader tension between the colonies and Britain. By the time Madison reached adolescence, the fervour for rights and representation had begun simmering throughout the 13 colonies. His formal education commenced locally, though for advanced training, his father sent him to the boarding school of Donald Robertson, known for rigorous classical curricula. There, Madison honed his Latin and Greek. He later studied under a private tutor who introduced him to Enlightenment writings, fueling a deep fascination with political philosophy. This intellectual grounding set him apart from many peers who aimed for more practical pursuits. In 1769, he entered the College of New Jersey, later Princeton University, drawn by its reputation for scholarly seriousness. At Princeton, Madison crammed a 4-year course into 2, exhausting himself in the process. He delved into moral philosophy, logic, mathematics, and theology. Under the influence of the college's president, John Witherspoon, a staunch advocate of Republican ideals, Madison absorbed radical notions about citizen virtue and structured government. After graduating in 1771, Madison continued to study Hebrew and political theory independently, developing a habit of solitary reading. Physically, he was often frail, plagued by periodic seizures or severe headaches. This delicate health contributed to a bra's introspective demeanour, contrasting with the more robust images of early American patriots like George Washington. Returning to Virginia in 1772, Madison found the colony edging toward confrontation with Britain. The Boston Tea Party had inflamed tensions, and Parliament's retaliatory measures sparked colonial outrage. Though shy in large gatherings, Madison aligned with those who believed the colonies deserved self-governance. At local committees in Orange County, he offered calm but pointed arguments on imperial overreach. This local activism grew into a seat in the Virginia Convention of 1776, where leading lights of revolution assembled. At the convention, delegates hammered out Virginia's first constitution and a Declaration of Rights. Madison found himself overshadowed by older luminaries like George Mason and Patrick Henry, but his pen soon proved influential. He successfully campaigned for a slight revision to Mason's draft, ensuring broader language about religious liberty. This incident was a telling moment. The young legislator, though reserved, was ready to push for expanded freedoms. His pursuit of robust conscience rights would become a defining thread through his political life. As war began, Madison did not serve directly as a soldier. His health was fragile, and he lacked the physical vigour for extended campaigns. Instead, he contributed behind the scenes, working on local committees that coordinated supply lines and militia organisation. He believed that a stable home front, bound by sound governance, was essential to support the Continental Army's efforts. Throughout the Revolutionary War, he remained primarily in Virginia, developing legislative expertise. In 1777, Madison's political fortune stumbled briefly when he lost a bid for re-election to the Virginia House of Delegates. Why? Some say constituents wanted a representative who would supply them with free liquor at gatherings, a common practice then. Madison, on principle, refused. Yet he soon rebounded, securing an appointment to the Governor's Council of State, where he advised on wartime decisions. This role provided him with a broader view of the Confederation's precarious unity, fueling concerns that the states lacked cohesion. Thus, by the war's midpoint, James Madison was forging a reputation not as a battlefield hero, but as a methodical intellect, devoutly committed to Republican ideals. His quiet style and scholarship contrasted with the fiery oratory of more visible patriots. Yet among those who worked closely with him, he was recognized as a serious thinker. The tapestry of conflict and emergent governance gave him a laboratory to test his ideas. He already suspected that a mere alliance of states would be insufficient for post-war stability. The impetus for a stronger union simmered in his mind, setting the stage for his future role as father of the Constitution. By 1779, Madison's involvement in the revolutionary cause led him to Philadelphia, where the Continental Congress convened. Despite his youth, still under 30, he plunged into the Congress's labyrinth of debates. The delegates were grappling with financing a protracted war, forging alliances abroad, and keeping the shaky Confederation intact. Madison quickly grew disenchanted with how the Articles of Confederation withheld key powers from the central government, no authority to tax or regulate commerce. States squabbled, like Francis Dana or Robert Morris jostled for influence, and the fledgling nation struggled to maintain a cohesive front. In the corridors of Congress, Madison quietly excelled as a legislative craftsman. He compiled reams of notes, summarizing arguments and tracking which delegates aligned with each stance. He recognized that persuading allies demanded carefully framed logic, not bombast. This skill in bridging positions would become a hallmark of his approach to government making. Meanwhile, as the Revolutionary War inched toward an uncertain end, he advocated vigorously for stable funding for the Continental Army. The near mutiny of unpaid troops underscored the systemic weaknesses. He concluded that without a robust federal structure, the new states risked fracturing into petty fiefdoms. After the war ended in 1783, with the Treaty of Paris securing independence, the deeper test began: how to organize a functioning union. Madison returned to Virginia's politics, helping shape the state's statutes, but he never lost sight of the broader question about forging a stronger national framework. During this period, he grew close to Thomas Jefferson, then serving as minister to France. Their correspondence soared with intellectual synergy, exchanging ideas on liberty, religion, agrarian ideals, and architecture. Jefferson's radical theories about the tyranny of old Europe combined with Madison's more measured instincts. The pair formed a dynamic partnership crucial to the next stage of constitutional debate. In 1786, a meeting in Annapolis aimed to address commerce disputes among states. Madison championed the notion that commercial harmony demanded unified regulations. Attendance was sparse, but the delegates present, including Alexander Hamilton, recommended a grander convention for a thorough revision of the Articles. The seeds for the 1787 Constitutional Convention were sown. Madison, with unwavering conviction, busied himself in a flurry of pre-convention research. He studied ancient confederacies, Greece, the Holy Roman Empire, Swiss cantons, composing a Notes on Ancient and Modern Confederations. This comparative study guided him to see how partial alliances often collapsed under disunity. When the Philadelphia Convention commenced in May 1787, Madison arrived armed with a plan. He had penned the Virginia Plan, advocating a strong central government with a bicameral legislature, an executive, and a judiciary. The plan, introduced by Edmund Randolph, formed the blueprint for the delegates' debates. Madison's systematic approach, he anticipated objections and had reasoned counters, made him an intellectual pivot. Yet compromises were inevitable. The smaller states objected, pushing for equal representation in at least one legislative chamber. The final solution, the Great Compromise, gave each state equal Senate representation and population-based House representation. Madison found that compromise unsatisfying but recognized it as essential for unity. Another point of contention was slavery. Madison personally disdained the moral contradiction, but recognized the deep rifts it created. He opposed a federal ban on the slave trade at that juncture, acknowledging that southern states might bolt if threatened. The convention's final text, in effect, postponed the question. This stance would later stir conflicting feelings in Madison. He wanted a rationally consistent republic, but saw the necessity of short-term concessions to secure overall support. Meanwhile, the 3/5 compromise about counting enslaved people for representation was hammered out, a deeply fraught measure that would sow seeds of future national crises. In September 1787, after months of debate, Madison signed the Constitution. Despite its imperfections, Madison saw the Constitution as a significant improvement over the weak Articles. Yet forging the document was one step, persuading states to ratify it was another. Madison teamed with Hamilton and John Jay to write the Federalist Papers, published under the pseudonym Publius. In these essays, Madison's most well-known contributions, Federalist No. 10 and No. 51, focused on managing factions and instituting mechanisms of check and balance. He argued that an extensive republic would guard against tyranny by ensuring no single faction dominated. This line of reasoning swayed skeptics, demonstrating that a new national government could combine stability with personal liberties. Ratification success came in 1788. Madison's clarity of thought had played a major role in securing enough states' approval. Yet critics demanded enumerated safeguards for individual rights. Aware of anti-federalist fears, Madison publicly pledged to add a Bill of Rights once the new government convened. His reputation soared as a champion of reasoned persuasion. By 1789, the Constitution took effect, and Madison found himself elected to the new House of Representatives, primed to finalise the protective measures he had promised. Having largely established the Republic's structural blueprint, Madison's next task was to safeguard the liberties that the revolutionary generation had sacrificed so much for. In the first Congress under President George Washington, James Madison took centre stage, drafting amendments to the Constitution, fulfilling his Bill of Rights promise. Many anti-federalists had demanded explicit safeguards for speech, religion, assembly, and due process. Madison sifted through over 200 suggestions from state-ratifying conventions. His approach balanced enumerating fundamental liberties while ensuring the new government's integrity remained intact. By late 1791, the first 10 amendments were ratified, codifying freedoms crucial to the national ethos. This moment cemented Madison's reputation as a principal architect of American liberty, though debates continued about the precise scope of these rights. Even as he championed the Bill of Rights, Madison found himself in friction with Treasury Secretary Alexander Hamilton. Hamilton's financial program, the federal assumption of state debts, a national bank, and protective tariffs clashed with Madison's preference for decentralized fiscal power. At the onset, Madison and Hamilton had been allies in ratifying the Constitution, but once the new system functioned, ideological rifts arose over how strong the central government should be in shaping economic life. Madison believed Hamilton's approach skewed too far toward commerce elites, risking a quasi-aristocracy. Their congressional debates presented two emerging visions for America, laying the groundwork for the initial party split. This political cleavage deepened with foreign affairs. The French Revolution erupted in 1789, initially hailed by many Americans, including Madison, as a sister movement echoing the spirit of '76. But as France slipped into revolutionary bloodshed, Hamiltonians urged caution. They believed forging close ties with Britain, a stable trading partner, was paramount. Jefferson and Madison favoured supporting the French Republic diplomatically. This tension culminated in the formation of two factions, the Federalists, led by Hamilton, and the Democratic Republicans, spearheaded by Jefferson and Madison. The press took sides, with scathing editorials labelling Federalists as pro-monarchy stooges or Republicans as French stooges. By the mid-1790s, Madison's oratory sharpened. He and Jefferson co-authored the Virginia and Kentucky Resolutions, 1798 to 1799, condemning the Federalist-controlled Congress's Alien and Sedition Acts. Those acts clamped down on immigrants and criminalised criticisms of government. The resolutions advanced a novel concept. States could nullify unconstitutional federal laws, although this stance rattled the notion of federal supremacy. It resonated with many who saw the Sedition Act as a gross overreach. The matter never reached a direct constitutional crisis, but it planted the seeds of the states' rights argument that would reappear in later controversy. During this period, Madison's personal life also evolved. In 1794, he married Dolly Payne Todd, a vivacious widow known for her social acumen. She brought a warmth and flair to Madison's somewhat reserved persona, soon becoming a key figure in Washington's political society. Hosting gatherings, she bridged partisan divides with charm, turning the Madison Circle into an informal centre for building alliances. The couple never had children of their own, but Dolly's son from her first marriage lived with them, weaving a family dynamic that anchored Madison amid the swirling political storms. As the turn of the century arrived, Federalist dominance waned. John Adams's presidency faced backlash over the Alien and Sedition Acts and unpopular conflict with France. In the election of 1800, the Democratic Republicans triumphed, propelling Thomas Jefferson to the presidency. Madison became Jefferson's Secretary of State, a role in which he oversaw foreign policy during a delicate juncture. Tensions with Britain and France remained high as those powers waged war. The US strove to trade with both, though each tried to block the other's commerce, seizing American ships. Madison counseled Jefferson through embargoes and trade restrictions, culminating in the widely hated Embargo Act of 1807 that backfired economically at home. During these years, Madison handled numerous negotiations. The Louisiana Purchase in 1803, though spearheaded by Jefferson, also reflected Madison's behind-the-scenes diplomacy. He recognized the chance to secure the Mississippi River for American commerce, though some critics hammered them for pushing constitutional bounds. Meanwhile, The embargo fiasco underlined the difficulties of peaceful coercion. As Secretary of State, Madison tried to find subtler ways to defend neutral shipping rights, but British impressment of American sailors persisted. The seeds of war were sown. By the end of Jefferson's second term, the presidency awaited a new occupant. The Democratic-Republican caucus selected Madison as their candidate, a natural next step given his long-standing role as Jefferson's confidant. Despite some factional grumblings, Madison prevailed over Federalist rival Charles C. Pinckney in 1808. He assumed the presidency in 1809 at age 57. The once shy scholar of Montpellier now stood at the apex of national authority, though overshadowed by an approaching storm of British hostility and domestic divisions. In the next phase of his life, Madison would wrestle with the War of 1812, forging a path that tested his convictions on constitutional principles and national identity like never before. James Madison became president in March 1809, inheriting a precarious foreign policy environment. Britain's naval supremacy threatened American trade, impressing US sailors into the Royal Navy. Meanwhile, Napoleon's France, locked in a continental struggle, also disregarded American neutrality. Attempting to safeguard shipping and avoid all-out conflict, Madison supported laws like the Non-Intercourse Act, lifting the total embargo but still barring trade with warring powers unless they ceased harassment. Neither Britain nor France complied meaningfully, leaving the US battered economically and diplomatically. In domestic politics, Federalists predicted chaos under Madison. Yet his calm temperament appealed to many. He recognised the need for a more muscular approach to British provocations if diplomatic efforts failed. By 1811, a new generation of so-called war hawks in Congress, led by figures like Henry Clay and John C. Calhoun, clamoured for war against Britain, pointing to impressment and alleged British incitement of Native American attacks on the frontier. Madison, though not a natural warmonger, found himself swayed by the broad public outcry. The final catalyst was the rising confrontation in the Old Northwest. Native leader Tecumseh sought a confederation to resist American expansion, while British arms found their way into indigenous hands. When violence flared, pro-war sentiment soared. Madison requested a declaration of war in June 1812, marking the first time the young republic formally declared war on another nation. The War of 1812 began with illusions that a quick conquest of Canada might coerce Britain into concessions. However, the US military was ill-prepared. The army was small, leadership was inconsistent, and the navy, though spirited, was dwarfed by the Royal Navy's might. Early campaigns were embarrassing. Attempts to invade Canada floundered, territory was lost, culminating in the capture of Detroit. Federalists, especially in New England, lambasted the war, calling it Mr. Madison's War. Some states withheld militia from federal service. Meanwhile, on the high seas, a handful of US frigates scored moral victories against British ships, fueling national pride. But overall, the conflict ground on, draining treasury funds. The British blockade strangled American ports, decimating trade. By 1814, with Napoleon's defeat in Europe, Britain refocused on the American front, launching major offensives. That year saw the British burn Washington, D.C., in retaliation for American assaults in Canada. Madison famously fled the White House with Dolly, saving key documents and the iconic portrait of George Washington. The Capitol's sacking was humiliating, but the refusal of local militias to stand firm was equally sobering. Many deemed it a low point in the deal, yet subsequent events provided redemption. The British turned to capture Baltimore, but American defenders repulsed them, inspiring Francis Scott Key's Star-Spangled Banner lines. Meanwhile, in the West, US forces began pushing back. By late 1814, both sides were weary. Negotiations in Ghent, Belgium, led to a peace treaty signed on Christmas Eve 1814, restoring pre-war boundaries without addressing impressment. Still, news travelled slowly, so the Battle of New Orleans occurred in January 1815, where General Andrew Jackson's forces inflicted a stunning defeat on the British. The subsequent euphoria overshadowed the fact the battle took place after the treaty, making the final memory one of triumphant victory. This outcome salvaged national pride, effectively rebranding the war as a second war of independence. In practical terms, the War of 1812 ended with no major territorial gains, but it catalysed a wave of nationalism. The Federalist Party, which had opposed the war, never recovered from accusations of disloyalty spurred by the Hartford Convention, where some New England delegates discussed secession or radical constitutional changes. Thus, Madison left the presidency in 1817, presiding over a newly re-energized sense of national unity, though behind the scenes, sectional rivalries still brewed. He was also known as the last of the Virginia dynasty, after serving 2 terms, succeeded by James Monroe. Reflecting on the conflict, Madison admitted the war's impetus was as much about national honour as about maritime rights. He believed the fiascos early on revealed the necessity for better national defence, a well-organised financial system, and a sense that the states must unify behind federal decisions and crises. While the war was no triumphant conquest, the ephemeral surge in patriotism gave him a measure of vindication. With the crisis concluded, he and Dolly prepared to retire to Montpelier. The swirling fervour, from burning capitals to celebratory parades, receded as normal life resumed. By 1817, Madison was physically exhausted but proud that the Republic endured. He recognised new challenges loomed: territorial expansion, the spread of cotton-based slavery, and the rancour of sectional politics. Yet for the moment, the illusions of a robust union overshadowed deep divisions. The era of good feelings dawned under Monroe, and Madison could claim that, for better or worse, he had guided the Republic through the fiery test of war. His next years, spent in relative quiet, offered a vantage from which he would continue shaping American political thought through his letters and involvement in key national debates. When James Madison retired to Montpelier in 1817, he might have expected a peaceful retirement. He was 65, had steered the nation through war, and left office with the Democratic-Republican Party dominant. However, he continued to participate in public life, albeit in a more indirect manner. His Montpelier estate, sprawling over farmland, still operated with enslaved labour. Madison, grappling with moral qualms about slavery, never freed the majority of them in his lifetime, believing emancipation should occur gradually with legislative safeguards. This stance, halfway between condemnation and acceptance, revealed deep contradictions that overshadowed his otherwise lofty philosophy. Madison continued corresponding with Thomas Jefferson, exchanging ideas about education, agriculture, and the shaping of the University of Virginia. He served on the institution's board of visitors, helping refine curricula and administrative policies. The concept of higher education that nurtured civic virtues and scientific inquiry resonated with him. He envisioned an entire generation of statesmen shaped by classical knowledge, yet pragmatic in governance. The campus took shape near Monticello, linking the 2 men's legacies in the region. Political tensions continued to simmer. The Missouri crisis of 1819 to 1820 erupted over slavery's expansion west. Many looked to Madison, the father of the Constitution, for guidance. Privately, he lamented the intensifying sectional lines, but believed that compromise was essential to preserve the Union. He supported the Missouri Compromise's approach, admitting Missouri as a slave state and Maine as a free state, drawing a latitudinal line for future territories. It was merely a temporary solution to an escalating problem. Madison recognized that ignoring the fundamental moral tension might be catastrophic, but he saw no immediate path to comprehensive resolution. As with many founders, he bet on incremental solutions. Another cause that animated his retirement was the notion of amending the Constitution to refine aspects of governance. He favoured clarifying congressional powers or adjusting the structure of representation, but these suggestions never gained broad traction, as the nation was forging a new identity under the surge of Jacksonian democracy. While Madison respected popular sovereignty, he also feared demagoguery if checks and balances weakened. He wrote lengthy letters, cautioning that unbridled majority rule could trample minority rights, one reason he had championed an extended republic initially. During these years, Dolly's popularity soared as a revered figure from Washington society. Even in retirement, the couple hosted statesmen, foreign visitors, and old comrades. Montpelier became a hub for travellers craving the perspective of an ageing statesman who had shaped the Constitution. Some found him subdued, more an academic presence than a flamboyant figure. Others noted his courtesy, especially toward young people with intellectual curiosity. He remained open to debate, seldom raising his voice yet always weaving references to classical sources or past legislative battles. Financial strains, however, plagued him. Like many plantation owners reliant on slave-based agriculture, he faced fluctuating crop prices, mounting debts, and the economic churn of a rapidly industrializing nation. He sold or mortgaged land to stay solvent. The contradiction between championing a stable republic and personally grappling with economic uncertainties mirrored the era's transformation. Moreover, the daily operations of the plantation bound him to the moral weight of enslaving over 100 individuals, forging a tension unspoken yet inescapable. Madison's health waned gradually. He endured rheumatism and digestive ailments. Still, he maintained a disciplined reading schedule, scanning newspapers for signs of national friction. He weighed in on the debates about nullification in the 1830s, when South Carolina threatened to ignore federal tariffs. Alarmed, he wrote clarifications, insisting that states lacked unilateral authority to void federal laws. This stance was ironic, given that decades earlier he had co-authored the Virginia Resolutions. Now, he tried to differentiate between legitimate protest and outright defiance. The escalation toward potential disunion troubled him deeply. By the early 1830s, Jefferson was long dead. Madison, the last major architect of the Constitution among the founding generation, watched Andrew Jackson's presidency roil the political realm. Democracy's complexion had altered, property qualifications fell, new Western states joined, and party machines mobilized popular support. He had occasionally worried that raw majoritarian impulses overshadowed the balanced, reasoned approach he had championed. However, it was impossible to reverse the trend. He acknowledged that every generation would interpret the Constitution differently. As the end loomed in 1836, Madison's mind remained sharp, though physically he was frail. He passed away on June 28, 1836, at Montpellier, aged 85, the last living signer of the Constitution. The event marked the end of an era. He left behind reams of letters and essays and an indelible role as the methodical framer. The republic he helped birth had changed drastically, propelled by populist energies he only partly embraced. Still, for all the turmoil, it had survived half a century, guided by the structure he had so carefully shaped. His final rest concluded a life bridging revolutionary fervour and the complexities of a young but expanding nation. After James Madison's death, public memory swiftly lionized him as the father of the Constitution, yet the immediate 19th century saw only sporadic references to his intellectual achievements. The spotlight often went to Washington's military leadership or Jefferson's flair. In Virginia, admirers recognized him as a thoughtful statesman overshadowed by flamboyant peers. Outside the region, his image was comparatively muted. The Civil War overshadowed the mid-19th century, forcing issues of union versus states' rights to the forefront. Madison's nuanced approach to balancing federal and state powers gained fresh scrutiny during that conflict, with both sides citing elements of his writings to bolster their arguments. It wasn't until the late 19th and early 20th centuries that scholarly circles re-evaluated Madison in detail. His diaries, once overshadowed, revealed the behind-the-scenes deliberations at the Constitutional Convention. Historians recognized the scope of his systematic planning. His notes of debates became a primary resource for understanding the founders' intentions. Legal scholars discovered how integral his Federalist essays were to forming the framework of American jurisprudence. He emerged from the shadows of Jefferson and Hamilton, recognized as an indispensable pivot in forging a stable constitution. This re-evaluation also reanimated critiques of his moral contradictions, especially regarding slavery. Some mid-20th century scholars tried to paint him as personally opposed to enslavement, yet stymied by political circumstances. More recent historians, however, note that while he found slavery distasteful, he actively benefited from it throughout his life, never fully championing emancipation. That gap in moral conviction darkens the legacy of a man who otherwise championed individual liberty. The question arises, how could the principal author of the Bill of Rights remain complicit in human bondage? This tension forms a pivotal aspect of modern interpretations, reminding us that brilliance in political design doesn't negate ethical blind spots. Another dimension of renewed interest focuses on Madison's partnership with Dolly. Historians highlighted how her sociable presence helped unify fractious politicians, forging the White House or other receptions into spaces for bridging partisan divides. While overshadowed by the flamboyance of, say, a John Adams or the grandeur of Washington, the Madisons offered a sense of Republican elegance, with Dolly's hospitality matching James's intellect. In the early 19th century, visitors often left with a sense that the President and First Lady were forging a new style of leadership, less monarchical pomp, more approachable refinement. In legal circles, the Supreme Court under Chief Justice John Marshall gradually shaped constitutional interpretation in ways that arguably extended beyond Madison's original blueprint. Cases like Marbury v. Madison ironically enshrined the concept of judicial review, which was not explicitly detailed in the Constitution. Madison's name was attached to the case, though in that instance, he was the official who refused to deliver a judicial appointment, sparking the lawsuit. The ruling gave the judiciary the final say on constitutional matters, which might have surprised Madison, as he championed legislative dominance in some writings. Yet the evolution continued, and the living constitution adapted in directions possibly beyond even Madison's foresight. Into the 20th century, major anniversaries, the bicentennial of the Constitution, for instance, amplified Madison's place in public consciousness. Speeches recast him as the quiet genius, ensuring no single branch of government overshadowed the others. In an era dominated by large-scale political parties and global power structures, some admired his conviction that extended republics control factionalism. Others found his view naive, pointing to the intense polarizations of modern politics. Even so, the blueprint of checks and balances persists, credited to Madison's systematic approach. In popular culture, references to Madison remain less flamboyant than to certain other founders, but occasionally a biography or documentary underscores his role in shaping the Bill of Rights or guiding the War of 1812. Montpellier, after extensive restoration, now stands as a museum site. Exhibits highlight not just Madison's role, but also the lives of enslaved families who toiled there. Visitors witness a more complete portrait of the plantation's layered reality, bridging triumphs of constitutional genius with the heartbreak of forced labour. This dual narrative corrects earlier hagiographies, pressing visitors to reconcile the complexities. Thus, James Madison's posthumous journey swings between reverential acknowledgement of his institutional craft and sober acknowledgement of moral paradoxes. That deeper portrait suits a modern audience seeking authenticity over myth. We find in him a humbly sized man overshadowed by bigger personalities, yet in many ways the intellectual core of the revolutionary generation's nation-building. While not flamboyant, his persistent focus on structure and compromise proved essential to forging a republic resilient enough to survive civil war, expansions, global conflicts, and leaps in technology. His legacy remains a testament to the power and limits of thoughtful governance, reminding us that the best structures still rely on the flawed humans who inhabit them. James Madison's life offers insights into how careful thinking and incremental influence can reshape an entire society. He never commanded armies or soared with fiery oratory. Instead, he methodically used reason and communication to guide from the background. Observing his trajectory underscores that leadership can emerge from quiet conviction rather than flamboyant displays. One lesser-known aspect is his continued devotion to scholarly processes even while in office. He read widely, devouring classical references on governance and moral philosophy. He believed that political institutions should reflect rational design, an unusual stance in an era still shaped by the monarchy and tradition. This penchant for structured problem-solving remains relevant in modern contexts, where data-driven policies and careful legislative drafting often outlast bombastic speeches. Madison's approach, bridging principles with compromise, might serve as a template for bridging polarized divides, yet any reflection on him also demands confronting the slavery question. Madison's private letters to Quaker friends or philanthropic acquaintances reveal the moral wrestling he endured, admitting that slavery was incompatible with Republican ideals, but time after time he balked at championing immediate emancipation. He accepted half-done measures, perhaps out of economic dependency or fear of disunion if the matter was pressed. This tension resonates with many professionals who see moral imperatives but feel constrained by practical or institutional obstacles. Madison's example warns that deferring a moral crisis can cause deeper agony down the line. Another dimension is how Madison navigated personal adversity. Like his fragile health, throughout his life he experienced episodes described as seizures or severe migraines. Despite these constraints, he pressed forward academically and politically, forging a robust intellectual brand. This quiet resilience challenges the notion that a leader must display robust physicality. Indeed, In a modern context of chronic health concerns, his perseverance demonstrates that mental acuity and steadiness can offset physical limitations in achieving profound influence. Additionally, Madison's partnership with Dolly illuminates how a supportive spouse or partner can facilitate better leadership. Dolly's social grace and convivial approach bridged political adversaries, turning White House receptions under the Madisons into events that softened partisan rancor. This synergy highlights that effective governance can rely on intangible personal connections, not just legislative prowess. In workplaces or community organizations, a relational dimension often complements the policy dimension, making success more sustainable. Madison's legacy also reveals the complexity of championing novelty within a group setting. The Constitutional Convention was a grand collaborative environment with brilliant minds, each wielding distinct agendas. Madison's drafting of the Virginia Plan emerged from years of studying historical confederacies and forming personal alliances. Earning buy-in required tailoring the plan to quell the smaller states' fears, eventually morphing into the Great Compromise. Modern organisational leaders may glean that pushing reform is rarely about imposing a blueprint unaltered. It's about shaping a flexible framework that key stakeholders can accept, even grudgingly. His post-presidential phase, where he faced personal financial stress, also resonates. Despite monumental achievements, he found himself short on liquidity, dependent on borrowed funds. This incident underscores that professional success or historical greatness doesn't guarantee financial ease. Individuals in midlife contending with changing economic fortunes can see a parallel. One can shape national destinies yet struggle with personal accounts. Finally, the War of 1812 underlines that not all policies, even if well-intentioned, yield neat victories. The conflict ended with a surge of patriotism, but it was by no means a tidy triumph. The story is a cautionary note for modern endeavours. Strategic aims can be overshadowed by chance, shifting alliances, or resource shortfalls, yet how one manages adversity, adapting and forging unifying narratives, can still yield long-term constructive outcomes. Today, as we revisit the Founding Fathers, James Madison stands out not for flamboyant gestures, but for the quiet thoroughness of his intellectual and political craft. He orchestrated from the background, hammered out the Bill of Rights, navigated the Republic through a vexing war, and left behind an architecture of governance that still frames American life. The paradoxes remain: a champion of liberty complicit in slavery, a mild-mannered man orchestrating fierce debates. But these contradictions highlight the real complexity of shaping a new nation under uncertain conditions. For a midlife audience balancing ideals with real-world constraints, Morpheus rarely stands in the spotlight when people discuss Greek mythology, overshadowed by the grand Olympians who wield thunder and seas in their command. Yet, in ancient stories whispered around flickering lamps, Morpheus played a pivotal role in bridging mortals and gods through the subtle realm of sleep. He was neither a warrior nor a master of loud proclamations. Instead, he chose the gentle approach, weaving illusions, shaping dream landscapes, and occasionally planting cryptic messages that could alter the course of entire kingdoms. To understand Morpheus, one must first step back and recognize how the Greeks viewed the pantheon. They revered sky gods, underworld deities, nymphs of the forests and rivers, and lesser-known creatures who existed in the half-light of mortal awareness. Morpheus belonged to this latter category, operating in spaces easily overlooked by the mortal eyes. Where lightning bolts lit up the cosmos, Morpheus lit up the inner mind. His was the quiet magic of unspoken revelations. He was typically described as the son of Hypnos, the personification of sleep, whose children were called the Oniroi, or dreams. Yet Morpheus stood out even among his siblings. He had a unique talent, the ability to shift shapes and appear to dreamers in whatever form best conveyed the gods' messages. Some tales characterized him as an ethereal being, pale, silent, and drifting through moonlit corridors, while others claimed he was a shapeshifter who took on human guises so convincingly that dreamers seldom realized they were asleep. In either depiction, he was seldom menacing. There was no need to frighten mortals into submission. A carefully placed dream could do more to guide or warn than thunderous commands from on high. Morpheus occupied a pivotal position at the intersection of cosmic power and human fragility. Since ancient times, people have wrestled with the enigma of dreams. Are they mere figments of one's imagination? Or do they carry coded messages from beyond mortal perception? The Greeks, with their flair for blending superstition and storytelling, believed that certain dreams could indeed foretell the future or reveal divine will. For such dreams to occur, though, there had to be an intermediary, someone who shaped the dream into a symbolic narrative. Morpheus stepped into that role with an artistry that rivaled the muses themselves. He was not a mere messenger. The deeper mythic threads paint him as a curator of experience, someone who wove together a dream's characters, locations, and moods. He chose which relatives you might see, which long-lost lovers reappeared to stir your soul, which undiscovered realms you'd traverse. If the gods wanted a king to spare a village or redirect an army, Morpheus could craft a night vision so convincing that the recipient woke up resolute in a new plan. When the pantheon wanted to remain secret, Morpheus could deliver an enigma, a riddle wrapped in dream logic that only the clever or desperate would decipher. Yet for all this influence, Morpheus is largely absent from the boisterous epics of Homer or the grand tragedies performed in Athens. You won't find him leaping into battlefield scenes or presiding over mead-soaked banquets on Mount Olympus. His domain lay in the stillness of late-night darkness, unnoticed by the wide awake. No chorus sang loud odes to him, but behind the scenes, he shaped destinies as surely as any decree from Zeus. That subtlety attracted a certain reverence among those who paid attention. Mystics, seers, and even oracles at Delphi sometimes acknowledged him as a hidden ally. They believed that whereas Apollo declared truths in broad daylight, Morpheus gently revealed them under the cloak of sleep. These characteristics made him neither a rival nor a subordinate, but rather another facet of divine revelation. To them, Morpheus represented the possibility that truth need not be shouted from temple steps. It could be softly breathed into the deepest recesses of human consciousness. In later centuries, references to Morpheus drifted into Roman thought, courtesy of the poet Ovid, who famously described him as the most gifted of the dream-bringers. He was singled out for his ability to mimic any mortal form. This skill, so modest on the surface, hints at the potent capacity to influence not just thoughts, but emotions, a subtlety that immortals rarely mastered. Thus begins the history of Morpheus, a quiet god, half forgotten in popular retellings, but deeply felt whenever dreams unfold. He represents the art of subtle persuasion and the comfort of illusions, a figure whose real power emerges when eyes close and the ordinary senses drift into shadow. To appreciate Morpheus fully, we must understand the lineage that placed him at the nexus of sleep and dreams. In the primordial chaos of Greek mythology, enormous powers battled for supremacy, shaping the universe as they saw fit. Among these entities was Nyx, the personification of night, whose dark cloak stretched across creation. From her came Hypnos, the embodiment of sleep. While Nyx enveloped the world in darkness, Hypnos guided all living things to rest. For a mortal, sleep represented a nightly surrender, an act of trust in forces beyond conscious control. Hypnos dwelled in a silent abode rumoured to be near the shores of the river Lethe in the underworld. The stories describe it as a landscape untouched by sun or moon, draped in eternal twilight, with only the hush of the distant waters echoing through the halls. Within this realm, Hypnos presided over the Oneiroi, a whole family of dream spirits who ventured out each night through a pair of gates, one made of horn, the other of ivory, to bring dreams to mortals. The horn gate delivered true visions, while the ivory gate offered deceptive dreams. This distinction underscored the Greeks' conviction that not all dreams were created equal. Among these Oneiroi, Morpheus stood apart. His name itself conveyed a sense of shaping or forming, as if he acted as a skilled craftsman, meticulously shaping dreams. Some of his siblings, like Ixlus or Phobator and Phantasos, were in charge of different types of dreams. For example, Icelus was in charge of nightmares involving animals or monsters changing into other forms, and Phantasos could bring inanimate objects and natural elements. Morpheus alone possessed the gift to appear as any human figure, which made him invaluable whenever the gods needed to send a personalised message. He understood the nuances of human emotion, how to bring forth a familiar face to disarm a dreamer, or how to stage a scene that resonated with unspoken fears and desires. Morpheus's relationship with Hypnos was not one of mere subordination. while Hypnos embodied the abstract power of slumber. Morpheus took that raw potential and shaped it into narrative. Father and son thus formed a partnership of calm and creativity. Hypnos paved the path to unconsciousness, while Morpheus populated it with meaning. In a sense, they mirrored the idea that rest could be either empty or transformative. Under Hypnos, the mortal body relaxed. Through Morpheus, the mind roamed landscapes both familiar and surreal. It was said that Morpheus could slip past the notice of the Olympians themselves. In a realm dominated by displays of might, Poseidon's raging seas, Zeus's thunderbolts, Morpheus's power lay in subtlety. Gods might proclaim grand destinies to seers, but Morpheus brought his brand of prophecy, one couched in symbolism and open to interpretation. Any shift in a dream's plot, any cameo by a lost loved one, could spin fate in unforeseen ways. This quiet potential set him apart from other deities known for direct, sometimes violent intervention. In certain esoteric traditions, priests would leave offerings to Hypnos and the Oniroi when interpreting dreams. Incubation rites took place in dedicated temples, where devotees slept overnight in hopes of receiving a cure or a prophecy from the gods. Morpheus played a starring role in these nighttime visions, sculpting experiences that might heal, warn, or guide, though rarely given the spotlight in epic poetry. His presence was keenly felt by those who sought divine interaction without the spectacle of oracles or the hustle of public ceremonies. Over time, as Greek culture spread and mingled with other civilizations, the concept of Morpheus evolved. In some local myths, he was depicted less as a subordinate to Hypnos, and more as an independent god of illusions, free to intervene or withhold as he saw fit. His fluid boundaries gave him a certain mystique. Mortals who believed in him imagined that their late-night revelations weren't random flickers of the psyche, but carefully tailored messages from a divine guide. Of course, skepticism existed even in ancient times. Not everyone believed in the significance of dreams. Philosophers like Aristotle treated dreams largely as mental byproducts of daily activities. Others dismissed them as illusions that lured people away from rational thought. But for those who embraced the mysterious, Morpheus was a comforting figure, a deity who shaped intangible narratives, either as gentle warnings or sources of unexpected inspiration. In this way, the lineage of Morpheus, the quiet synergy of night, sleep, and dreams, symbolized the Greeks' deep fascination with the unseen dimensions of life. Within the hushed intervals of slumber, it was Morpheus who held the keys to imagination, bridging mortal concerns and divine intentions through a world woven from ephemeral shadows. Unlike gods who clamoured for shrines, Morpheus often arrived uninvited, slipping into mortal minds without ceremony. But references to him do emerge if one sifts through fragmentary texts, second-hand accounts, and the poetic flourishes of authors who found meaning in the dream realm. Among these, the Roman poet Ovid left one of the most detailed portrayals, cementing Morpheus's image as a master shapeshifter. Though Ovid wrote in Latin centuries after Homer, his verses revealed a fascination with the intangible realms of dream, further interweaving Roman and Greek perspectives. In Ovid's Metamorphoses, Morpheus is one of three brothers, each responsible for different aspects of dreaming. But Morpheus receives pride of place as the one who can mimic human forms. When the gods, especially the goddess Iris, needed to slip a message into a mortal's mind, Morpheus would be summoned. He would take on the likeness of a friend, a family member, or a beloved mentor. The subtlety of his craft was its force. He achieved through gentle suggestion what thunderbolts could not. Mortals, awaking from these dreams, often felt compelled to act with a conviction that reason alone rarely mustered. Yet behind this skill lay an irony. Morpheus himself appeared in a few face-to-face encounters with mortals. A shapeshifter by profession, he did not sport a signature visage in the stories. He might show up as an old shepherd or a radiant youth, whichever best carried the god's intent. This anonymity magnified his mystique. Though recognized as a deity, he was simultaneously anyone and no one. Averse to dramatics, Morpheus seemed content to remain overshadowed by more flamboyant gods. Perhaps he recognized that anonymity was power. No one begged him for favours. No armies prayed for his intervention, and no temples were built where worshippers might harangue him with pleas. He did his work quietly and receded into slumber's twilight, That is not to say he lacked humour or emotion. In a few lesser-known stories, bards allude to Morpheus toying with dreamers, weaving in playful illusions. A tired traveller might dream of a lavish banquet only to wake up starving, cursing the false feast. A spurned lover might dream of reconciliation, only to awaken to the sting of reality. Occasionally, these illusions serve to teach lessons, moral messages about humility or gratitude, though they also reveal Morpheus's capacity for whimsy. Even gods, it seems, can entertain themselves with mortal foibles. His domain extended beyond mere illusions, however. Morpheus was said to have some sway over memory, a trait inherited through his lineage from Lethe's waters. While not as comprehensive as Mnemosyne, the titaness of memory, he could stir recollections long buried, bringing past joys or sorrows back into sharp focus during dreams. This occasional stirring of old memories sometimes acted as a catalyst for the mortal decisions. A warrior might remember a childhood promise and thus abandon the battlefield, or a grieving mother might recall the face of her lost child, finding solace or renewed determination upon waking. Crucial to Morpheus's influence was the fact that mortals rarely recognized his presence. They might blame the strangeness of dreams on a bad meal, or consider it a fleeting mood. Few realized that a divine hand had crafted the scenarios unfolding behind their eyelids. Those who did suspect a supernatural cause usually assumed it was a broad gesture from some Olympian, not the specialized artistry of a lesser-known deity. This was Morpheus's hallmark, to shape fates without demanding recognition. In certain Orphic traditions, the mention of Morpheus is accompanied by rituals intended to court beneficial dreams. People might write prayers or incantations, hoping for a vision that clarified a dilemma or revealed hidden truths. These rites were more private than the grand festivals for Demeter or Dionysus. They involved quiet petitions, often performed at bedside altars. A cup of warm drink, a simple token left under a pillow, or an inscription repeated before sleep might invite his favour. If results came, they were ephemeral, a dream that might fade by dawn, leaving behind only an inarticulate sense of guidance. Gradually, as Greek culture gave way to Roman rule, Morpheus's name and role adapted. The Romans had their pantheon, but they also absorbed Greek deities, translating them into Latin forms or merging them with local gods. Morpheus found a place in this cultural tapestry, aided by Ovid's literary gifts. His shape-shifting grew into an enduring metaphor for the power of dreams to challenge the status quo, to give mortal minds a glimpse of possibilities otherwise unreachable. That notion that something intangible could spark real-world change proved resilient. Even after temples crumbled and pantheons lost their worshippers, the idea lingered, quietly echoing whenever humans closed their eyes and wandered into the land of sleep. Beyond myths and poetry, Morpheus's influence took on tangible form in the dream-centric rites practiced in scattered regions of the ancient Mediterranean. Temple incubations, particularly those dedicated to Asclepius, the god of healing, are well documented. Supplicants slept in sanctuaries to receive curative or prophetic dreams. Though the official cult credited Asclepius with these visions, undercurrents of belief suggested that Morpheus or one of his siblings sculpted the dream imagery. In many accounts, dreamers would see Asclepius himself performing a healing act, but behind that divine mask might lurk Morpheus's handiwork, ensuring the dream resonated with the pilgrim's personal needs. Yet this indirect worship was as far as it went for Morpheus. No major city erected a grand temple in his honour. His name does not appear on long lists of civic gods who protected armies or oversaw commerce. In a culture that often prized the dramatic, victorious battles, epic voyages, monstrous confrontations, Morpheus's domain seemed too nebulous for large-scale devotion. Dreams were deeply personal, fleeting experiences not easily shaped into public festivals. This subtle presence, however, lent Morpheus a curious universality. He was accessible to everyone, king or peasant, without the need for elaborate ceremonies. A fisherman dozing by the shore might receive a warning dream about an approaching storm, courtesy of Morpheus. A farmer's child might glimpse a future bride in a fleeting reverie. Although such visions were unpredictable, they reflected a certain democratic aspect of his power. No mortal was too lowly or too exalted to receive a nighttime visitation. Philosophical schools took varied stances on dream deities. The Stoics viewed dreams with skepticism unless they aligned with virtue or reason. The Epicureans dismissed them as mental residue with no supernatural origin. Yet others, including certain Platonists, entertained the possibility that divine agencies influenced the soul during its nocturnal wanderings. Morpheus occupied a liminal space in these debates, neither firmly asserted nor fully denied. The complexity of dream experiences made them resistant to strict categorization, mirroring Morpheus's inherent elusiveness. In the everyday lives of ancient Greeks and Romans, dream interpretation became a small-scale industry. Travelling dream interpreters or local wise women offered readings, attributing cryptic images to messages from gods. Manuals like the Onera Critica by Artemidorus served as compendiums of symbolic meanings. A dream about a serpent might portend betrayal or healing, depending on context. While Morpheus himself rarely got explicit credit, these interpretive practices implicitly acknowledged a shaping force behind dreams. It was possible to feel the subtle touch of a divine hand in every strange or enlightening vision. Meanwhile, dramatists occasionally hinted at Morpheus's presence on stage. In certain tragedies or comedies, characters received revelatory dreams that set the plot in motion. Although playwrights typically invoked the major gods, Zeus, Athena, Apollo, some lines implied that it was a shapeless whisper of the night that delivered the dream. Audiences familiar with mythic lore would quietly attribute that role to Morpheus, even if the script avoided naming him outright. This indirect cameo suited his nature, a cameo in illusions rather than a direct spotlight role. As Roman influence peaked and Greek city-states became provinces within an empire, religious practices evolved. The cults of Isis, Mithras, and other deities from Egypt and Persia began to spread. Mystery religions thrived, promising spiritual experiences that mainstream rites did not provide. In these clandestine settings, where initiates sought personal transformation and glimpses of the afterlife, dreams were valued as a means of direct communication with the divine. Morpheus, though not explicitly worshipped, found renewed significance as a silent collaborator. Participants believed that their revelations during ritual-induced trance or sleep could unveil cosmic secrets, and who better than the gentle craftsman of dreams to facilitate those glimpses? Despite these evolving cultural currents, Morpheus kept his low profile. He neither clashed with up-and-coming deities nor demanded new reverence. Like a cameo actor in an ever-changing theatre, he adapted to shifting religious landscapes by maintaining the same core function. He shaped nightly illusions, passing along whatever message the dreamer needed, whether it was solace, instruction, or warning. Thus, while other gods experienced dramatic transformations or assimilation into new pantheons, Morpheus's essence stayed remarkably stable. His anonymity shielded him from the fortunes and misfortunes that befell gods tied to political power or public devotion. Through countless conquests, cultural fusions, and doctrinal shifts, he remained that discreet presence behind the eyes of sleeping mortals. He needed no marble statue or sacrificial altar, for his temple was the quiet domain of the human mind, a refuge where illusions danced, and destinies could be nudged without the constraints of daylight logic. As the classical world gave way to the Hellenistic era, and then to Roman dominion, Morpheus's relevance persisted in subtler, more eclectic forms. Scholarship in the city of Alexandria produced treatises on the dream interpretation that blended Greek, Egyptian, and even Jewish thought. Hermetic texts invoked the interplay of cosmic forces, sometimes alluding to lesser gods of vision and illusion. While these references seldom name Morpheus directly, they revealed a growing intrigue with the mystical dimensions of sleep. The more people tried to decode their dreams, the more they acknowledged a guiding power behind them. During this period, philosophers like Plotinus delved into the nature of consciousness. They wrestled with questions about the soul's movements during sleep. If the soul journeyed outward or inward, while the body rested, might it encounter spiritual beings or glean higher truths? Such speculation wasn't mainstream, but it held appeal for seekers disillusioned with state-sanctioned cults. Morpheus, while rarely cited, remained the unspoken craftsman of these interior voyages, the silent engineer behind whatever glimpses the soul might catch of a grander cosmic design. Meanwhile, poets, freed from the strict heroic codes of earlier ages, experimented more boldly with dreamscapes. They penned verses where protagonists navigated labyrinthine illusions or encountered fleeting apparitions, offering cryptic guidance. Although literary critics might argue these poems reflected psychological depth rather than divine action, to many readers, The boundary was immaterial. Dreams were that liminal zone where mortal thoughts intertwined with supernatural influence. Morpheus, shapeless though he was, presided over that zone like an unacknowledged stage director. In everyday Roman society, too, the role of dreams took intriguing turns. Emperors occasionally claimed that certain expansions or decrees were inspired by divine apparitions at night. Augustus himself, recognized for his strategic cunning, was rumoured to pay attention to auspicious or ominous dreams, though officially he credited major gods like Apollo. Citizens, hearing such stories, might privately wonder if a lesser-known deity like Morpheus had orchestrated these nocturnal briefings. After all, if the god of dreams could sway the mightiest ruler in the world, it underscored his quiet potency. As Christianity began to spread across the empire, attitudes toward pagan deities shifted. Bishops denounced the worship of multiple gods as idolatry, and an ascendant monotheism strove to replace the old pantheon. In this environment, minor figures like Morpheus faded from official discourse. Yet the phenomenon of dream visitation did not vanish. Biblical narratives contained their own dream sequences, Joseph interpreting Pharaoh's dreams, the Magi warned in a dream about King Herod. Early Christians recognized that significant messages could be delivered during slumber, though they attributed such interventions to angels or the one god. Morpheus, if mentioned at all, became a quaint relic of pagan folklore. However, among rural populations and within certain esoteric sects, older beliefs persisted in fragments. People might still light a candle and utter a small prayer before bedtime, not necessarily to Morpheus by name, but to the notion of a gentle force that shaped dreams. In personal diaries or in hushed family traditions, references lingered, testaments to how deeply ingrained the idea of a dream-shaping presence was. Over time, Christian mystics sometimes wrote about heavenly illusions or spiritual revelations received in dreams. Though they did not call Morpheus by name, the conceptual overlap was clear, a benevolent entity bridging the gap between mortal minds and higher powers, all while the world lay in darkness. During the waning days of the Roman Empire, barbarian invasions, economic turmoil and social upheaval threw daily life into chaos. Dreams, as always, offered either an escape or an omen. Morpheus might appear in scattered references, half remembered in local folklore or embedded in spells within the syncretic practice of magic. These spells, scribbled on papyrus or scratched into lead tablets, sought to harness dream power for love, revenge or knowledge. In some, the incantation invoked a shape-shifting figure of night, a shadowy being able to emulate any human form. The text might use Greek or Latin synonyms, never explicitly stating Morpheus, but the lineage was clear to those who knew their myths. By the time the Western Roman Empire collapsed in the 5th century CE, the tapestry of old gods had unravelled in public life. Grand temples stood empty, their rituals undone, yet the intangible realm of dreams persisted as a private frontier. Morpheus, whether recognised by name or not, retained his function. As centuries slipped by, he would shape-shift again, receding deeper into cultural memory. In occasional manuscripts or monastic texts, he survived as literary reference, an allegory for illusions or hidden messages that surface when reason comes. The twilight of antiquity thus set the stage for a Middle Ages in which classical gods receded but never vanished entirely. Like seeds buried under layers of history, their legacies lay dormant, waiting to surface when imagination or scholarly curiosity revived them. For Morpheus, all it required was for people to dream, a condition unlikely ever to fade. Explicit references to Morpheus become rare in medieval Europe. The academic class largely occupied itself with textual analysis and theological treatises as Latin Christendom shaped the intellectual and spiritual terrain. If at all mentioned, dreams were explained as the result of divine or demonic powers. Still, the classical corpus never vanished entirely. Though sometimes covertly, copies of Ovid's Metamorphoses were distributed in monasteries due to the church's conflicted view of pagan literature. Morpheus stayed a weird footnote in these books, a name a conscientious monk or a curious researcher would come upon and question. The handful who did study Ovid or other classical texts came onto someone who resisted simple moral classification. Neither was Morpheus a demon, nor did he fit Christian angelology exactly. Instead, he was a crafter of visions, free from ideas of sin or virtue. Sometimes this ambiguity inspired creative interpretations, particularly in the undercurrents of medieval allegory. Some writers suggested that Morpheus might be used to represent the illusions of the world, his form shifting a metaphor for the ephemeral character of worldly concerns. Still, these readings were occult rather than conventional. Greek philosophy was kept alive and developed in the Islamic world, meanwhile. Dream interpretation flourished in that field, thanks in part to customs derived from the hadiths of the Prophet Muhammad, but references to Morpheus, especially, were few. Still, the idea of a shaping dream creature echoed in mystical Sufi teachings, in which glimpses in sleep may transmit spiritual truths. Although the name Morpheus did not travel much in these writings, the agent who creates significant illusions stayed universal. Europe became quite interested in classical antiquity by the Renaissance. A fresh wave of humanism pushed the study of pagan literature. Scholars rediscovered old manuscripts. Artists found inspiration in Greek and Roman mythology. Morpheus revived in this environment. Poets started referring to him more freely, entwining him into allegorical tales about time, knowledge, and love, though their images differed, since the ancients never offered a consistent iconography. Painters occasionally portrayed him as a winged young man or as a delicate presence hanging over a slumbering person. Beyond intellectual and creative circles, Christianity and local mythology concerning dreams nevertheless affected the public imagination. Common people could talk of night hags or guardian angels, entities visited during sleep, but not so much of an ancient Greek dream maker. But at the courts of Europe, where educated courtiers flaunted their classical knowledge, a reference to Morpheus marked the speaker as well-versed in old stories, a sophisticated illusion. Sometimes masquerading writers of masques and pageaux personified dreams, calling them Morpheus for a little vintage flair. The printing press helped these illusions to proliferate more quickly. Ovid's translations into common languages brought the clever dream shaper a larger audience. Renaissance writers who loved stacking their works with antique themes grew to favour Morpheus. He represented to them the magical ability of illusions, the tempting attraction of imagination, capable of surpassing the physical world. Trusting the audience's increasing awareness with mythic connections, Shakespeare's contemporaries would call for Morpheus in stage directions or comic asides. Morpheus's nature stayed fluid even with this increasing attention. Unlike Jupiter or Venus, who had well-documented personalities and cults, Morpheus was defined essentially by function. This provided writers of plays and poetry freedom. One author would label him an aloof trickster, while another might write him as a kind mentor. Some works confused him with the whole idea of the dream world and attributed any nighttime vision to the arms of Morpheus. At least among the educated classes, this word even seeped into common parlance, a beautiful way to explain falling asleep and a monument to how completely the god of dreams was entwining with Western consciousness. The Renaissance also inspired fresh interest in sleep and dreams in science and medicine. Unprecedented rigidity in their study of the human body, doctors dissected cadavers to grasp physiology. Still, the character of dreams stayed mysterious. While some suggested dreams were a residue of sensory impressions, others suggested they were brought on by vapours or humours influencing the brain. For these newly arrived empiricists, the legendary concept of Morpheus as a physical dream maker was no more convincing. Still, the metaphor stayed with the writers and speakers. It caught something the scalpels and early microscopes could not. The sensation dreams emerged from somewhere beyond normal experience. So Morpheus lived in several worlds concurrently, as the Renaissance gave way to the early modern era. For academics and artists, he was a classical reference, a person who gave creative works depth and vitality. To the general public, he remained a rather obscure moniker, sporadically mentioned in sentences like summoned by Morpheus, but hardly connected to any active religious practice. And to the rising ranks of scientists, he was a remnant of mythology, interesting, poetic, but inadequate in elucidating the real mechanics of the sleeping mind. This diversity of roles highlighted Morpheus's ongoing adaptability, a shape-shifting presence not only in the dream realm, but also in the cultural scene of a Europe undergoing change. The scientific, political, and religious upheavals of modernity altered people's perceptions of nature. A more mechanical or logical view of human experience was influenced by the Industrial Revolution, the Enlightenment, and later advances in psychology. Instead of being living elements of belief systems, the ancient gods appeared in this context as antiquated artifacts, curiosities for literature, art, or historical research. Despite his subtlety, Morpheus was no different. However, his legacy continued in surprising ways, subtly influencing contemporary cultural expressions and the human mind. The derivation of the drug morphine, which Friedrich Saturner called in the early 19th century after separating its active ingredients from opium, is one such example. By associating the drug's ability to produce sleep and dreamy states with the ancient god of dreams, he decided to honour Morpheus. Morpheus was elevated to a strange position by this scientific acknowledgement. He was no longer only a mythological character, but now had a real link to medicine. Ironically, the idea that Morpheus facilitated altered consciousness, albeit through chemical rather than divine intervention, was supported by morphine's ability to ease pain and induce visions. He was still mentioned in literature, though infrequently. Enthralled with the mystery of dreams and the human imagination, romantic poets invoked Morpheus as a metaphor of spiritual or creative insight. He appeared in Gothic stories during the Victorian era, occasionally taking the form of a character in dream sequences that made it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fantastical. The power of dream imagery was rediscovered in the 20th century by surrealist painters and fantasy authors who occasionally used Morpheus as a thematic device. Even comic book creators found him to be a fascinating character. Neil Gaiman's The Sandman series, for example, depicted a modern reinterpretation of Morpheus, albeit it was more influenced by modern fantasy than by rigid classical myth. Meanwhile, under the leadership of individuals like Carl Jung and Sigmund Freud, psychology became a recognised field of study. They conducted in-depth research on dreams, examining their symbolic meaning and unconscious function. Jung's idea of archetypes allowed for the recognition of mythic characters as expressions of universal psychological patterns, but Freud rejected direct allusions to dream deities. Despite being infrequently mentioned in clinical discourse, Morpheus personifies some mythological features, such as the shape-shifting messenger who connects the conscious and unconscious domains. Speaking poetically, one could imply that, even if they employ different language. A therapist and a patient are really tiptoeing over Morpheus's territory whenever they engage in dream interpretation. Outside of academics, the phrase "the arms of Morpheus" is still used in casual conversation as a charming way to describe someone who is falling asleep. Morpheus is sometimes used by songwriters as poetic shorthand for illusions or dreamy situations. Characters in plays or movies may joke that they were taken by Morpheus when they are particularly exhausted or have bad dreams. As a result, the god's name endures in popular culture, reflecting a persistent interest in the transitional realm between the fleeting theatre of dreams and the real world. Morpheus was occasionally likened to comparable dream figures in other traditions, gods, spirits or ancestors. Credited with forming nighttime visions, as religious plurality increased and audiences for myths from around the globe expanded. Morpheus has occasionally attracted followers in some New Age and neo-pagan societies, which revive ancient pantheons for individual spirituality. These contemporary practitioners might view him as a lucid dreaming guide, or an ally in creative inquiry, creating a personal bond that somewhat reflects the age-old practice of looking for important dreams. Naturally, such varied revivals do not dominate popular belief, but they highlight Morpheus's versatility throughout history. He continues to serve as evidence of the human need for a go-between for conscious awareness and the innermost parts of the mind. The appeal of a guiding figure endures even at a time when sleep labs and neurology are used to analyse dreams, the subjective landscapes that play out in our minds every night. After all, cannot be completely mapped by any technology. Therefore, Morpheus persists as a cultural shapeshifter. Initially a minor character in Greek mythology, he was crucial in bridging the gap between mortal life and divine aims, while being overshadowed by Olympians. He withstood scientific breakthroughs, religious upheavals, and conquests throughout millennia. He found new homes in literary flair, psychological metaphor, and medical terminology. He now represents that sedent, all-encompassing enigma, the dream realm where we face self-revelations, delusions, and reflections of ourselves. Despite being elusive and infrequently worshipped in official ceremonies, Morpheus never fails to arouse our imaginations by serving as a reminder that sleep is more than just a place to rest. It is a doorway, thoughtfully crafted by a being who doesn't require a temple to demonstrate his might. When people today imagine King Arthur, They often picture a gleaming throne room in a fairy tale castle, yet the earliest roots of the legend trace to a far grittier era, sub-Roman Britain, roughly the 5th or 6th century. The Roman legions had withdrawn, leaving behind roads, ruins of villas, and a power vacuum that invited waves of Saxon incursions. Into this turmoil stepped local warlords, tribal chieftains, and self-styled kings who fought to protect fragmented territories. If a historical Arthur existed, he likely emerged from this violent mosaic of clan rivalries and shifting alliances. In the centuries after Rome's departure, Britain lacked a unifying government. Pockets of Romano-British aristocrats clung to vestiges of imperial culture. Fortified hilltops bristled with wooden palisades, inhabited by leaders who tried to hold on to what remained of civilized trade and technology. Meanwhile, coastal regions faced constant raids from across the North Sea. Archaeological evidence, such as the ruins of Tintagel in Cornwall, hints at a region influenced by the Mediterranean goods even while local power struggles raged. Amid these unsettled conditions, a figure sometimes identified as Arthur may have gained a following by leading successful defensive campaigns. Early medieval sources, like the Annales Cambriae, mention battles associated with him, especially a crucial victory at Mount Badon. Yet the historical record is thin, names get jumbled, timelines blur, and Arthur may have originally been a title, not a personal name. What survived from this period were oral traditions among Celts, who revered warrior heroes capable of uniting fractious tribes. These seeds eventually took root in Welsh poetry, with references to an Arthur known for both prowess and moral leadership. Bards recited tales that blended real events with mythic flourishes, ensuring that Arthur's reputation grew. Over time, as monastic scribes copied legends into Latin, they combined folk memory with pious invention. By the 9th or 10th century, Arthur's presence in Welsh heroic cycles was well established. A champion blessed by Providence, who protected his people from heathen invaders. Yet it wasn't until Geoffrey of Monmouth's famous 12th century work, Historia Regum Britanniae, that Arthur attained sweeping recognition. Geoffrey's narrative, while often dismissed as fanciful by modern historians, reshaped Europe's perception of the British Isles. He wove older Celtic traditions together with his own creative additions, describing how Arthur inherited the throne, subdued rebellious nobles, and even marched an army into Gaul. And nobles across medieval Europe treated Geoffrey's account as quasi-history, as they searched for genealogical links to Arthur's greatness. Thus, the once shadowy war leader of sub-Roman Britain morphed into a medieval monarch with global renown. A key reason for Arthur's enduring appeal lies in the tension between the harsh realities of sub-Roman warfare and the later romantic veneer applied to his legend. One hand, the real context was likely bleak, characterised by small wooden forts on the wind-swept hillsides, retinues of spearmen, and precarious alliances that often changed on a whim. On the other, Arthur's story evolved into an ideal of chivalry, complete with jousts, castle halls, and elaborate courtly love. This duality resonates even now. We want to believe in a leader who transcended the everyday violence, forging a realm of justice and unity. Curiously, the early glimpses of Arthur do not include references to objects like the Holy Grail or images of a magical sword bestowed by a lake-dwelling enchantress. These elements arrived later, grafted onto the tradition as the medieval writers sought to marry indigenous British myth with Christian symbolism. The original tales likely focused on victories, feasts, and the hero's final stand rather than mystical relics. The deeper spiritual dimension, emphasizing moral quests and the search for divine grace, would come with the romances penned in subsequent centuries. Still, one thread remains consistent. Arthur is portrayed as a unifier who rallied disparate peoples. Britain's western regions, from Wales to Cornwall, claimed him as their champion. Even the name Arthur suggests resonance with the Welsh word for bear, a totemic animal symbolising strength. As Saxon influence spread, nostalgia for a time when the Britons had a heroic protector grew. Oral storytellers carried that longing forward, layering each retelling with new wonders. Thus, the stage was set for King Arthur to emerge as both a mirror for the past and a beacon for the future. From a realm battered by raiders, a figure, real or semi-legendary, rose to claim the people's imagination. Long before Camelot became the shining castle of romances, There was likely a rough wooden hall on a rainy British hilltop where a leader called Arthur once rallied his men. Over the centuries, that leader's memory would transform into a tapestry of epic battles, courtly grace, and moral ideals that still captivates us. Though Geoffrey of Monmouth's work gave Arthur a grand historical sweep, the French and Anglo-Norman poets of the 12th and 13th centuries fused that chronicle-based narrative with the ethos of chivalry. Writers such as Chrétien de Troyes introduced knights on quests, enchanting ladies, and moral challenges far beyond the blunt tribal warfare of sub-Roman Britain. It was in these romantic verses that King Arthur's court, Camelot, crystallised in the medieval mind as an epicentre of refinement and virtue. Camelot was more than a single castle. It symbolised an ideal realm at a time when feudal Europe was grappling with violent feuds and knightly rivalries. Within Arthur's kingdom, courtesy and valour reigned supreme, anchored by the notion that knights should uphold justice, protect the weak, and respect the sovereignty of the church. This moral code was never a given. It emerged gradually as poets reimagined the old warlord Arthur into a wise king who presided over the Round Table. The Round Table itself was a powerful metaphor for equality among his knights, a stark contrast to the real feudal hierarchies that often hinged on exploitation. Chrétien de Troyes introduced characters like Lancelot and explored the conflict between martial duty and romantic devotion. His tale, Lancelot, the Knight of the Cart, was groundbreaking, portraying the knight's passion for Queen Guinevere as both uplifting, demonstrating profound devotion, and troubling, because it threatened the stability of Camelot. This tension, blending loyalty and forbidden love, gave Arthurian lore a new psychological depth. Suddenly, the king's authority faced internal strain, not just external wars. In parallel, Welsh traditions developed their own sets of Arthurian tales, known collectively as the Mabinogion, replete with magical hunts, shape-shifting creatures, and cryptic references to old Celtic deities. These tales portrayed Arthur as more than just a mortal king, weaving him into an ethereal tapestry. Courtiers and warriors in these Welsh stories navigated a realm where illusions might mask deeper truths, and heroic feats often demanded supernatural insight. Arthur came off as a liminal figure, part champion in the mortal sphere, part catalyst in the realm of myth. By the early 13th century, the so-called Vulgate cycle, also known as the Lancelot Grail cycle, emerged in French prose, adding layer upon layer to the saga. The Holy Grail took centre stage, turning Arthur's kingdom into the crucible of a spiritual quest. Knights like Galahad, introduced in these texts, embodied purity and the hope of divine revelation. The Round Table knights no longer merely sought fame on the battlefield. They yearned for mystical encounters with a relic linked to Christ's Last Supper. This infusion of Christian allegory transformed Arthur's court into a place where the line between earthly power and heavenly purpose blurred. Through these expansions, King Arthur's story ceased to be a single consistent narrative and became more of a shared mythos. Different authors selected episodes that suited their tastes. Some highlighted Guinevere's moral dilemma, others fixated on Lancelot's feats, while still others delved into the Grail's riddles. Arthur himself at times slipped into the background as his knights took centre stage, grappling with illusions, prophecies, and moral failings. Yet the concept of Camelot as a golden era endured, a testament to a kingdom so just and noble that it attracted divine interest, even if it was eventually undone by human frailty. Despite the high-minded chivalry these romances extolled, they also contained warnings. Arthur's realm offered a vision of perfect rule, but the seeds of its fall were sown within its ranks. Lancelot's betrayal, Mordred's treachery, and the knight's fragmentation underscored how easily greatness could unravel. In reflecting on these fictional events, medieval audiences might ponder the fragility of their societies. Royal courts and noble houses existed in perpetual tension, threatened by ambition, jealousies, and foreign wars. Arthur's downfall was thus a cautionary mirror, reminding them that no empire, however idealized, was immune to the foibles of humanity. At the same time, the Arthurian cycle provided a spiritual dimension that comforted or challenged believers. The quest for the Grail, especially as told in the Questa de Saint Graal, championed asceticism over mere knightly prowess. Knights who succeeded did so by humility and moral purity, rather than brute force. This concept of sanctified heroism was novel in an age when military might typically defined power. Through the lens of Arthur's story, audiences could imagine a higher calling, one that demanded introspection as much as external victory. Thus, by the High Middle Ages, Arthur had become both a glittering monarch and a figure overshadowed by the complexities of his realm. Whether enthroned at Camelot or overshadowed by Lancelot's and Gawain's exploits, he represented a cultural wellspring that authors and audiences reshaped to reflect their aspirations, anxieties, and theological preoccupations. The warlord of an obscure British epoch had been thoroughly recast as the lodestar of chivalric civilization, a transformation that would resonate for centuries to come. While medieval audiences revelled in Arthurian romances, the Renaissance brought a degree of scepticism toward medieval chivalry. As Europe rediscovered classical antiquity, tastes shifted toward realism and historical inquiry, yet King Arthur proved remarkably resilient, inspiring new works even in an era that questioned medieval faith in the miraculous. Writers, dramatists, and pamphleteers recognised that the epic scope of Arthur's saga could be reinterpreted to address the ideological battles of the 16th and 17th centuries. A prime example of this adaptability is Edmund Spenser's The Fairy Queen, 1590s, which drew heavily on Arthurian motifs, though it cast its hero in allegorical form. Spenser depicted Prince Arthur as the embodiment of perfection, seeking the Fairy Queen, representing Queen Elizabeth I. This conflation of Arthurian tradition with contemporary royal symbolism turned the old legend into a vehicle for praising Tudor rule. Even if the real Tudors had tenuous claims to genealogical descent from Arthur, the mythology served as a potent piece of propaganda, implying a lineage stretching back to the dawn of British greatness. Simultaneously, the printing press facilitated the widespread circulation of Sir Thomas Malory's Le Morte d'Arthur, first published by William Caxton in 1485. Though Malory wrote in the 15th century, the Renaissance generation rediscovered his compilation, which fused French and English sources into a comprehensive Arthurian epic. Its themes of loyalty, betrayal, and the tragic cost of internal discord found new resonance as England grappled with the religious schisms and dynastic uncertainties. Malory's text appealed to those craving heroism, but wary of the illusions that once cloaked medieval piety. In the broader European context, interest in King Arthur sparked debates over authenticity. Scholars asked whether Geoffrey of Monmouth's or Malory's accounts contained a kernel of fact or pure invention. Antiquarians pored over genealogical charts, local place names, and fragmentary manuscripts trying to prove or disprove Arthur's real existence. Some claimed he was a Celtic champion who fought off Saxon invaders, while others labelled him a total fabrication. Interestingly, these historical controversies did little to dampen the public's appetite for Arthurian plays, poems, and pageants. Real or not, Arthur remained a cultural touchstone. During the Elizabethan era, chivalric nostalgia blended with the monarchy's political agenda. Spectacles at court sometimes featured tilts and tournaments staged in an Arthurian spirit, accentuating the monarchy's claim to a glorious British past. However, as the 17th century wore on, civil war erupted in England, toppling the monarchy for a time. The old stories of knights bound by honour felt distant in a world split by ideological conflict between parliamentarians and royalists. Despite this, references to a lost age of unity dotted royalist propaganda. Arthur's symbol of a round table that transcended factionalism served as a subtle critique of the contemporary divisiveness. By the 18th century, the so-called Age of Enlightenment saw a turn toward rationalism. Medieval romance seemed quaint or superstitious to many intellectuals. Even so, Arthur persisted in popular imagination. Writers toyed with comedic or satirical takes, highlighting the gap between medieval illusions and modern rational thought. In these retellings, the feats of Arthur's knights, slaying dragons or embarking on magical quests, looked increasingly improbable. Yet these parodies only increased public familiarity with the legend, ensuring that the name of Arthur remained in circulation. Throughout this period, British national identity slowly coalesced, especially after the 1707 Act of Union merged England and Scotland. Authors in search of a unifying myth frequently referenced Arthur's promise, a king who once unified the realm, only to be undone by internal betrayals. This motif mirrored anxieties about whether Britain's newly merged kingdoms could truly stand together. Arthur's legend functioned as both inspiration and a cautionary tale, a reflection on the costs of disunity. Scholarly curiosity about Celtic heritage also played a role. spurred by the romanticisation of ancient bardic traditions. Researchers scoured Welsh, Breton, and Cornish folklore, curious to find evidence that might clarify Arthur's historical basis. Sometimes researchers would weave fragments of old poems or place-name legends into rational arguments about Arthur's possible birth date, or the location of specific battles. Although definitive proof remained elusive, each attempt underscored how the figure of Arthur bridged scholarship and myth, standing at the intersection of legend's emotional power and history's demand for evidence. Thus, between the Renaissance and the Enlightenment, King Arthur was never a static figure. He became a mirror for each era's hopes, illusions, and debates about monarchy, unity, and cultural identity. Whether cast as a courtly knight, a symbolic ancestor of present rulers, or a relic of superstition, Arthur retained the ability to inspire, provoke, and challenge. By the dawn of the Romantic era, he was poised for yet another grand revival, this time in poetry and the emerging novel form, ensuring his endurance for centuries to come. The Romantic movement of the late 18th and early 19th centuries embraced medievalism with gusto, seeking inspiration in distant ages perceived as more authentic and emotionally resonant. King Arthur's lore fit perfectly into this artistic wave. Writers such as Sir Walter Scott wove chivalric elements into historical novels, while lesser-known poets invoked Arthurian motifs to evoke the sublime and the melancholic. Crucially, this period saw a reimagining of the Arthurian legend, not just as a national myth, but as a repository of human longing and natural wonder. The Romantics valorized medieval ruins, folk ballads, and the sense that modern industrial society had lost contact with deeper truths. In this context, Arthur's court represented a realm where honour and beauty reigned, untainted by mechanized progress. Landscapes, misty moors, ancient stone circles, hidden lakes, acquired near mystical qualities, frequently associated with tales of Arthur's final departure for the Isle of Avalon. Paintings of the era depicting Guinevere or the Lady of Shalott combined lush colour and a dreamy atmosphere to create a longing for an irretrievable past. Perhaps the most significant revivalist during the Victorian age was Alfred. Lord Tennyson, whose Idylls of the King, published between 1859 and 1885, cast Arthur as a moral exemplar struggling against the corruption within his realm. Tennyson's verse soared with idealism yet carried an undercurrent of disillusion. In his hands, Camelot became a metaphor for Victorian Britain's aspirations, empire, technology, and moral righteousness, while the knight's failures reflected the era's anxieties about hypocrisy and social decay. The story of Lancelot and Guinevere became a tragic testament to human vulnerability, overshadowing the earlier illusions of gallantry. Tennyson's work was no mere literary exercise. It shaped Victorian cultural consciousness. Stained glass windows, tapestries, and even Ottowahaman architectural motifs sprang up in wealthy homes and public buildings, all referencing Arthurian scenes. Critics lauded Tennyson for elevating the legend to a moral epic, while detractors argued that he sanitized the more raw or ambiguous aspects. Nonetheless, Idylls of the King remained wildly popular, reinforcing the notion that Arthur's tale offered moral guidance for a modern age. Even Queen Victoria reportedly admired Tennyson's interpretation, seeing in Arthur's struggle a reflection of her desire to maintain moral authority in a changing world. Outside poetry, the arts and crafts movement, led by figures like William Morris, found in Arthurian romance an antidote to industrial mass production. Morris's designs, from wallpapers to bookbindings, invoked the swirling lines and medieval patterns reminiscent of illuminated manuscripts. He even wrote his own Arthurian-based works. For Morris and his circle, the legend represented a craftsmanship ethic and a sense of community lost to factory labour. Decorating one's home with Arthurian motifs hinted at a quest for authenticity in an increasingly mechanised society. Across the Channel, French and German intellectuals took note of this English fascination. Translations of Tennyson circulated, and cultural salons discussed the universal quality of the Arthurian myth, a noble ruler undone by betrayal and human weakness, a reflection on how the grandest visions can collapse from within. The story of a once cohesive realm fracturing resonated broadly in a time marked by revolutions and the unification of states like Italy and Germany. Yet the more the Victorians idealised Arthur, the more some critics pushed back. Realist authors found the legend archaic. They lampooned the knights as naive dreamers or castigated the romantic obsession as escapism, ignoring pressing social issues like poverty and inequality. Novelists such as Charles Dickens or Elizabeth Gaskell focused on contemporary life, rarely referencing Arthur. Still, even in their works, the notion of a lost moral centre lurked, as if Camelot's shadow lay over an industrial landscape that had lost its spiritual moorings. By the late 19th century, the medieval revival reached its peak. Pre-Raphaelite painters like Edward Burne-Jones rendered sumptuous scenes of knights questing in forests dappled with improbable light. Guinevere's hair glowed with golden hues, Lancelot's armour gleamed, and Arthur himself stood as a solemn, almost tragic figure. The emphasis on colour, texture, and emotion showcased how thoroughly the legend had been claimed by the aesthetic movement. King Arthur was no longer just a steam taught in school, he was a cultural phenomenon bridging literature, art, interior design, and public discourse about morality and progress. This fervent romantic and Victorian reclamation set the stage for a 20th century that would wrestle anew with Arthur's meaning. As empire gave way to modern war and the illusions of unstoppable progress cracked, the question loomed: would the Arthurian legend remain relevant, or would it be relegated to the dusty corners of libraries, overshadowed by more pragmatic narratives of science and modernity? The coming era would test that question in unexpected ways, ensuring that the tale of Britain's mythical king continued to evolve. The early 20th century confronted the Arthurian legend with 2 world wars and a changing cultural landscape that tested all forms of romanticised history. Yet the legend adapted once more. On the literary front, novelists and scholars revisited the medieval sources, sifting myth from alleged fact with renewed vigour. T.H. White's The Once and Future King, serialised between 1938 and 1958, stood out in this period as a bold reinterpretation that combined whimsy with philosophical introspection. White began with a light-hearted portrayal of a young Arthur tutored by Merlin, who transforms him into various animals to learn life lessons. But as the narrative advanced, it delved into darker ethical complexities, power, justice, and betrayal, echoing the cataclysms of the world outside. The Once and Future King resonated with readers living through global conflict. Arthur's dream of a just society felt like a parallel to the Allies' rhetoric about defending democracy. The tragedy that befalls Camelot, particularly the moral struggles of Lancelot and the heartbreak of Guinevere, reflected a broader disillusionment. Even noble intentions can unravel under the strain of ambition or human fallibility. White's comedic touches balanced these weighty themes, allowing the novel to remain accessible to a wide audience. Critics praised his ability to weave personal growth, political ideology, and mythic grandeur into a single tapestry. Academic circles also turned a fresh eye toward Arthur's historical underpinnings. Archaeologists launched digs at sites like Cadbury Castle in Somerset, some identifying it with Camelot, and uncovered evidence of a significant 5th or 6th century fort. Although no definitive proof of an Arthur materialised, the findings hinted at the possibility of a powerful chieftain operating from a stronghold in that region. Meanwhile, historians re-examined sub-Roman texts, searching for references to a figure commanding battles against the Saxons. While no conclusive identity was pinned down, a measured stance emerged. Perhaps an actual war leader existed, whose memory, amplified by oral tradition, evolved into legend. Cinema followed with its portrayal. In 1953, Knights of the Round Table, starring Robert Taylor and Ava Gardner, showcased a Technicolor Camelot brimming with courtly spectacle and florid romance, continuing the tradition of a shining Arthur. But in the late 20th century, filmmakers occasionally tried grittier approaches. John Boorman's 1981 film Excalibur combined stylized visuals with raw violence, depicting a more primal medieval setting. Merlin, played by Nicol Williamson, stole scenes with cryptic monologues about fate, while the blossoming and decay of Camelot took on an almost hallucinatory quality. Audiences were jarred by the film's blend of gore, mysticism, and grandeur. Critics either applauded its boldness or found it excessive, but it certainly broke with the genteel Arthur of earlier screen adaptations. Meanwhile, pop culture began to incorporate Arthurian references beyond the realm of cinema. Monty Python's 1975 comedy Monty Python and the Holy Grail lampoon the legend in irreverent style, featuring coconuts in lieu of horses and absurd misadventures. Despite, or perhaps because of, its silliness, it became a cult classic, proving that Arthur's story could be subverted for comedic effect without losing audience interest. Even in parody, the core elements, Galahad, the Grail Quest, the Round Table, remained recognisable. This comedic distance from the old texts underscored how deeply Arthur's image had embedded itself in Western consciousness. In literature for younger readers, Mary Stuart's The Merlin Trilogy reimagined the wizard's perspective, grounding the magic in psychological realism and meticulously rendered British geography. Stuart minimised overt supernatural events, preferring to show how illusions or cunning might be perceived as sorcery in a credulous age. Stuart's strategy tapped into the mid-century desire for historical fantasy, effectively connecting a realistic Roman-British setting with the mythical aspect of Arthur's ascent. By the dawn of the 21st century, the legend was a global phenomenon. Writers from diverse backgrounds introduced new vantage points. Some retold Arthur's story from the viewpoint of Morgan Le Fay, or other female figures marginalised in older narratives. Others transposed it into futuristic or dystopian settings, using the Arthur's motif to explore power and identity in contexts far removed from medieval Britain. Thus, King Arthur's world became a mirror for contemporary concerns, reaffirming the legend's agility. A curious outcome of all these reinterpretations is that none seem to diminish Arthur's draw. If anything, the multiplicity of versions cements his place in popular culture as a figure who can shift shape to match an era's dreams or anxieties. Where once sub-Roman Britons might have invoked him as a war hero, the modern West might see him as a moral king, a comedic foil, or a reluctant idealist. Enduring elasticity attests the story's profound roots in the collective imagination, perpetually setting the stage for new guests and new stories. In parallel with the cultural expansions of Arthur's legend, a robust subfield of scholarship continually probed the question, how much of Arthur is history and how much is layered invention? Academic conferences and journals wrestled with topics like the historical Arthur, the Celtic Twilight, and post-colonial readings of the Arthurian myth. Some scholars fixate on gleaning every trace of authenticity from early medieval records. Others see Arthur primarily as a literary phenomenon, shaped less by actual events and more by cultural narratives that shift with each retelling. One provocative angle is the possibility that Arthur's name reflects not one person, but a composite of leaders. British historians note multiple characters named Arthur or Artorius in sub-Roman or early medieval contexts, some from southern Scotland, others from Wales or Cornwall. Each might have contributed pieces to the mosaic that later generations unified into a single, legendary king. The idea of a collective memory forging one iconic hero is hardly unique to Arthurian lore. Many cultures craft similar symbols to rally identity. If Arthur was indeed a tapestry of warlords, that might explain the scattered battles assigned to him across wide geographic swathes. Another line of research examines the political uses of Arthur. In 12th and 13th century Wales, for instance, Welsh rulers invoked Arthur's memory to legitimise resistance to Norman encroachment. English monarchs, conversely, sometimes appropriated Arthur's lineage to strengthen their own claims or diminish Welsh claims. Centuries later, the Tudors, with Welsh roots, further shaped the narrative of Arthur's once and future kingship, aligning themselves with the prophecy that a great British ruler would return. Such manipulations highlight how historical memory, even if partly invented, wields tangible power in shaping political discourse. Archaeology stepped into the conversation as well. Findings at Tintagel in Cornwall revealed high-status buildings from the 5th and 6th centuries, suggesting a region engaged in Mediterranean trade. Some scholars speculated a link to King Arthur's birthplace, but others cautioned that no direct evidence ties Arthur to Tintagel. Similarly, excavations at South Cadbury Castle uncovered earthworks that were refortified around the same time, fueling speculation that it could be Camelot. Yet conclusive proof remains elusive. Even if sub-Roman warlords inhabited these sites, linking them specifically to Arthur often leans on inference or local lore. Still, these discoveries add texture to the environment from which an Arthur-like figure could have emerged. Hill forts bustling with trade goods, imposing ramparts, and fleeting glimpses of renewed local power. As for the Holy Grail, scholars trace its introduction to literary creativity rather than any early Celtic tradition. The Grail's first mention appears in Chrétien de Troyes' 12th century French romance. Over subsequent centuries, writers redefined it variously as a dish, a chalice, or a holy relic. By Malory's era, it symbolised divine grace. Though evocative, it likely has no root in actual sub-Roman Britain. Yet ironically, the Grail quest would become one of Arthur's best-known storylines, showing again how later imaginings overshadow any original kernel. The final element often dissected by historians is the notion of Arthur's final battle at Camlan and his supposed immortality. Tales insists he didn't die but journeyed to Avalon, awaiting the time to return and save his people. This motif of the sleeping hero resonates in multiple mythologies, from Finnish to Balkan, where a legendary champion slumbers in a secret realm, ready to defend the land in its hour of greatest need. If Arthur's earliest known mentions already included an ambiguous death, it might indicate a broader mythic pattern. Cultures often prefer that their great heroes linger, promising cyclical renewal. Contemporary scholarship then juggles these layers: the possible sub-Roman commander, the medieval expansions, the Victorian romanticisation, and the modern reinterpretations. If a purely factual Arthur existed, it remains overshadowed by centuries of imaginative flourish. Yet the continued scholarly debate underscores that the legend's essence is not about verifying a single historical biography. Instead, it's about the interplay between memory, identity, and creativity. Each era projects its questions and values onto Arthur, gleaning new answers from the same set of age-old motifs. Within this dialogue lies a paradox. While we yearn to know the real Arthur, it's the transformations of his story that keep him relevant. The search for authenticity endures, but so does the tradition of rewriting him, ensuring that every generation finds its reflection in Camelot's mirror. That dual dynamic, archaeological hunts for evidence alongside fresh literary spins, continues to enrich Arthur's mystique, bridging academic rigour and imaginative flight. Today, King Arthur stands as a cultural mainstay, simultaneously ancient and ever-evolving. From glimmering blockbusters to niche historical novels, he resonates with modern audiences for reasons that extend far beyond medieval romance. Why does he endure? Perhaps because the Arthurian legend, at its core, addresses universal yearnings, the dream of a just society, the pain of betrayal by those closest to us, and the hope that even in times of darkness, a champion might arise or return. In the realm of pop culture, Arthur's story reappears in myriad forms. Television series recast Camelot as a gritty drama or comedic parody. Role-playing games include knights and wizards referencing Arthurian tropes. Even science fiction riffs on the motif, depicting cosmic quests for futuristic grails. Each adaptation tweaks the formula, exalting or subverting the Round Table, focusing on Arthur's naive optimism or Merlin's ambiguous counsel. The legend's adaptability seems limitless, thriving precisely because it does not lock itself into a single vantage point. Moreover, modern creators often place greater emphasis on peripheral characters. Guinevere's perspective, once overshadowed by Lancelot and Arthur, now emerges in retellings that highlight her agency. Morgan Le Fay, long pigeonholed as a seductive antagonist, gains complexity as a powerful sorceress shaped by a political marginalization. Knights like Gawain or Tristan star in spin-off narratives that delve into their motivations, trials, and moral failings. This expansion underscores an inclusive trend in storytelling. The supporting cast can hold as much intrigue as the central hero, adding depth and nuance. Another dimension is how Arthur's ethos intersects with contemporary debates on leadership and ethics. The Round Table has been cited in discussions about participatory decision-making, corporate governance, and community leadership. People often pose questions such as, how can we ensure honesty and loyalty in organisations? Or, what if our boardroom resembled a round table where every voice is equal? The metaphor of Camelot's unity haunts these dialogues, reminding us that ideals are fragile and require constant vigilance against corruption. Even a figure as iconic as Arthur cannot sustain a just kingdom alone, if the underlying structures give way to jealousy and power struggles. Meanwhile, historians continue refining their judgments on the historical Arthur. Some propose that no single warlord can account for the entire tradition, while others cling to the possibility that a noteworthy battle leader around Mount Baden sparked the legend. Though conclusive proof remains elusive, each new archaeological find or textual analysis can stir a fresh wave of interest. The pursuit itself testifies to an enduring desire to ground the legend in tangible fact, as if verifying Arthur might restore some sense of continuity between past ideals and present realities. Education also plays a part. Children encounter Arthur in school anthologies, gleaning rudimentary knowledge of knights, queens, and magical swords. Universities hold seminars on the Arthurian canon, exploring everything from Celtic myth to psychoanalytic readings of the Grail quest. For many, King Arthur is their first taste of medieval literature, an accessible portal into broader historical currents. Hence, the legend perpetuates itself academically, weaving into curricula that spark each generation's imagination. The future of Arthurian legend seems as secure as its past. Technological tools like virtual reality, interactive digital storytelling, and immersive theatre open new frontiers. Imagine wandering a VR Camelot, conversing with AI-driven versions of Lancelot or Morgan, shaping the narrative by your own moral choices. The possibilities speak to the legend's adaptability. Far from being stuck in dusty manuscripts, Arthur's realm can flourish in cutting-edge mediums, bridging the ancient with the futuristic. Yet for all the modern flourishes, the core themes remain consistent. The heartbreak of betrayal, the aspiration for a round table of equals is a prevalent theme. The story explores the interplay between magic and mortal ambition. Whether we view Arthur as a half-forgotten sub-Roman general, or a shining mythic king, his story touches on something perennial in the human condition. It suggests that greatness is possible but precarious, dependent on unity, loyalty, and moral clarity. And even when that greatness falters, the idea of a once and future king offers hope that renewal can always emerge. In closing, King Arthur's narrative defies neat categorization, part history, part myth, part moral parable. Over 15 centuries, it has transformed from local folklore into a global phenomenon, shaped by the Christian allegory, chivalric romance, national myth-making, and modern reinterpretations. Each retelling adds a new layer, ensuring the story remains alive, not fossilized. To trace its evolution is to glimpse our own cultural evolution. We find in Arthur a mirror for our collective dreams and disillusionments, an ever-shifting testament to humanity's enduring quest for a noble realm we might call Camelot. Over 2,000 years ago, in 469 BCE, Socrates was born in Athens, Greece. Athens was a city at the heart of the ancient world, a centre of art, culture, and intellectual thought. Socrates' early life, however, was modest. His father, Sophroniscus, was a stonemason, and his mother, Phaenorete, was a midwife. From these humble beginnings, Socrates would grow to become one of the most profound thinkers in human history. As a young man, Socrates likely followed in his father's footsteps as a stonemason, learning the craft of shaping stone and building structures. Yet, even then, his curiosity about the world and human nature set him apart. Socrates was not drawn to wealth or power. Instead, he found fulfillment in observing life, questioning beliefs, and seeking wisdom. Unlike many of his contemporaries, Socrates did not write books or leave behind written records of his teachings. Instead, we know about his life and philosophy through the writings of his students, particularly Plato. Through these accounts, we gain insight into Socrates' unique method of teaching and his relentless pursuit of truth. Socrates' approach to philosophy was deeply rooted in dialogue and inquiry. He believed that wisdom began with recognizing one's own ignorance. To him, admitting that we do not know everything opened the door to learning and growth. This idea became the foundation of the Socratic method, a process of asking and answering questions to stimulate critical thinking and uncover underlying truths. Socrates spent much of his life walking the streets of Athens, engaging in conversations with people from all walks of life. He would approach artisans, politicians, and everyday citizens, asking probing questions that challenged their assumptions and beliefs. These discussions were not meant to humiliate or demean, but to encourage reflection and deeper understanding. Despite his humble appearance, barefoot, dressed simply, and often unkempt, Socrates' intellect and charisma drew people to him. Many young Athenians admired his wisdom and became his students, eager to learn from his insights. However, His habit of questioning authority and exposing contradictions in people's beliefs also earned him powerful enemies. Socrates believed that a life worth living was one dedicated to virtue and the pursuit of truth. He often spoke of the importance of the soul and the need to care for it through ethical living. To Socrates, material wealth and social status were insignificant compared to the value of living a just and honourable life. Athens, during Socrates' lifetime, was a city in flux. It faced political turmoil, military conflicts, and shifting cultural values. Socrates' teachings, which encouraged critical thinking and challenged traditional norms, were seen by some as a threat to the stability of society. His questioning of the status quo made him a controversial figure, admired by many but also viewed with suspicion and hostility by others. In 399 BCE, when Socrates was 70 years old, he was brought to trial on charges of corrupting the youth and impiety, essentially for not recognizing the gods of Athens and introducing new ones. His accusers painted him as a dangerous influence who undermined the fabric of society. During his trial, Socrates stood firm in his beliefs. Rather than plead for his life or renounce his teachings, he used the opportunity to defend the principles he held dear. He argued that his questioning and discussions were a service to Athens, pushing its citizens to think critically and live virtuously. The trial was both a demonstration of Socrates' unwavering commitment to truth and a reflection of the political tensions in Athens. Despite his eloquence and integrity, the jury found him guilty. He was sentenced to death by drinking a cup of hemlock, a poison that would end his life. In the days leading up to his execution, Socrates remained calm and composed. Surrounded by his closest friends and students, he continued to discuss philosophy and the nature of life and death. He viewed death not as something to fear, but as a transition to another state of existence, where the soul might find true knowledge. On the day of his execution, Socrates drank the hemlock with dignity and courage, accepting his fate without bitterness or resentment. His final moments were spent in conversation, a testament to his belief that the pursuit of wisdom and truth transcended even the boundaries of life itself. Socrates' death marked the end of his physical presence in Athens, but his ideas lived on through his students and their writings. Plato in particular dedicated much of his work to preserving and expanding upon Socrates' teachings, ensuring that his philosophy would endure for generations to come. Today, Socrates is remembered as the father of Western philosophy, a thinker whose commitment to truth and virtue continues to inspire. His life teaches us the importance of questioning, of seeking knowledge, and of living with integrity. As you reflect on Socrates' journey, let his story guide you into a state of relaxation and peace. His dedication to wisdom reminds us that the pursuit of understanding is a lifelong journey, one that brings meaning and purpose to our lives. Imagine the streets of ancient Athens, the soft light of the setting sun casting long shadows on the stone buildings. Hear the murmur of conversations as Socrates walks among the people, his questions sparking thought and introspection. Let this image fill your mind with a sense of calm and wonder. As you drift into sleep, let the wisdom of Socrates' life inspire your dreams. His legacy reminds us that even in the face of adversity, the pursuit of truth and the care of the soul are endeavours worth striving for. Let the story of Socrates settle gently in your mind as you relax deeper into rest. His life, though lived so many centuries ago, carries timeless lessons that resonate in every moment of reflection and inquiry. Socrates reminds us that the simplest question can lead to the most profound discoveries, and that truth, even when difficult, is worth pursuing. Picture Socrates standing in the agora, the bustling marketplace of Athens. The air hums with activity, merchants calling out their wares, philosophers debating ideas, and citizens discussing the affairs of the city. Amid this lively scene, Socrates stands calmly, engaging those around him with his thoughtful questions. His unassuming presence and sharp intellect captivate those who stop to listen, drawing them into conversations that challenge their deepest beliefs. As the sun sets over Athens, the city quiets, and Socrates continues his discussions under the glow of oil lamps. The stars above twinkle faintly, a reminder of the vast universe beyond, as his voice carries the gentle rhythm of inquiry and understanding. Socrates believed that philosophy was not just an intellectual pursuit, but a way of life, a commitment to questioning, learning, and living with integrity. Imagine his students gathered around him, their faces illuminated by the soft light as they listen intently. Among them are young minds who would carry his teachings forward, shaping the future of philosophy and ensuring that his legacy would endure. The scene is serene, filled with the quiet joy of shared knowledge and the timeless beauty of human connection. Socrates' belief in the power of dialogue teaches us the importance of listening as well as questioning. In a world often filled with noise and haste, his approach encourages us to slow down, to reflect, and to seek clarity in our thoughts and interactions. His humility, his willingness to admit his own ignorance, and his tireless pursuit of understanding are qualities that inspire us to approach life with openness and curiosity. Now, as you drift closer to sleep, picture Socrates walking along the quiet shores of ancient Greece, the waves gently lapping at the sand. The moon casts a silver light over the sea, and the cool breeze carries the scent of salt and earth. Socrates walks slowly, his thoughts as calm and steady as the rhythm of the waves. In this peaceful moment, his dedication to truth and wisdom feels as vast and eternal as the ocean itself. Feel the serenity of this image envelop you as you rest. Socrates' life reminds us that even in moments of uncertainty, the search for meaning and understanding brings us closer to the essence of who we are. His courage to stand by his principles, even in the face of great adversity, is a gentle reminder to live with integrity and purpose. As you relax further, imagine the soft sound of sandals on stone as Socrates ascends the steps of a temple, the sky painted with the warm hues of dawn. The first rays of sunlight illuminate the ancient city, a symbol of renewal and the endless possibilities that come with each new day. Let this image fill you with a sense of hope and calm, a quiet reassurance that the pursuit of truth is always worth the effort. As you drift into a deep and restful sleep, carry with you the wisdom and spirit of Socrates. His life teaches us that even the simplest questions can open the door to profound insights, and that the search for understanding is a journey without end. As the gentle rhythm of Socrates' life story echoes in your mind, allow yourself to relax even further. His life, dedicated to the pursuit of wisdom and the betterment of the human soul, is a profound reminder that every question we ask is a step toward understanding the world and ourselves. Socrates believed that knowledge was not about having answers, but about the courage to ask and to seek. Picture the calm stillness of ancient Athens at night, the soft glow of lanterns lining narrow streets. Socrates, with his simple cloak draped over his shoulders, moves quietly among the people, his presence as humble as it is impactful. Each conversation he sparks is a journey into thought, a reminder to those around him that wisdom begins with wonder. Socrates' approach to life was marked by an unshakable commitment to virtue. He often spoke of the importance of living a life in harmony with one's values, of aligning actions with principles. To him, the care of the soul was the highest purpose, far more important than wealth, fame, or material success. This philosophy reminds us that true fulfillment comes not from external achievements, but from inner growth and ethical living. As you rest, let the wisdom of this teaching soothe your thoughts. The idea that our choices shape not just our lives, but the essence of who we are, encourages us to approach each moment with intention and care. Socrates' belief in the transformative power of self-reflection invites us to look inward, to nurture our inner lives with the same dedication and compassion we offer to others. Now imagine the gentle breeze of a spring morning in ancient Greece, the hills around Athens bathed in golden light. Socrates walks with his students along a quiet path, the sounds of birdsong and rustling leaves creating a peaceful symphony. Their conversation flows naturally, filled with questions and ideas that challenge and inspire. This idyllic scene captures the essence of Socrates' philosophy, a life lived in connection with nature, community, and the endless pursuit of knowledge. As you drift deeper into relaxation, think of Socrates' courage in facing the end of his life. His calm acceptance of his fate, his willingness to stand by his beliefs, even in the face of death, is a testament to the strength of his character. He taught his students not to fear death, but to view it as a natural part of existence. A transition that, like life itself, holds the potential for learning and growth. Feel the serenity of Socrates' perspective as it envelops you like a warm blanket. His unwavering faith in the value of a life well lived reminds us that even in moments of uncertainty, we can find peace by staying true to our values and seeking the truth within ourselves. His life, though marked by challenges, was ultimately one of profound purpose and enduring legacy. As the night deepens, imagine Socrates standing on a hill overlooking Athens, the city lights twinkling below like stars fallen to earth. The wind carries with it the faint sounds of laughter and conversation, the echoes of a city alive with thought and creativity. In this quiet moment, Socrates reflects on the beauty of a world filled with questions and possibilities. Let this image guide you into a deep, restful sleep. The story of Socrates reminds us that life's greatest journeys are not measured by distance, but by the depth of our exploration. His commitment to wisdom, his humility in the face of the unknown, and his courage to challenge convention inspire us to live with authenticity and purpose. As the soothing story of Socrates carries you further into relaxation, let the timelessness of his teachings resonate deeply within you. His belief in the transformative power of questioning and reflection is a reminder that growth begins when we dare to examine our lives. Socrates once said, "The unexamined life is not worth living," a sentiment that invites us to seek meaning and purpose in even the smallest moments. Picture the serene landscape of ancient Athens at dawn. The first light of the sun spills over the Acropolis, painting the marble temples in soft hues of pink and gold. Socrates stands with his students in the quiet morning air, his voice calm and steady as he shares his thoughts. The city begins to wake, its streets gradually filling with life, but in this tranquil moment, the exchange of ideas feels timeless, as if the wisdom being shared is as eternal as the sun's light. Socrates' method of teaching was not about providing answers, but about encouraging others to think for themselves. He believed that through dialogue, one could uncover deeper truths and challenge assumptions. His way of guiding others with questions was both gentle and profound, a reminder that sometimes the best teachers are those who help us find our own way. As you let these thoughts settle, imagine the peaceful simplicity of Socrates' life. Despite living in a city known for its grandeur, Socrates valued humility and lived with few possessions. He found joy not in material wealth, but in the richness of thought and the connections he forged with others. This simplicity is a reminder that contentment often lies not in having more, but in appreciating what truly matters. Now, as you drift deeper into rest, imagine the stars above Athens twinkling softly in the night sky. Socrates, seated with his students, gazes upward, his mind pondering the mysteries of the universe. The story of Omaha Beach begins with the broader context of World War II, a conflict that had engulfed the globe by the early 1940s. After the fall of France to Nazi Germany in 1940, much of Western Europe lay under German occupation. Britain stood alone as the last bastion of resistance in Western Europe, facing the might of the German Luftwaffe in the Battle of Britain and enduring relentless bombing during the Blitz. Despite these challenges, Britain, under the leadership of Winston Churchill, refused to capitulate. Across the Atlantic, the United States had initially maintained a policy of neutrality, focusing on domestic recovery from the Great Depression. However, the attack on Pearl Harbor in December 1941 brought the United States into the war, joining the Allies in their struggle against the Axis powers. The United States, with its vast industrial capacity and manpower, became a crucial partner in the fight to liberate Europe. By 1942, the Allies faced the daunting task of planning a full-scale invasion of Nazi-occupied Europe. This effort, known as Operation Overlord, aimed to establish a foothold in France, opening a Western front to relieve pressure on the Soviet Union, which was bearing the brunt of the fighting on the Eastern Front. The operation would require meticulous planning, vast resources, and extraordinary bravery. The invasion was scheduled for June 1944 and would take place along a 50-mile stretch of coastline in Normandy, France. The beaches were divided into 5 sectors: Utah, Omaha, Gold, Juneau, and Sword. Each sector had its own challenges, but Omaha Beach, assigned to American forces, was considered one of the most heavily defended and treacherous. The Germans, anticipating an Allied invasion, had fortified the French coastline with a series of defensive structures known as the Atlantic Wall. This formidable barrier included concrete bunkers, artillery emplacements, barbed wire, minefields, and anti-tank obstacles. Omaha Beach, with its high bluffs overlooking the shoreline, offered a natural defensive advantage to the German forces. The beach was defended by the 352nd Infantry Division, a well-trained and battle-hardened unit. The Allies knew that success at Omaha Beach would be crucial to the overall success of Operation Overlord. The beach provided a direct route inland to key roads and towns, making it essential for securing the Normandy region. Failure to take Omaha Beach could jeopardize the entire invasion and prolong the war. On the night of June 5, 1944, a massive Allied armada gathered off the coast of Normandy. Over 5,000 ships carrying troops, vehicles and supplies prepared to launch the largest amphibious invasion in history. The force included American, British, Canadian and other Allied troops, all united in their mission to liberate Europe from Nazi tyranny. As dawn broke on June 6, 1944, known as D-Day, the invasion began. The assault on Omaha Beach involved two American divisions, the 1st Infantry Division, known as the Big Red One, and the 29th Infantry Division. These soldiers, many of them young and inexperienced, faced a harrowing task. The first waves of troops landed at Omaha Beach under intense enemy fire. The Germans, positioned in fortified bunkers and machine gun nests, rained bullets and artillery shells on the landing craft and soldiers. Many of the landing craft were destroyed before they reached the shore, and those who made it to the beach faced a deadly gauntlet of obstacles and firepower. The terrain at Omaha Beach added to the challenges. The wide, open beach provided little cover, and the high bluffs allowed German forces to fire down on the exposed American troops. The rising tide threatened to engulf the soldiers and their equipment, adding another layer of urgency to the battle. Despite these overwhelming odds, the American soldiers displayed extraordinary bravery and determination. Small groups of men began to push forward, finding gaps in the German defences and scaling the bluffs. Engineers worked tirelessly to clear obstacles and minefields, enabling reinforcements to reach the beach. By mid-morning, the tide of the battle began to turn. Reinforcements from subsequent waves brought additional manpower and firepower to the fight. Naval bombardments and airstrikes targeted German positions, weakening their defences. Slowly but steadily, the Americans gained ground, overcoming the formidable obstacles and breaking through the Atlantic Wall. By the end of the day, the American forces had secured a foothold at Omaha Beach, but the cost was staggering. Over 2,000 American soldiers were killed, wounded, or missing, making Omaha Beach the bloodiest of the 5 D-Day beaches. The sacrifices of these men were not in vain, as their efforts paved the way for the liberation of Normandy and, ultimately, the defeat of Nazi Germany. The success at Omaha Beach and the broader D-Day invasion marked a turning point in World War II. The Allies established a strong presence in Normandy, which allowed them to launch further offensives into France and beyond. Within weeks, Paris was liberated, and the momentum of the war shifted decisively in favour of the Allies. The Battle of Omaha Beach is remembered as a testament to the courage and resilience of those who fought and sacrificed for freedom. The stories of individual heroism and collective determination continue to inspire generations, reminding us of the cost of war and the enduring value of liberty. Today, the beaches of Normandy are peaceful, their sands washed clean by the tides of time. Memorials and cemeteries stand as solemn reminders of the events of June 6, 1944, honouring the men who gave their lives in the name of freedom. The legacy of Omaha Beach lives on, a symbol of unity, sacrifice, and the indomitable human spirit. As you reflect on this story, imagine the quiet shores of Normandy under a starlit sky, the waves gently lapping at the sands that once bore witness to such bravery. Let the memory of those who fought and fell remind you of the strength and resilience within us all. As the day of June 6, 1944, unfolded at Omaha Beach, the battle continued with relentless intensity. The early waves of American troops had endured devastating losses. Many soldiers never even made it off their landing craft, while others were cut down as they stepped onto the beach. The chaos and carnage of those first hours were overwhelming, with confusion reigning among the survivors as they sought to find cover and organize. The German defenders, positioned in fortified bunkers and pillboxes, maintained a near-constant stream of fire. Machine guns swept the open sands, mortars exploded among the soldiers, and artillery from the high bluffs pounded the beachhead. These fortifications had been meticulously planned, with interlocking fields of fire and overlapping lines of defence, making it nearly impossible for large groups of soldiers to advance without suffering heavy casualties. The Americans faced logistical challenges as well. Many of the tanks and heavy equipment intended to support the landing were lost at sea due to rough waters and enemy fire. The soldiers were left with little more than their rifles, grenades, and sheer determination to overcome the formidable obstacles ahead. The landing beach itself was littered with debris, destroyed landing craft, abandoned equipment, and the bodies of fallen comrades, creating a scene of utter devastation. Yet, amidst this chaos, small pockets of resistance began to form. Groups of soldiers, often led by junior officers or non-commissioned officers, rallied together and started pushing forward. These men displayed extraordinary courage, braving machine gun fire and mortar shells to advance toward the German positions. Engineers worked tirelessly to clear paths through the beach obstacles, blowing gaps in the barbed wire and clearing mines under heavy fire. One of the pivotal moments of the battle came when soldiers began scaling the bluffs that loomed over the beach. Using ropes, ladders, and sheer grit, they climbed the steep slopes to reach the German positions at the top. The fighting here was brutal and close quarters, with soldiers engaging the enemy in hand-to-hand combat. Slowly but surely, the Americans began to neutralize the German bunkers and gun emplacements, thus weakening the enemy's defensive hold on the beach. The turning point at Omaha Beach was also aided by naval support. Realizing the dire situation on the beach, American naval commanders ordered their ships to move closer to shore, despite the risk of running aground. From these positions, the ships unleashed a barrage of firepower, targeting the German fortifications with their heavy guns. These naval bombardments played a crucial role in suppressing the enemy defences, allowing the soldiers on the ground to advance. By the afternoon, the tide of the battle had shifted. Reinforcements from later waves brought fresh troops and supplies to the beach, bolstering the American effort. The German defenders, though still fighting fiercely, began to falter under the relentless pressure. The combination of infantry assaults, naval bombardments, and air support gradually broke the German lines. By nightfall, the Americans had established a tenuous foothold at Omaha Beach. The high bluffs, once a symbol of the German dominance, were now under American control. From this vantage point, the troops could push inland, linking up with forces from the other landing beaches and beginning the liberation of Normandy. The cost of victory at Omaha Beach was staggering. Over 2,000 American soldiers were killed, wounded, or missing, making it one of the bloodiest battles of D-Day. The courage and sacrifice of these men, however, paved the way for the success of the entire invasion. Their actions ensured that the Allies could establish a strong presence in Normandy, a crucial step toward defeating Nazi Germany. In the days that followed, the Americans worked to consolidate their position at Omaha Beach. Supply lines were established, reinforcements poured in, and the beachhead became a staging ground for further operations. The success of D-Day marked the beginning of the end for Nazi Germany, as Allied forces pushed inland and liberated towns and cities across France. The Battle of Omaha Beach remains one of the most iconic and studied engagements of World War II. It exemplifies the extraordinary bravery, determination, and resilience of the soldiers who fought there. Their sacrifices remind us of the cost of freedom and the enduring power of unity in the face of adversity. Today, Omaha Beach is a place of reflection and remembrance, The sands that once bore witness to such intense combat are now quiet, visited by people from around the world who come to pay their respects. The Normandy American Cemetery, overlooking the beach, stands as a solemn tribute to the thousands of soldiers who gave their lives on D-Day. As you think about the events of Omaha Beach, imagine the courage it took for those soldiers to face such overwhelming odds. Picture the determination of the men scaling the bluffs, the resolve of the engineers clearing obstacles, and the bravery of the naval crews providing support. Let their sacrifices fill you with a sense of gratitude and inspiration. The story of Omaha Beach is not just one of extraordinary bravery and resilience. It is also a tale of lessons learned and strategies developed that would influence the remainder of World War II. The success of D-Day, including the hard-fought victory at Omaha Beach, gave the Allies a critical foothold in Western Europe, but it also came with a significant cost, offering lessons in leadership, logistics, and the nature of modern warfare. In the days and weeks following June 6, 1944, the Allies worked tirelessly to solidify their positions in Normandy. Omaha Beach, alongside the other 4 landing beaches, became a vital supply hub for the Allied forces. Engineers constructed artificial harbours, known as mulberry harbours, to facilitate the unloading of troops, vehicles and supplies. These floating piers were a marvel of engineering and a testament to the ingenuity and determination of the Allied effort. With the beachhead secured, the Allies pushed inland, encountering fierce resistance from German forces. The bocage, the dense hedgerows that characterised the Normandy countryside, proved to be a significant obstacle, offering German defenders natural cover and making it difficult for Allied tanks and infantry to advance. Despite these challenges, the Allies pressed forward, liberating towns and villages one by one. Omaha Beach's role in the larger Normandy campaign cannot be overstated. It served as a crucial link between the various sectors of the invasion, allowing the Allies to coordinate their movements and reinforce their lines. The capture of Omaha Beach also enabled the Allies to connect with the airborne divisions that had landed further inland, creating a unified front that could push the Germans back. The success of the Normandy campaign eventually led to the liberation of Paris in August 1944. The victory at Omaha Beach and the other landing sites had set the stage for this momentous achievement, giving the Allies the momentum they needed to continue their advance across France and into Germany. By opening a western front, the Allies forced the Germans to fight on multiple fronts, stretching their resources and hastening the collapse of the Nazi regime. For the soldiers who fought at Omaha Beach, the experience left an indelible mark. Many of the survivors carried the memories of that harrowing day for the rest of their lives. Their stories, filled with moments of terror, heroism, and camaraderie, provide invaluable insights into the human cost of war. These first-hand accounts have been passed down through generations, ensuring that the sacrifices made on that stretch of sand are never forgotten. The legacy of Omaha Beach extends beyond the battlefield. It serves as a reminder of the importance of unity and collaboration in overcoming seemingly insurmountable challenges. The D-Day invasion was a joint effort involving not just American forces but also British, Canadian and other Allied troops. Their collective determination and shared purpose exemplify the power of working together for a common goal. In the years following World War II, Omaha Beach became a symbol of remembrance and reconciliation. Memorials and cemeteries were established to honour the fallen, and annual commemorations bring together veterans, their families, and people from around the world to reflect on the events of June 6, 1944. The beach itself, now peaceful and serene, offers a stark contrast to the chaos and violence of that day, serving as a poignant reminder of the sacrifices made for freedom. The Battle of Omaha Beach also holds important lessons for future generations. It underscores the importance of preparation, adaptability, and resolve in the face of adversity. The soldiers who fought there demonstrated extraordinary courage, refusing to give up despite overwhelming odds. Their example inspires us to persevere through challenges and to value the freedoms and opportunities that others have fought to secure. As you reflect on the story of Omaha Beach, imagine the waves gently lapping against the shore, the sands now quiet and still. Think of the soldiers who stepped onto that beach, knowing the dangers that awaited them, yet pressing forward with unwavering determination. Let their bravery and sacrifice remind you of the strength and resilience within us all. The legacy of Omaha Beach continues to resonate far beyond the shores of Normandy. It stands as a testament to the bravery and sacrifice of those who fought, and as a reminder of the profound impact of collective action in the pursuit of freedom. While the battle itself ended on June 6, 1944, its implications echoed throughout the remainder of the war and the decades that followed. In the immediate aftermath of the D-Day invasion, the Allies faced the monumental task of consolidating their gains and pushing further into German-occupied territory. The soldiers at Omaha Beach were soon joined by reinforcements, swelling the ranks and ensuring that the beachhead could serve as a staging ground for subsequent offensives. Supplies poured in through makeshift ports and logistical hubs, enabling the Allied forces to maintain their momentum. The capture of Omaha Beach, alongside the other landing sites, directly contributed to the liberation of Normandy. The fighting that followed was grueling, with both sides suffering heavy losses as they contested every inch of ground. The hedgerows of the bocage proved to be as challenging as the bluffs of Omaha Beach, with their dense vegetation providing ample cover for German defenders. Despite this, the Allies persevered, employing innovative tactics and overwhelming firepower to overcome the obstacles. One of the critical outcomes of the battle was the establishment of a Western Front. This forced Germany to split its resources, fighting the Allies in the west while continuing to battle the Soviet Union in the east. The strain of this two-front war proved too much for the Nazi regime, hastening its eventual collapse. The victory at Omaha Beach also had a profound psychological impact. For the Allied forces, it was a demonstration of their ability to achieve what many had thought impossible. The success of the invasion bolstered morale and provided a sense of hope for a future free from tyranny. For the German forces, it marked the beginning of the end, as the once impregnable Atlantic Wall had been breached, and the tide of the war was turning decisively against them. As the Allies advanced across France, the significance of Omaha Beach became even more apparent. It was not just a battle, but a gateway, an entry point for liberation. Towns and cities that had suffered under German occupation were freed, and the French people began to rebuild their lives. By August 1944, Paris was liberated, a moment that symbolized the triumph of the Allied cause and the resilience of the human spirit. In the broader context of World War II, Omaha Beach serves as a reminder of the high stakes and immense sacrifices involved in the fight against fascism. The lessons learned there informed Allied strategy in subsequent campaigns, from the push into Germany to the eventual victory in Europe in May 1945. The story of Omaha Beach has also left an indelible mark on culture and memory. Films, books, and documentaries have brought the events of D-Day to life for new generations, ensuring that the bravery and sacrifices of those who fought are never forgotten. Veterans who survived the battle have shared their stories, offering invaluable insights into the human experience of war. For those who visit Normandy today, Omaha Beach is a place of reflection and reverence. The rows of white crosses at the Normandy American Cemetery stand as a poignant reminder of the lives lost. The monuments and museums tell the story of the battle, preserving its legacy for future generations. Walking along the beach, one can still see remnants of the landing, from scattered artifacts to the rusted remains of bunkers and defences. The impact of Omaha Beach extends beyond the battlefield. It reminds us of the power of unity, the importance of standing up against injustice, and the strength that comes from working together toward a common goal. It also serves as a cautionary tale, urging us to remember the cost of war and the value of peace. As we close this chapter of history, take a moment to reflect on the bravery of those who fought at Omaha Beach. Imagine the waves gently washing over the sands, erasing the scars of battle, but never the memory of what took place there. Let their sacrifices inspire you to cherish the freedoms we enjoy today and to strive for a future where such sacrifices are no longer necessary.